Without any, I would proceed through the front gate. Nornan regarded the gate with apprehension. This was an active dungeon many years ago, home to a hive of parasitic wasps that could puppet beasts and people. They were the projects of some mage lord, and the stasis chamber had failed. It was cleared 20 years back by 3 teams, all of the experiments destroyed, then rechecked a few years after that. It's been quiet since then. All of the adventurers paused to reflect that while they were fighting enormous snakes, at least it wasn't clouds of parasitic wasps. The blonde adventurer continued. The cobras have been emerging from the main gate, and when I peeked inside, they seemed to be coming from deeper in the ruin.
It should be easy to backtrack, since they've cleared a path through the rubble. A quick look didn't reveal the water source they're spawning from, and the old report summary didn't mention anything about a water source. I have no idea where it is. Nathan shrugged, catching Kachi's eye to see if the cleric would disagree with his plan. Let's go through the front. Quiet and careful. We'll hold off on magical light until we need it. I'll take the lead, with Arl and Kachi behind me. Sarah and Stella in the middle, Dust Eaters watching the rear. We'll rely on Stella to block any sprayed venom. Then we'll hold as Sarah and the Dust Eaters take down the snakes. I'll try to bait strikes. Kachi will block and pin, and Sarah and Arl go for kills. Aim for the heads. Dust Eaters should strike to blind and wound. Sounds good? Kachi and the other heirs nodded confidently, and the Dust Eaters tentatively agreed with the plan. Nathan caught his spear when Arl tossed it to him, and without further ado, the 2 teams of adventurers crept into the ruined town. There was still a lot of light leaking into the massive cavern from the opening, but they paused to let their eyes adjust to the darkness. Nornan had been right. The path of the serpents was clear. The main road was choked with rubble, some of it obviously from fallen buildings and the torn-up road, but the rest was more mysterious in origin. Regardless, a path about 15 feet wide snaked through the rubble and clearly marked the route the serpents took in and out of the ruin. They moved carefully, checking every angle for possible ambush. Stella held a force spell half-cast and ready to deploy, while the Dust Eaters had arrows nocked. Sarah had her rifle out, under the assumption that penetration would be important against such large targets. Arl carried his shotgun in one hand, the force saber in the other. The Dust Eaters had given the twins' weapons curious looks, but refrained from commenting in the tense atmosphere. The adventurers proceeded into the ruins for a little while, following the path. It snaked off of the main road at one point, where a building had toppled and blocked the path, and they paused to get some light going. Stella set a pair of glowing orbs above her shoulders, while Kachi's shield started radiating a warm light. The next street was more claustrophobic, and they followed the path as it went into a building. Everybody strained to hear the faintest sound as they crept through the enclosed space, expecting to come face to face with a giant snake at any moment. Nathan kept his nose, eyes, and ears peeled, but nothing was jumping out to him beyond a faint smell of mildew and a musky oil. Nathan emerged into a new street, this one less choked with rubble. He relaxed slightly once free from the claustrophobic debris. However, the relief was short-lived, as a loud hiss suddenly filled the street. Nathan jerked his head around, quickly finding the source of the sound. There was a giant blue-black snake atop the building he'd just emerged from. Nathan called out a wordless warning and dove to the side as it fired a spray of flaming poison. The venom splashed into the street, flaring up in a sudden burst of heat. More than a few droplets spattered Nathan, but he absorbed the fire mana from them easily, and the poison that made its way into his veins was quickly neutralized. Kachi hadn't fully left the building, and he'd set his shield in time to catch the backspatter of the adder's spray. The giant snake followed up the ambush by sinuously twisting its way down the building,
seemingly not having noticed the other adventurers lurking underneath. Nathan hurdled a pile of rubble and dropped into a slide, dodging under the snap of its meter-long fangs. He easily came to his feet.
Mid-tier tumbling 5 achieved! Then, Kachi's hammer came down on the snake's spine just behind the head, slamming it into the street with a flash of golden light. Something crunched, and the snake's head flailed. The cleric raised the hammer a second time, bringing his other hand up to caress the haft in a quick motion. The weapon left behind a glowing trail as the cleric brought it down once more, crushing the snake's broad skull right above its eyes. Hissing blood splattered from the blow, burning bright enough to dazzle the eye as it ate small holes into the stone of the street while letting out a noxious smoke. The caustic liquid evaporated from Kachi's armor without leaving a trace, and Nathan's clothes took another beating before he could smother the flames with his hands. I'm glad that's a magical acid, otherwise I would be complaining about how real acid doesn't dissolve things that quickly. Fun that I can bathe in their blood and regain stamina. Stamina. 820/820. Nathan let out a tense breath, lowering the spear from where he'd been about to plant it in the snake's mouth. The long body of the snake slumped to the ground, and the rest of the adventurers climbed out of the building and onto the street. Inarl shot Nathan a doubtful look, ears twitching curiously. You dying? He smirked at the catfolk. Nope. Let's go. We've lost the element of surprise. Let's move before they can settle into an ambush. They regrouped and moved quickly, following the path deeper into the subterranean town. Nathan picked up the sounds of rubble shifting as heavy bodies moved around ahead. He quickened his pace, reducing caution in favor of giving their foes less time to prepare. The street before them opened up onto a larger square, with blind corners on both sides. Nathan held up a fist and stopped his dash as he approached. I'll charge forward and set off any ambushes. Follow up behind me, but don't overextend.
Stella will save me if I get in a tough spot.
He looked back over his shoulder and saw a few nods of confirmation before he turned to rush into the square. He didn't want to get trapped in the street, and the best way to prevent that would be to break through the ambush. There was almost certainly at least one snake waiting ahead, from what Nathan had heard, and it was going to strike him as soon as he stepped out into that square. I can probably survive a bite, but being swallowed would just be inconvenient. Each snake is as big as a bowling alley, and they probably strike as hard as a semi-truck. The ideal solution is to dodge. My reactions are faster now, but I'll need to see the attack for that to matter. It's going to be hidden, and I need to spot it as fast as I can. Nathan unfocused his eyes, concentrating on any movement in his peripheral vision and priming himself to dodge away from it without conscious thought. He took one deep breath and set his jaw, listening for the faintest of sounds. Nathan launched himself forward, digging the balls of his feet into the street and leveraging his skills and enhanced musculature to reach Olympian sprinter speeds in only a few steps. He was easily psyched up enough to activate his rage, further propelling him forward. "Aw yeah, let's do this." He shot out of the street and into the square, catching bare flashes of scaled movement from both sides. Without thinking, Nathan twisted his body to the left and threw himself into a sideways roll, pulling himself to the ground with slow fall. Congratulations, you have developed the mid-tier notice utility skill into high-tier notice. Utility skill, high-tier notice. This skill will help you notice details, especially useful for rapidly detecting concealed enemies, magical effects, and triggers. Mid-tier. Dodging footwork 8 achieved. A pair of onrushing jaws smashed into Nathan from the right, sending him tumbling away. He'd moved enough that the snake had smashed him with its snout instead of impaling him on its fangs or swallowing him whole. Nathan bounced painfully off the rough stone of the square, dropping his spear and pushing off with his hands so that he rolled to a crouch.
I really don't need that thing. It's basically a toothpick to these things. I'm the bait, not the finisher. The ash-blood cobra that had almost eaten him was significantly larger than the previous snake, easily capable of swallowing him whole. It was also marked with an elaborate purple and green pattern instead of the simple blue markings of the last snake. Broodmother. Another flash of movement caught Nathan's attention, and he leapt almost a dozen feet into the air from standing still. The second snake's strike still clipped his leg, and a fang tore a flap of flesh from his right shin.
Nathan was sent flipping in midair, but stuck out his legs to slow the spin, yanking himself downwards with to slam his feet into the crown of the second snake's head. His leg burned with internal fire and poison, but a moment's attention neutralized the poison and extinguished the magic before the wound sealed on its own. Mid-tier tumbling 6 achieved! An arrow slammed into the snake's eye, and Nathan was sent flying high into the air as it flailed backwards. A third snake reared up from a crater in the middle of the square and drew a bead on Nathan. He once more jerked himself downwards to dodge the spray of flaming poison before slowing his fall and landing only 20 feet from this latest snake. High-tier slow fall 6 achieved! There was a cacophony of sound from the direction of the airs, but Nathan was too busy to watch as the enormous cobra slithered out of the pit it had been hiding in. Nathan tried to dodge, but the serpent was fast, encircling him in a black-blue wall of tough scales in an instant. Man, I'm really wishing I had my spear about now. The coil started constricting, and Nathan looked around for an exit. He leapt for the lowest part of the encircling coils, fingers scrabbling against oily scales. He failed to get a handhold, falling back down into the steadily constricting space. Then, one side of the snake's face lit up with a blue-green light brighter than the sun. The ash-blood cobra let out a scream that shook Nathan's bones as its eye popped with a flash of superheated steam. Scales flaking off, it flinched and retreated away from the light, which cut out a second later. Nathan's had protected him from the extraordinary brightness of the light, but as he tried to take advantage of the distraction to escape, a flailing tail bashed into him from behind. Nathan landed on his back outside the coils, quickly rolling to his feet as the snake retreated back into the crater in the middle of the square. He had a perfect view to see another snake slither down from the buildings behind his friends. Nobody was watching the rear, and they had all been somewhat dazzled by Stella's laser spell. The enormous purple and green snake, the broodmother from earlier, had fallen with a hole all the way through its skull, and another snake dangled dead from the adjacent building, arrows in each eye and the front of its face bisected by a sharp blade. Kachi was just blocking a badly aimed spray of venom from the snake that Nathan had stomped on. The buildings around the airs were spotted with flaming venom that Stella must have deflected with force shields, but none of them saw the snake behind them. "No! Somebody turn around!" Nathan yelled a warning. "Behind!" But he was across the square, and it was hard to hear over the hissing of blood dissolving stone. Stella looked towards him, but didn't parse his gesture properly. Nobody looked backwards. The snake in the blind spot opened its mouth wide and lunged, fangs penetrating Nornan's back and snapping closed around his upper body. Then it jerked its head sideways and threw him into one of the ruined buildings before rearing back for another strike. Damn it all. Arl spun on his heel, hands flickering towards his belt as everybody else turned their head in confusion. Nathan willed himself to run faster, blurring across the battlefield, but he'd been thrown too far to make it in time. The snake struck, and this time was met by a shotgun blast. The large shot penetrated right through the roof of its mouth and into the brain. The snake's head still slammed down in the middle of the airs. Flaming blood gushed forth through the street, forcing them to scatter. One more snake still stood, an arrow protruding from one eye. Kachi had turned to address the new threat, and it reared backwards to strike at his back.
Nathan put every ounce of his rage into his leap, punching the snake in the jaw with his full body weight just before it lunged. "Mid-tier, sprinting 9, achieved!" The blow rocked the huge snake's head sideways, and it halted the strike to twist towards Nathan. That motion was also aborted, as it was struck by a lightning bolt, causing the cobra's head to twitch and jerk for a moment. Nathan skittered away from flailing fangs longer than his legs. The Dust Eater's furious snarls were loud, and arrows flew with the wounded snake. One lodged in the other eye, and when the snake shrieked, 2 more hit the roof of its mouth, driving up into the brain and causing the rearing trunk of scale and muscle to crash to the ground. Nathan spun around, pointing to where the last ashblood cobra peered at them over the lip of the crater.
"One more!"
Got it! Sarah's voice was calm and clear. She took aim from the pile of rubble she'd climbed to get away from the corrosive blood. Her rifle spoke, and with a spray of flaming viscera, the last serpent dropped back into the pit like a puppet with its strings cut.
Everything was quiet as the adventurers looked around for any more enemies. But there were only 5 dead ashblood cobras, the smallest of which was 50 feet long. Skill text comparison. Mid-tier notice. This skill will help you notice details, especially useful for detecting concealed magical effects and triggers. High-tier notice. This skill will help you notice details, especially useful for detecting concealed enemies, magical effects, and triggers. Chapter 25. A Glottal Stop. Nathan picked his way over the battlefield, rage draining away as he vaulted over the fallen trunk of an ashblood cobra that stood between him and his friends.
He stepped around scattered pools of hissing blood and venom that flickered with dim flames. Somehow, his shoes were mostly intact, and he wanted to keep them that way. I feel shitty thinking that, after seeing Nornan get bitten by that last cobra. Fuck. He watched as Kachi and the Dust Eaters hustled into the ruined building that Nornan had been thrown into. Nathan sighed. He'd seen the snake strike. It had gotten the blonde-haired adventurer with both fangs, right into the chest cavity. He could hope, but he didn't expect Nornan was going to walk this one off, even with Kachi's healing. A few moments later, Kachi emerged, shaking his head to the airs. The other Dust Eaters came out a minute later, fury engraved across their features. Yeah, sucks. But we're not done yet. We kill the matriarch. Eucric's eyes were red, and the catfolk's voice was scratchy and ragged. Nathan wanted to tell him to calm down, that fighting while furious wouldn't help anything. But that would be hypocritical, and now wasn't the time for an argument.
Instead, he nodded and turned to walk across the square. Now that Stella and Kachi's lights extended farther into the square, Nathan could make out more of the surroundings. One side of the square had been dominated by a large palace that had been partially carved out of the back wall of the cavern. Now it was a ruined mess. Few of the walls stood, and it looked like large portions of it had been torched with a flame hot enough to make the stone blocks bubble and melt. Bet that's where the wasp nest was. The side opposite the heirs was mostly blocked by a large, semicircular fountain. A tall plinth stood above a broad basin, topped by 3 statues of Naga-esque Sclelian mage lords. We're looking for a water source. A fountain seems like a place to start. Nathan motioned towards the fountain, and everybody nodded in agreement. The Dust Eaters stalked forward with bloodlust in their eyes.
Nathan kept in front of them, gesturing for the heirs to spread out as he scooped his spear off the ground where he'd dropped it. They cleared the hazardous area of the former battle quickly enough, moving across the square towards the fountain. The first sign of the matriarch was a pair of faintly gleaming eyes in the shadow of the statues in the center of the water feature. They were only barely visible, but clear to Nathan's newly developed notice skill. One eye was on either side of the central dais, nearly a dozen feet apart,
Nathan yelled to grab its attention and direct his allies. They didn't want to be grouped up against something that big. "Matriarch in the fountain!" he shouted. "Take cover!" "Nobody else dies. It comes after me." Nathan summoned his rage effortlessly and ran yelling towards the fountain. He was answered by a bass hiss rumbling across the square. He prepared to dodge at the first sign of the titanic snake coming around the statues to strike at him.
But he wasn't expecting it to crash through the sturdy stone plinth, showering him with stone fragments while charging directly at him with a mouth large enough to swallow a pickup truck. Sideways. Its jaws were so wide there was no way to dodge. So Nathan dropped, using slow fall to slam himself gracelessly into the ground faster than gravity could have managed. I swear I'm using that skill to fall quickly more than for falling slowly. He didn't dodge the snake's strike, but avoided getting scooped up by its onrushing jaws. Instead, they impacted his side with enough force to break bones, if they hadn't been reinforced by 2 class skills and a talent. The fangs punctured the stone just behind him, spraying flaming venom everywhere. The matriarch dragged its sword-like teeth through the stone towards Nathan, primed to scoop him up into its mouth. Not a lot of options here. Nathan pushed himself upwards with both legs and one hand, launching into the ash-blood cobra's mouth.
He jammed the tip of his spear into the roof of the snake's maw and lay flat against the bottom of its mouth as the fangs broke free of the stone. The giant matriarch made a displeased sound, and the fangs hinged upwards to nestle into the roof of its mouth, barely missing Nathan as the matriarch's maw snapped shut, with him inside. His spear snapped like a twig, embedding the enchanted spearhead in the roof of the snake's mouth and flooding Nathan with flaming magical acid. The snake's saliva was also corrosive, but not as much so as the blood. He honestly wasn't sure if it was venomous, but it probably wasn't a great skincare routine either. His shoes slipped off, their bindings dissolving so the soles weren't attached to his feet. Damn it. The ash-blood matriarch tried to swallow him, constricting muscles to draw him towards its gullet. Nathan clamped down a surge of claustrophobic panic at the thought of being crushed and swallowed, his rage flaring in its place. He was squashed from all directions but forced his limbs to push against the constricting flesh around him. He couldn't breathe, but focused his attention on pushing his hands and legs out to search for a brace point, a way to avoid being pulled towards the back of the snake's mouth. He found some kind of lip of flesh at the bottom of the snake's mouth and kicked against it with his now bare feet. Then there was an impact, and the snake flinched in pain, opening its mouth. The fangs snicked past Nathan once more as they unfolded from the top of the snake's mouth. Nathan finally got a look at what he'd been kicking off of. It was an opening a few feet across at the bottom of jaw, underneath the tongue. It vibrated as the snake hissed again, the sound deafening as it emerged from the fleshy tube. Nathan peered out of his fleshy perch. The matriarch was rearing back again, readying itself to strike at the other adventurers. I could jump out of the snake's mouth,
But my role here is to make myself a problem and not get swallowed.
Time to be a choking hazard? Nathan realigned his feet and jammed them into the tube. The snake's hiss cut off as Nathan's knees slipped through the opening and dampened the vibrations. The snake made a choking sound, then tried to hack him up. He slipped inside the tube to his waist and braced his knees to stay in place. You know, this feels like apt revenge for trying to swallow me. I'm not sure I could survive being suffocated and crushed, even with perfected body. Maybe I should see if I replace oxygen with stamina, as soon as I'm not inside a giant snake. The snake's choking was interrupted by a fireball exploding in its mouth. Several arrows impacted the flesh around Nathan. The matriarch tried to hiss and reorient on the adventurers, but Nathan slid himself up to the shoulders in the tube, bracing his armpits against the edge so he didn't slide all the way in. There was another impact, and the snake lurched drunkenly but didn't fall. More blood streamed over Nathan, and he drained the flaming liquid of magic. His rage wanted him to be doing more. He wanted to rip and tear, to destroy the beast from the inside. But Nathan's new allowed him to stay focused. He was helping from here, distracting the snake and impeding its breathing. This is gross, but also kind of hilarious. This thing must be tough as hell if it's not dead yet, with both the heirs and dust eaters shooting at it. It's worse because the firearms are effectively silent thanks to magic, so I can't even hear them. The mouth slammed closed once more, and the snake tried to cough and swallow at the same time. From the inside its windpipe, the motion was extremely strange and threatened to dislodge Nathan from his current position. He tensed himself, fighting against the inordinate strength of muscles on par with industrial equipment.
He was lucky that the snake didn't have much leverage, and his main goal was to avoid being shoved around.
And all I need to do is hold out until my allies kill it. If it's concentrating on me, it's not concentrating on them. That thought was disproven a moment later, when Nathan felt the snake's head plow into something, smashing away with all of the force of a crashing tank. He rode out the impact in relative comfort, but hoped that nobody had been on the receiving end. Then the familiar static of electricity mana flowed through Nathan, conducted by the snake. He grinned. Stella sure was exercising her magic here. Maybe she'd even hit level 81 after this fight. The snake opened its mouth to expose its fangs. Nathan saw the mouth pivot towards Sarah, just before she vanished behind a small cloud of smoke.
The snake had been about to spit venom at Sarah, but the bullet impacted at the base of one of the fangs, badly cracking it and spraying flaming venom all over the interior of its mouth. Some of it got into Nathan's mouth as he coughed and spat against the vile taste.
Great, thanks, Sarah. Suddenly, an incredibly bright light shone from the side. Nathan snuck a glance and then quickly squeezed his eyes shut. Even with that quick look had partially blinded him. His repaired the damage almost instantly, but Nathan was still leery of blinding himself unnecessarily. Stella's using her laser spell again, and it's definitely closer to normal light than her mother's light spells. She needs to get better at focusing it. I bet the matriarch's skull can't be penetrated by regular bullets, or this fight would already be over. Maybe Sarah doesn't want to use an enchanted bullet. Maybe she doesn't want to hit me?
A bullet to the brain is one of the things that will almost certainly kill me.
The snake pivoted towards the laser, coughing once more to try to dislodge Nathan before snapping its mouth closed. It was a fascinating experience trying to follow the course of the battle from inside the snake's mouth. He had no idea what was going on, but the snake's obvious discomfort and continual efforts to cough him up convinced him he was doing his part. The fight continued for a short time, with the matriarch's motions gradually growing slower. Nathan wasn't sure if it was getting tired, running out of breath, or just slowing down from continual injury. But he didn't care. The fight seemed to be going his way. And I just hope nobody dies. Nobody else. He was continually crushed and bathed in flaming acid and venom, but the magical nature of the pungent mix combined with his toughness and perfected body meant his stamina never dipped too low.
He snatched breaths every time the snake opened its mouth to try dislodging him once more. But otherwise, Nathan hung on tight. After a few more violent motions and another attempt from the snake to fling Nathan out of its mouth by shaking its head wildly, Nathan was having trouble staying serious. Just lying here, holding on and waiting. I want to hum a little song while I lie in this snake's windpipe, but that feels disrespectful for Nornan. Damn it, I just can't focus on the bad right now.
Appreciate the ridiculousness of your situation. Take humor in it. You're helping your friends kill a terrifying monster by lying in its windpipe. That's hilarious. Nornan would be the first to make a joke about this. Another mighty blow rocked the snake. It tried to scream, but was foiled by Nathan blocking its windpipe. The snake shook its head and coughed violently.
Nathan just closed his eyes against his motion-induced nausea and held on tight, forcing his rage to lend its strength to holding him in place when it wanted to drive him to action.
Battle meditation 2 achieved.
Then the snake's head abruptly slammed to the ground by some colossal impact, followed by the sound of metal grating against bone from the top of its skull. A sustained electrical discharge started flowing into the snake, more powerful than before. It ramped up over time, and the snake seized up and struggled to lift itself from the ground. The electricity continued until the flesh around Nathan blackened and began to burn. All of the liquid started to vaporize, and Nathan felt himself grow rather warm.
Stella. It's dead. It's dead. I don't want to be the steamed center of a snake roast.
He struggled to get out, but the weight of almost its entire head was pressing down on him. Nathan flared his rage and stamina, pushing with his enhanced muscles to slide himself out of the breathing tube before scooching his way out of the snake's mouth. Real gross, escaping from a slimy, fleshy prison. He slid himself out of the snake's mouth and lay limply on shattered stone blocks, breathing heavily. Lingering flames from the snake's blood guttered and died on his skin. Nathan heard footsteps approaching and shaded his eyes against a sudden golden light, looking up at whoever it was. Probably Kachi, given the color of the light. Nathan opened his mouth, which felt raw and phlegmy after he'd inhaled a mix of venom and blood. He'd had limited air for the last few minutes. After coughing for a moment, Nathan spoke. I give it a 5 out of 7. If it gets me some free drinks, I'd do that again. You have leveled up to level 77. Congratulations. Your party has killed a nest of ash blood cobras, including a full-grown matriarch. Kachi gave a small chuckle, then dumped a water skin over Nathan to wash the sticky poison and blood off of him. It looked like a small water skin, but the inside was a dimensional space that meant it held a bathtub of water. And it was cold. Mundane, non-magical temperature was not something Nathan's talent protected him from. He jumped, shrieking at the unexpectedly frigid deluge, then shivered further as Stella sent a gust of wind his way to dry him off. Finally, he caught the set of clothes Kachi tossed him, giving his friends a mock glare as he got dressed. Prophecy tells me that running out of spare clothes for you is going to be what truly forces us to return to Gemore. Kachi's voice was humorous as he clasped hands with Nathan to pull him to his feet. You survive great ordeals, my friend. Nathan pulled on the shirt, looking around for the other adventurers. The square was a shattered mess, with the previously smoothly paved surface cratered and burned. The grin slid off Nathan's face as he saw the Dust Eaters approaching. The 3 of them. I wonder what joke Nornan would have made about me riding out the fight in the snake's mouth. I bet it would have been a banger. Nathan glanced around, checking that all of the heirs were okay. Stella was taking down layers of force constructs that surrounded the crater where she and Sarah had taken cover. Arl had clambered atop the snake's head and was yanking out the lightning saber, which had been embedded into its skull. Ah, they used that trick again. Used the lightning saber as a lightning rod. Makes sense, and it worked pretty well on the siege boar. Nathan wiped some leftover poison from his face. The magic was gone from the liquid, but it remained a sticky mess that did not smell very good. Then he gave the Dust Eaters a serious look, meeting the eyes of Ukrik, the male catfolk. Ukrik gave Nathan a deep nod, his face solemn. Glad you live, Nathan Lark. I'd call a man a fool who leapt into the jaws of an ash-blood cobra. But you killed the problem, just like Nornan said you would. Nathan returned the nod. I am sorry about Nornan. Remember till ending. Everybody echoed him, a statement that was part prayer, part vow, and part grieving. Remember until ending. Status of Nathan Lark. Permanent. Talent 1. Magic Absorption, 8. Permanent Talent 2. Perfected Body. 3. Talent 3. High Tier Slow Fall. 6. Class. Spellbreaker. Juggernaut. Level 77. Stamina. 833 over 870. Juggernaut's Wrath. Anti-magic Momentum. Raging Thrill. Juggernaut's Inertia. Unarmored Resilience. Utility Skills. Battle Meditation, 2. High Tier. Earnestness, 7. Mid-Tier. Sprinting, 9. High Tier. Spell Sense, 5. High Tier. Notice, 1. Mid-Tier. Identify, 8. Mid-Tier. Dodging. Footwork, 8. High Tier. Enhanced Memory, 6. Mid-Tier. Lecturing, 7. Mid-Tier. Tumbling, 6. Chapter 26. To Mourn a Joker. After the brief moment of remembrance, Inarl jerked her head toward the fountain. Let's find the water. Be sure the threat is done. Nathan led the search of the fountain, picking his way through the scattered rubble of the central plinth. A putrid smell wafted out of it, and as he got closer he saw the basin for the fountain was deep and mostly empty. After checking it out with light from Stella, Nathan clambered down into the pit, feet splashing into an inch or so of slimy water. There was carved stone all around him, some shattered and some merely cracked and dirty with age. Nathan's attention was drawn to the back wall of the fountain, where a broad divot was carved into the rock of the cave, a circular hole almost 20 feet across that extended back just a few feet. That looks like where you'd put your water management machinery. Or magic. But it only goes into the stone. There's not a pipe there. Nathan carefully walked across the rough terrain at the bottom of the fountain to take a closer look, as Arl splashed down behind him. Set back a little ways from the opening was a faint rim. Nathan approached cautiously, paying attention to his surroundings for any potential traps. He poked his head into the opening, detecting some faint magic caressing his skin. He almost jerked back, but the magic didn't do anything. Just past the other side of a rim was a hoop of metal, almost 20 feet across, that was clearly magical. Nathan reached out his hand and could feel the mana coming off it from a few inches away. That kind of feels like the dimensional bags I've occasionally touched by accident, but stronger. A lot stronger. He withdrew his hand, then stepped back and beckoned Arl over. As his friend approached the feature, there was a faint hissing sound, as the back of the hole all of a sudden led somewhere else. It was now a portal into a vast and dark space, echoing with the sound of lapping waves. A small wave of putrid water stinking with venom and slime rolled over Nathan's feet. He thought he might have caught movement in the darkness. Arl jumped away, and the hole into the watery abyss vanished. Stella rode a ridge of conjured rock down into the fountain and ended up standing next to Nathan and Arl on a small pillar that held her above the muck. Now that is the find of a delve. Nathan looked at her. What is it? A portal to an underground lake? Stella shook her head, waving her hand to flatten the rim of stone and expose the enchanted hoop. She approached just close enough to activate the device before backing off, studying the portal and the enchantments around it. Nathan almost asked more questions, but his teammate was deep in thought. He looked at Arl past Stella's head and shrugged, receiving a shrug in return. With a snap of her fingers, Stella spoke.
It's just a dimensional space anchored to the ring. It's tied to a basic alarm enchantment to detect when a living thing comes near. Looks like some kind of maintenance failsafe?
That part is always active, but looks like it shouldn't be. I think this was the primary water reservoir for the town, and the ash-blood cobras got into it. The water's foul, and it's probably full of eggs and snakelets. Nathan frowned. Is there a way to clean it out? Or can we prevent them from coming out? Stella tilted her head from side to side. I could wall it off with stone, but this level of dimensional enchantment, the space is huge. It doesn't enlarge an existing space, it's more like a tether for an entirely separate demispace. I could break it. Nathan stepped forward. It wouldn't be hard for him to break the enchantment. Stella took an involuntary step backwards. Not a good idea. I don't want to get drowned when the demispace ruptures. And it's valuable to the right enchanters. Gimor already makes some of the best bags of holding. Imagine if we could make these. She resumed studying the ring, a look of intense concentration on her face. Arl had put away his weapons. Need to clear out the snakes first, and the water, most likely. Can we carry it without it staying open? Murmuring to herself, Stella seemed to ignore the question. There isn't an obvious deactivation enchantment, but... Oh, could it really be that simple? That's just a safety feature, but obviously... She spent a few seconds carefully casting a weak stone spell which bent part of the stone tunnel inwards, denting the hoop out of its perfectly circular shape ever so slightly. Then she stepped forward, raising more conjured stone to avoid stepping in the filthy water. The portal didn't reappear. Stella turned to them, looking immensely proud of herself. As long as it's not in a perfect circle, it's deactivated. The enchantments only work well when the hoop is a circle, and there are safety enchantments that keep it deactivated otherwise. And the metal looks flexible. I bet it's supposed to be portable. Arl stepped forward, inspecting the hoop. Can you help me get it free? Nathan stepped away, letting his friends retrieve the immensely magical device as he climbed out of the fountain. The remaining Dust Eaters watched Stella's excavation with complicated expressions. Inarl looked over to her brother. Nornan gave up the loot of the hunt to the heirs, and we don't have the know-how for that artifact. Oh, he did. That probably stings when Nornan died to help us succeed. Nathan felt sad all over again. He was racking his brains for a way to make it up to the Dust Eaters when Kachi spoke up. It is good that we have found the source of the threat, the wolf folk said, and can ensure that no more ashblood cobras will spawn. However, there are other sources of reward here. Come, for we may harvest the fangs of the serpents. They would make fine spears and arrows. Ah, Kachi's fine-tuned sense of diplomacy once again comes to the rescue. Ukrik looked relieved that the Dust Eaters would have something to show for the whole escapade, despite what they had lost. Nathan joined them, helping lever the enormous fangs from the snakes they'd left scattered around the square. Only one of the matriarch's 2 huge fangs was still intact, and Kachi needed to use his hammer to shatter the base of the fang before they could successfully remove it. The other fang had been broken by a bullet from Stella's rifle. The fangs from the smaller snakes were easier to dislodge, and soon enough Ukrik and Inarl were tying up a bundle of curved, hollow fangs. Ukrik took a deep breath and gestured towards the street they'd entered from. Let's see to Nornan. Nathan nodded and fell in behind the Dust Eaters, joined by the rest of the heirs. Arl had managed to fold up the dimensional loop somehow, so it was a 4-foot bundle of braided and very magical cable that Nathan was careful to keep his distance from. The mood was serious as they walked back across the square. Most of the puddles of blood and venom had been extinguished, becoming viscous pools of foul-smelling liquid that were still worth avoiding. The bodies of the huge serpents were scattered around, looking almost like crashed vehicles in the dim light. Nathan entered the building where Nornan had been thrown by the snake that had snuck up on them. He saw the body, and immediately understood why it hadn't taken Kachi long to give up hope. Nornan's corpse was draped over a large stone block that had fallen from the ceiling. His face was frozen in a look of fear and pain, though at least his eyes were closed. The blonde hair was messy and sweat-slicked, dangling limply behind the motionless head. His torso was a blackened mess, with cracked and withered flesh that had leaked reddish fluids down the stone. A deep chasm tore under Nornan's armpit, where the flesh had cracked away and flames had emerged. It looks like he burned from the inside out, quite literally. Ukrik found a plank, and Nathan helped maneuver Nornan's body onto it before they began the awkward walk out of the ruin. There wasn't really space for both him and Kachi to help carry Nornan, with all three of the Dust Eaters, but Nathan took position behind Inarl. With 5 strong people carrying, it was not heavy. Not physically heavy, at least. There was no conversation as they retraced their path out of the ruins, and Nathan found himself reminiscing about the dead adventurer. I didn't know Nornan well. Honestly, only talked to him a few times. But on every one of those occasions, he was friendly, open, and funny. He was a good dude, and we both cared about protecting the people of Gamor. I'm going to be sad I didn't get to know him better. I think we would have been friends for years, if not more. I want to be the older adventurer who knows a lot of people and has contacts everywhere, and I wanted Nornan to be one of them. He was struck by a sudden thought. He'd spent a fair amount of time with the Guardians of Gamor at this point, and they knew a good number of people, but not many of them were adventurers. Herdin, Cantus, and Beatrid were all people who worked in town. I wonder if this is why they don't have more adventurer friends. How many of my trainee class will be alive in 5 years? In 20? With perfected body, I'll keep going unless something kills me. But this is Davrar, and I've just been reminded that a violent death is the most common kind. Vala told me that when I first arrived, but I don't know if I truly believed her until now. Nathan snorted quietly. He could probably depend on Simla to survive for a while, to spite Nathan if for no other reason. Ukrik looked back at Nathan, and he felt guilty for the disrespectful noise. However, the catfolk's expression wasn't judgmental. Instead, he wore a sad smile and spoke wistfully. He would have been telling jokes right about now, comparing the cave to home, saying it was too drafty. Nathan cast his eyes downwards. That seems about right. I was just thinking that I won't get to know him better, and I would have liked to. Inarl sighed deeply, breaking into the conversation. He spoke of wishing to become your friend as well. Not gonna happen now, sad to say. We'll bury him in these wastelands and tell his tale to the village. Chroma won't forget his name, even if Gamor does. Kachi replied with a quiet promise, repeating the remembrance for a lost adventurer. Remember till ending. The implication there is that everything is forgotten after an ending, so it's unreasonable to promise to remember somebody forever. I think I'll plan to remember Nornan past that. The first person to die fighting by my side. Hopefully it won't grow into a long list, but I fear it will. They carried Nornan out of the cave, up to the hill where the heirs had first found him, overlooking the valley and the ruined cave. Then they got to digging. It would have been much easier with Stella's magic, but toiling under the sun felt cathartic to Nathan. They all took a turn with a pair of shovels that Arl and Kachi pulled from their dimensional bags. Arl had to pull out a pickaxe a few times to crack apart large rocks, but they quickly excavated a deep grave in the rocky soil, then gently laid Nornan's body into it. Kachi blessed the body, speaking a short prayer. Nornan died in righteous battle, fighting against monsters that would attack Gamor. By my own faith,
By our conviction, let him be at peace." A faint mist sprung from Kachi's outstretched hands, somehow resisting the dry breeze atop the hill. It settled onto Nornan's body like a blanket. That was different from Kachi's other prayers. He didn't pray to Damon. He prayed to himself? To us?
It's more like how Kia prays. They covered the grave, and Stella used magic to form a rock into a small marker. After conferring with the Dust Eaters, she carved some simple words into it. Nornan of Cromer, adventurer of Gmor, died protecting his home from ash-blood cobras. They stood still for a moment. Then Nathan turned to Ukrik, who seemed to have become the new leader of the Dust Eaters. "What are you doing next?" The tall catfolk scratched himself behind an ear, looking at his teammates. "Back to Cromer. See if we get a hunter to join up. Bring us to 4. Maybe to Gmor, find out what can be made of this." He indicated the bundle of cobra fangs. "What of you? Could we follow you back to Gmor?" Nathan looked around, frowning. They weren't really telling people why they weren't going back to Gmor. "No, we're going to stay out here. Any more threats we could take on?" Inarl spoke up, meeting Nathan's eyes with an edge of challenge.
"A hunter from Surfeld found a terrorghast layering south of Terran. It's a ways out there, hasn't attacked anybody yet, not even a mission from the guild. Not until it kills. Will you go for it?" Nathan blinked, searching through his memory for information on terrorghasts. After a moment, he found it. A terrorghast seemed like a relative of the Stalker, 6-legged, with 3 eyes. However, it was closer to the size of an elephant, tended to be solitary, and was a lot slower than a Stalker. The primary danger was some kind of fear or paralysis spell that it could cast from its 3rd eye, freezing its prey in place as it slowly ambled up to devour them. High-tier Enhanced Memory 7 achieved. I am glad I skimmed through every single entry in the Adventurer Guild bestiary. And that sounds like a pretty good opponent to train the heir's mental magic defenses on. Nathan looked to the other heirs, his eyebrows raised. "Sounds like something we can take care of.
"Do you have a precise location?" The Dust Eaters didn't, but they had a general area, and it probably wouldn't be too hard to track something that large down. So, while the Dust Eaters headed off to the west, the heirs turned south. Chapter 27. A Beast of Terror. Nathan glanced back at the cave that had housed the nest of ashblood cobras. It looked the same as it had when they'd first arrived, only a few hours ago. Nathan wondered how long it would be before the next group of adventurers arrived to clear a threat from the ruined town. Maybe we should just destroy the place. Might take Stella a few days. Nathan almost proposed it, but just sighed. Maybe Gmor could establish a village here instead. He had been trying to learn more about his new home, but he definitely didn't understand all the intricacies of Davra and the people who lived within it. Not well enough to be sure it was a good idea to destroy a place like this. He was thinking about raising the point anyway, when Stella spoke up, her voice excited. She had been staring in the direction the Dust Eaters had gone, ensuring they were well out of sight. Then she turned back to the heirs. "I leveled up to 81! Sarah laughed aloud, punching Stella lightly in the arm. "Freedom and brightness! Have you sent it to your parents yet? I imagine they'll have some strong opinions." The red-haired mage looked self-satisfied. "I'll talk to them tonight, but I think my choice is petrified in place. One of the classes is Mage of the Natural Law. It says that I'll be able to cast magic more aligned with the natural laws of the world, and will make me more powerful when my magic works with the world instead of against it." Oh, that sounds powerful with the insights I've already given Stella, not to mention the ones I can still teach her. Nathan sucked in a breath. "Yep, that seems powerful." You should still call Dallo. I don't want him any madder at me.
What are the other class choices? Arl asked. If you would share.
Shrugging, Stella read from the invisible screen of Davrar. Stormlord, Master of the Elements, Mage of Light's Color, Manawell Prodigy, Electrosavant. Arl seemed somewhat shocked.
That seems many for a level 81 development. I was only offered 3 choices.
Stella raised her hands in a ta-da motion. Multicolored lights shone from her fingers. I am the dragon's heir. It is no wonder Davrar blesses me so.
Kachi spoke sarcastically. You are the heir of the most powerful mages of Gemor, and of Nathan's insights. Do not grow arrogant, Stella. Remember from whence your power comes.
She waved a hand dismissively at him, declaiming with grandeur, I will solve all problems with magic.
Man, I kind of wish that were me.
Stella seemed too excited to stand still and started talking about some of the trade-offs between her options.
Nathan quickly got involved in the conversation, but not before following an errant train of thought. We're hitting level 81 already, a threshold that some adventurers struggle for years to reach. What gives? Well, we've been taking on some challenges that you might say are above our level, and are rather dangerous. I also haven't hit 81, but that's probably because I haven't been killing things. As they traveled south, Stella spent a good deal of time talking to her parents about her class development options. It was amusing to watch the silent conversation, and Stella at times grew frustrated, accepting, argumentative, and finally victorious. She had the occasional outburst, but the actual conversation was entirely silent. The heirs had camped on the side of a sandy hill, almost a dune, a good ways south of where they'd fought the Ashblood Cobras. They'd pushed into the night and covered a pretty incredible distance. They'd kept going to try to find a good campsite. There'd been a few dungeons, but nothing you'd want to camp in. But this one should be fine, since they were still some distance away from where the Terrorghast had been seen. Stella quickly kindled a magical fire, warming water out of a water skin to dissolve a stew packet. They were all tired from the day of fighting and traveling. Nathan was looking forward to food and his bedroll. The desert had quickly grown cold after nightfall, and he was definitely getting chilly now that they'd stopped moving. But first, he and Arl set out the tripwires, driving small stakes into the ground and stretching thin strings taut between them, tied to bells. They laid 2 layers around the camp. Normally they set a third, but that was usually because there was some kind of natural barrier that protected one side of their camp. But this hillside was barren, and they only had enough tripwires to circle the camp twice. There really doesn't seem to be much out here. How do the villages survive in this place? Nathan supposed he'd find out the next time they approached a village, though since the heirs wanted to maintain a low profile, that might not be any time soon. He sat down on the dusty ground next to the campfire, holding out his hands to the warmth. It wasn't warming him up. Right. Magical fire. Immune to magic. Boo. Instead, Nathan grabbed the blanket from his bedding and draped it around himself, careful to scoot back from the fire so as not to set the precious fabric ablaze. So, the Terrorghast, Sarah said, once everyone had gathered around the fire. Bet you stalker teeth to dragon bones that I can shoot it through the skull before it even knows we're there. Stella chuckled, and Arl kept stirring the stew, but Kachi frowned into the fire. He looked up, the flames illuminating his jowls. Much of the value in facing a Terrorghast is the ability to rank up and develop our mental magic defenses, while fighting a dangerous foe that nonetheless should not truly threaten us. Arl looked up from tasting the stew. And hear me, my dearest sister, but I believe that we are not the ones in need of more levels at the moment. Nor is Stella. We should allow Nathan or Kachi to fell this beast. How close are you two to 81? 5.
Kachi's voice was pleased that the conversation had gone in this direction.
I have mostly fought in a protective role and not taken many standout risks. You have all been the ones slaying monsters and tallying deeds, like leaping into the heart of an enemy's camp. I have merely been a protector. It is the path I have chosen.
And I haven't really killed anything, Nathan added. I think the last monster I killed might have been that stalker back on our first patrol, with the spear, which is now out of commission. He frowned.
I've been psyching myself up for so long. It feels anticlimactic to get in so many fights without landing any death blows.
It's not your build, Arl said. You're a brawler, and it's hard to kill the enemies we've faced with fists. The rest of the heirs nodded along, seeming unbothered by the bloodthirst Nathan had just expressed. I suppose I still have the lowest body count of any of the heirs. Nathan continued. I just mean that it's weird. I'm leveling quickly. We all are. But I've been told that the way to do that is by killing, and I haven't been doing that. Arl answered him, dishing up the soup and handing out bowls and spoons. But you have taken the greatest risks and accomplished the most impressive things that aren't killing. Davrar rewards that as well. He shook his head disbelievingly. I am not sure I would believe the tale of you being thrown into the center of an Agman camp, destroying their siege spike, and then fleeing with 100 legionaries in hot pursuit.
Or doing the same with those crystals on the banks of the Drakefish.
Charging a Giant's Rest Archmage is usually suicide. Earlier today, you climbed inside the mouth of an Ashblood Cobra matriarch. I am surprised you are not level 81 already. Such feats are the way to quick levels, or a quicker death. Kachi met Nathan's gaze. I would surrender the kill of the Terragast to you, Nathan, if you would have it. Nathan shrugged. I appreciate it, but I'll get there soon enough anyway. And how would I even kill it? My spear broke. Arl reached into his pouch, pulling out the enchanted spearhead. I retrieved the spearhead from the matriarch, but I can't mount it on a new shaft. Not well, at least. Sarah looked from Nathan to Kachi. So no shooting it in the head from a mile away? Nathan turned to the can you shoot something from a mile away? Maybe, she replied, tilting her head in thought. If not now, then soon. A bunch of my class skills developed, including the ones that increase range and accuracy. Just need more levels to give those skills the power they need to kill any nemesis. Stella sighed and leaned back on her bedroll. So, Kachi kills the Terrorghast? Nathan nodded. Yup. So long as it's not too dangerous. The instant it truly threatens somebody, everybody's free to light it up. Light it up? Arl asked. You know, shoot it a lot. Everybody gave Nathan confused looks. What? It's not like your sayings are much better. You say fart ice when somebody's being cantankerous. Chuckling, Kachi shook his head. Watch schedules? We are not in particularly dangerous territory, so I believe one person on watch should be enough. I will take first watch, then Arl, Sarah, Nathan, and Stella. There was a bit of grumbling from everybody at having interrupted sleep, but they all acquiesced. At least Kachi was taking first watch.
Nathan was awoken several hours later by a strangled shout and a wave of magic washing over him. He snapped awake, adrenaline flowing through his veins and bringing him to full alertness in an instant. His stamina felt like a shot of espresso atop his adrenaline. He kicked aside the blanket and rolled to his feet in his underwear, the night air cold against bare skin. In the blue-green light of the world above, he looked down the slope to take in the scene. Arl was awkwardly crouched 10 feet away, half risen from his seat next to the campfire. His teeth were gritted, and both hands trembled as they reached into his pouches. Sarah was stuck in her bedroll, jerking spasmodically.
Kachi was slowly sitting up, but Stella's form was still. Nathan spun to follow his Arl's gaze, head turning towards the source of a soft shuffling noise. And he saw the Terrorghast. Its sandy scales blended into the hillside, looking like a large boulder daintily flowing down the hillside.
Its 6 legs were as thick as tree trunks, and the wide snout was decorated with 3 short tentacles that hid its mouth. Nathan yelled out a warning as he watched it carefully step over the outer layer of tripwires. That says worrying things about its intelligence. Then the third eye pulsed. It was a pit of darkness atop the creature's forehead, looking less like an eye and more like a portal to a realm of roiling shadows. Nathan sorted the mana of the spell that washed over him and the rest of the heirs. Death, dream, mental. A bit of shadow. Complex but powerful. Seems to trigger the atavistic fear reflex. Deer in the headlights response. Spell structure is interesting. Definitely not made of component parts slotted together. Feels more organic. High-tier spell sense. 6 achieved! Then he snapped the effect of the spell over his metaphorical knee and let out a bellow as he charged the beast unarmed. The Terrorghast let out a rasping noise, like sandpaper wearing away metal. It countercharged, sounding the bells loudly, as its rear feet knocked over the tripwires the front legs had carefully stepped over. The spell redoubled, washing over Nathan's immunity. Try to eat me and my friends in our sleep, eh? Let's see where that gets you. Nathan greeted his rage like an old friend, feeling limitless strength course through his body. His strides lengthened, and his bare feet dug into the cold sand. He felt like he was accelerating a ponderous mass towards an enormous collision. The smart thing to do would have been to dodge around the Terrorghast, which clearly outweighed Nathan at least 10-1. I don't even have the excuse of my rage anymore. Not since I just want to test my biologically engineered strength and the momentum of my class. And I have backup just seconds away. Nathan collided with the bulk of the Terrorghast, his hands outstretched. His palms dented into the rubbery flesh of the creature's face as they slammed into each other. The beast's head was shoved backwards on its stubby neck, the collision clearly more forceful than the Terrorghast had been expecting. His feet planted, Nathan was still thrust backwards a good 6 paces through the sand, but the Terrorghast seemed somewhat dazed from the impact and staggered to a halt. It reared its head back, exposing a broad mouth filled with flat teeth as it wrapped its mouth tentacles around Nathan's arms. It pulled him inwards, pushing its head forward to take a bite, but Nathan stepped back, yanking hard on the tentacles. He ripped his left hand free and brought it up in an uppercut, connecting cleanly with the Terrorghast's jaw while pulling its face down into the blow with the tentacles wrapped around his right hand. There was an audible crack of bone as the blow connected, and the Terrorghast's jaw clicked shut, its head lurching with the power of the blow. Nathan thought he'd probably broken a knuckle, but he'd also felt part of the jaw give way. The tentacles released his right hand, and Nathan ducked away from the beast. Before I'd say it looked confident. Now it just looks pissed. The Terrorghast let out another rasping roar, this one definitely more pained and angry. From behind him, Nathan heard a faint sound. Then Arl was next to him, bringing the force saber down to slice into one of its forelegs. It was a weak cut, betrayed by the shaking of Arl's limbs as he fought against the mind magic. The creature swung its head around to bite him, but Kachi ran forward and slammed his hammer into the side of the Terrorghast's face with a powerful blow, crushing the tentacles and staggering the enormous creature once more. Nathan was ready to help, his rage boiling in his veins. But it didn't look like he needed to. Kachi spoke as he swung his hammer, his tone starting weak but growing stronger as he beat on the scaled horror. I stand against you, creature of night. You prey in darkness and terror, hunting civilization from the shadows, and I say no more.
You will die here, and will not live to threaten the hopes of the people of Gamor." His armor and hammer grew brighter as he chanted, until their golden glow outshone that of the continents overhead. The effect clearly empowered the cleric's strikes, and Nathan felt the waves of terror emanating from the beast push back as the golden light spread through the night. Arl took a calming breath from beside him as the terror-ghast collapsed to its knees. Kachi cast aside his shield, bringing both hands up to wield his hammer, which seemed to grow in size. Then he brought it down on the creature's forehead, crunching through its third eye and into the brain. The giant scaled form shuddered and was still. "What just happened?" Behind them, Stella sat all the way up, blinking around blearily. Sarah chuckled, lowering her rifle from the ready position.
"Good morning. Glad to have you joining us. Would you like some pastries, or some of the monster we just killed?" "You have leveled up to level 79. Congratulations. Your party has killed a terror-ghast." "Oh, come on. You gotta be kidding me." Nathan rolled his eyes hard, staring at the blue box with something resembling exasperation. Or longing. "I want to see what my level 81 options are. And actually be able to think about my level-up options for once, without being forced to make a choice or get crushed by circumstances. I hope I didn't just jinx myself." Meanwhile, the golden light emanating from Kachi hadn't dimmed. He bent down and carefully laid his hammer on the ground before holding both hands up to the night sky. The cleric reached out, questing into empty air with fingers spread. Then he closed his hands on something, and a golden cable manifested itself under the wolfman's gauntlets. The cable spiraled up into the sky, separating into strands that divided again and again, until it seemed like Kachi was holding onto a magical rope that connected to the entire world above. Now that it was tangible, Nathan could feel the mana radiating out from the object. It was made of divine mana so dense it was solid. Well, that's new. Let's hope Kachi knows what he's doing. Kachi grasped the cable more firmly and began to pull, but no amount of muscle would suffice to move this burden. As he pulled, they began to speak, declaiming to the sky, "I am a worshipper of Daemon, and follow his principle of righteous battle. I fight to defend my home from monster, construct, and empire. I act with honor, dignity, and respect in combat and out. I maintain my resolve in the face of temptation, and take the righteous path, over and over." The rope responded to his words, growing even brighter and more defined, until Nathan had a hard time looking at it directly. But Kachi wasn't done. "I follow Daemon's scriptures, and shall inherit a portion of his divinity. I will use it to stand against the evil of this world, to judge that which must be judged, and protect that which must be protected." Now the rope was descending, and seemed to be vanishing into Kachi's chest, as he continued his sermon to the sky. "My team and I undertake an impossible task, but one that Daemon himself would approve of. I follow his teachings in this, and I will have the power to see it through. Grant me this shard of divinity, that I might protect Jaemore and my team from all threats, and fight the endings themselves." The rope continued to spool from the sky and into Kachi, casting light onto the hillside and across the shallow valley. His next words reverberated through the desolate landscape, impressing themselves on the fabric of Davrar. "This is my vow, worthy of a piece of the divine. I will fight evil wherever I find it, and extend a hand of kindness to those in need. I will protect those who cannot protect themselves, and use my power to counter forces that would bring ruination." The surge of divine mana coiled down into Kachi's form, and his feet left the ground to receive it as his head was thrown back in a silent howl. Nathan hesitated, almost wanting to go pull his friend away. No.
This is his class development. He's mentioned that he needs to craft his own shard of divinity. And I think this is how it happens. Seems like a bad thing to interfere with. For all that the moment seemed to stretch on into eternity, it couldn't have been more than 30 seconds before Kachi's feet settled back onto the sandy hillside and the coiled mana stopped flowing into his chest. The wolfman almost crumpled to his knees, but caught himself on the haft of his hammer, head bowed. Nathan glanced around.
Stella was fully awake now, while Arl and Sarah both had their weapons holstered. All of them were a bit dazed by the light show that had just occurred. That was one big damned beacon pointing straight at us, even if it only lasted a minute. We probably need to get out of here. Kachi, you all right? Was that your development? Nathan's voice was questioning, uncertain if Kachi was done. But the towering figure in full plate shook himself and looked up, as if seeing the world anew. His voice seemed to have a faint reverberation to it. I am well. I have developed my class. I am now a divine justicar. He smiled at them, the expression somehow beatific even through his canine fangs. I would ask that you hold this event close to your heart. This is the greatest of Kia's insights, and the only path left to a wielder of the divine since the ending of deicide. Done, Nathan confirmed. Now we need to move. That light could guide anything or anybody to us. Let's get packed.
Chapter 28.
Dungeons? Dungeons! The heirs traveled a few miles away from the site of Kachi's class development, putting some distance in between themselves and the giant beacon that had temporarily lit up the night sky. They found a replacement campsite, placed in a saddle between two hills. There was a convenient depression that hid them from every direction, unless standing directly atop either of the two adjacent hills. Then the heirs crashed, with Nathan grumpily staying awake to keep watch. The night was still cold, and Stella hadn't set a magical fire before she fell back asleep. Not that it would have done too much good to keep Nathan warm. It was probably for the best. It didn't emit much smoke, but any light or magic would probably make them easier to track. Nathan would prefer being a bit paranoid if it kept them hidden from Tail or this Badud character. It would be nice to get my level 81 class development before that happens. You know, the one I'm 2 levels off from. Would I feel better if I was 1 level off from it? Probably not. But the Terrorghast was just a single monster, and one that any one of the heirs could have killed pretty easily. Sarah and Arl both worked through the fear spell. It clearly didn't hinder Kachi much, and Stella is just a deep sleeper. I wonder if anybody got anti-mental magic rank-ups from that. Nathan spent some time musing over class developments, keeping his eyes moving to ensure he had all angles of approach covered. If anybody's class development was going to be accompanied by a fireworks display, Nathan would expect it to be Stella's. Sarah and Arl's had been without drama, but Kachi's class development had been a surprise. Stella hadn't developed her class yet, though she probably would soon. I do want to hear more about what class skills she'll get. She only mentioned the one that lets her make her magic stronger when it is aligned with the natural laws of the world. But that wasn't Nathan's primary question. Why had Kachi's class development involved him absorbing a splinter of divinity? I think it's just the issues with being a cleric to a dead god. There's not enough magical oomph in the vending machine, and eventually you have to learn how to can your own soda. I don't know. I'm not a mage or a cleric. This is just spitballing. I could ask him, but that's very much intruding on the most important insights he has. Nathan mused about his own development. What did he want? Were there any last-minute things he could do to guide his class choices at level 81? The Guardians had indicated that what he needed was more mobility and better dodging. If Nathan could get a class skill that enhanced his capacity to dodge and synergized with his 3 existing mobility skills, that would be great.
But I've been doing a lot of dodging already, thank you very much. And bleeding all over everything. But that's just par for the course.
I wonder if there's a class skill for bleeding all over things. Maybe something that means lost body parts and blood retain my anti-magic? It currently ends as soon as something isn't a part of me anymore. He would also enjoy another way to regenerate stamina, or expand his stamina pool. As it stood, he was nearly unstoppable and very hard to kill or even wound, so long as he had stamina. Any injuries would just heal, and he could use rage to compete with melee fighters who had builds otherwise superior to his. But that was only true as long as he had stamina. So long as there was magic flying around a battlefield, he'd be able to get it back. But if Nathan was separated from his allies and his enemies wised up, he might run into issues. He'd think about if there was any way to increase his stamina pool. Maybe he was already on the right track and getting pumped past his stamina cap on a regular basis. There were certainly more things on Nathan's wish list. He couldn't wield weapons or wear armor very effectively. His skin acted as a natural suit of armor, but he did always end up basically naked after every fight. A skill to protect his clothing might be nice. But that's basically just cosmetic. I shouldn't give a shit about that if the alternative is getting stronger for my chosen purposes. Giant's Rest and the endings. And more generally promoting benevolent civilizations? But that's very long-term. Nathan sighed, hunching a little farther down in his blankets. He could imagine a bunch of improvements, maybe something that would interface with his enhanced body. The Guardians also mentioned stealth. My only idea is to use to make pigments for camouflage. It's something to keep in mind. My anti-magic would work well with skills to help being sneaky, but I don't know how to get into that. Would probably be easier if I had a stealth utility skill. I'd kind of been intending to drop eventually, but I'm really not sure that's a good idea. I promised to teach Stella more magic insights, and it helps a ton with that. If I ever want to spread more earthly insights, the printing press, crop hybridization, whatever, it will be invaluable. Nathan shook his head, considering. What else? Something that would enable him to be capable of wielding weapons. He'd been offered some kind of fighter class at every development so far. Maybe it was time to take one? No, that's probably a terrible idea. I'll just have to see what I get offered. I'll keep focusing on dodging, though. And anti-magic. It's kind of my whole thing, even if I know it's not perfect. I lost a hand to the siege spike, after all, and that was magic. Nathan spent the rest of his watch scanning the barren earth around them, waiting for a group of mages or another monster to come over the ridge and attack. But the night was serene, and Nathan kept thinking about what he wanted from his next class development. I kind of wish I could pick up airwalking before my class development. Class skills that explicitly synergized with airwalking would be sick. But I don't think that's going to happen. After Nathan's shift was up, he woke Stella, which was annoyingly difficult. The red-haired mage was deeply swaddled in an absurdly soft blanket, and didn't respond until Nathan basically picked her up and dropped her on the bedroll underneath. She glared up at him. I'm sure you could have found a better way to do that. He looked back without much pity. Maybe, but not after the night we've had. I want to hear about your new class. Stella smiled. I'm planning on developing it soon. Do you want to stay up and hear about it? Nathan considered, looking between Stella and his bed. Correction. I want to hear about it once I get some sleep. Then Nathan wrapped himself tightly in his own blanket. The sun started shining down from directly overhead before long, but Nathan just rolled over and went back to sleep. The heirs slept in a bit, allowing themselves to delay their morning exercise for the sake of catching up on sleep they'd missed in the nighttime attack and their subsequent hasty departure. Eventually, Nathan got up and had an unremarkable breakfast with the rest of the heirs around the fire, which Stella had set during her watch.
They all sat staring into the dancing flames for a time, waking up after the difficult night. There was a lot of stretching and complaining from sleeping on an uneven surface. Stella initiated the conversation, gesturing to Kachi. "Congratulations to us both! I'm free of regret for my own development. I hope you are too?" Kachi nodded slowly, looking thoughtful. "My new skills are to my satisfaction. I am specializing more in divine magic than my mother, at the cost of martial ability.
My new class skills will enable me to cast strong defensive spells with divine magic, and they will be capable of adapting to the threat we face. I believe this is a fine trade-off in this party." He gestured around at the other heirs, specifically at Arl, Sarah, and Nathan. Arl was checking his new pistols for grit as he spoke agreeably. "Makes sense. Kia's the primary melee powerhouse of the Guardians. For us, that's me and Nathan. But we've got one Stella to their Dalo and Kulal." Sarah looked at her brother with raised eyebrows. "A little early in the dungeon to compare ourselves to the Guardians, isn't it?" A smile spread across Stella's face. "Our aim is higher still. If we weren't staying sneaky, I'd cast a lightning bolt to the sky. This is good. I focus on destruction, while you handle defense, Kachi. My new class development will let me unleash a true maelstrom on our foes." "Care to share?" Nathan asked.
Stella stood, pacing around the camp as she spoke, unable to keep still from excitement. "I am now a mage of the natural law. The first class skill I've already mentioned, natural magic, will make my spells more powerful and harder to counter when they're aligned with the natural laws of the world. For instance, if I cast lightning by setting up a charge differential and guiding the flow with magnetic fields, the spell will be more powerful than if I just throw lightning mana around like most mages do." She paused in her stride, wincing slightly at Nathan. "It will also move it half a step from the magical into the natural world, making the effect harder to block and probably circumventing your magic immunity a bit." "But you'll be able to control if it happens or not, right?" Nathan said. "So you can not use that ability when you're catching me in the area of effect, right?" She nodded, biting her lip. "Yes, but I'll need to practice both ways with every spell." Nathan waved a hand to brush the issue aside. "I'm in favor of things that make your magic more powerful, and this is a downside we can work around. We can test it later. What else?" Stella resumed her pacing, raising a hand to conjure a force construct that danced with lightning and sparkled with motes of light. "Next, kaleidoscopic mana. It makes it easier for me to cast spells with multiple mana types without them interacting badly. Such a skill is an important prerequisite to many spells, especially for mages with a broad range of mana types." She grinned broadly. "And the last is multicasting. A skill I've wanted since my mother told me of it, which helps me cast multiple spells at once." She spun in place, throwing her arms wide. "All of the skills improve my spellcasting, and I didn't get any new mana types, but it would be a waste of skills to learn mana types from them, especially when I can get their insights from Nathan." The heirs all smiled at her enthusiasm. It was good to know their mage was getting even more powerful. But she wasn't done. "And my other skills developed. Mana channeling became mana torrent, so I can shove mana even faster into spells. And worldly mana improved too, granting an even higher mana regeneration rate." Stella rubbed her hands together. "A normal mage would need to be at level 243 or even 729 to have so many general class skills to facilitate better spellcasting. But I have them all now, and few limits to the number of spells I can cast. Just the channeling rate, and that's already high." During Stella's rant, Arl had pulled out a preserved sausage and started toasting it over the magical flames. He bit in and chewed on it, looking around the fire. "Well and good. Let us find another fight to level Nathan to 81. Are there any new jobs for us?" "Stella, have you heard from the guild?" "I haven't sent them anything," she said, frowning. I'll mention we killed a terragast and ask if there's anything in the area. She sat down and took up her now familiar "I'm concentrating on using" message face. Sarah glanced over at her brother. What kind of task would we prefer? I'd hunt a dangerous monster. Arl gave her a wry look. I doubt Nathan would level that way. Did you level at all from the terragast? She shook her head, acknowledging his point. I wish to protect a village from a foe, Kachi rumbled. My magic will be more potent when used in direct defense, and I would like to test it. Nathan, what is your suggestion? Nathan gave it a moment of thought, recalling his reflections from his watch earlier that morning. I would like to fight something hand to hand. I want to get class skills that help me when I fight foes who don't use magic, or who are physically powerful regardless. I didn't feel like I could have seriously injured the terragast. And without the spear, I don't have a weapon to fight something like that. Stella's face lit up with excitement. Tomorrow is a delve day, she announced, relaying the news. We should go delving. Everybody looked askance at that. Sarah spoke up questioningly. It is? Would they even let us delve a dungeon? Stella shrugged. That's what Siltel said. Do we want to do one? If we tell him that we're over 81, he'd likely approve us for a smaller dungeon, if there are any around here. We're far enough out that there should be something. I'd like to see a true dungeon, Nathan said with excitement. Something a little more involved than the necromancer mage lord's tomb. We're a little far from some of the dungeons we've seen earlier, and they're not quite so common around here. I suppose the guild will probably assign us one. Kachi spoke up agreeably. Indeed, if there is one that is appropriate. Stella, can you ask? She nodded and cast once more. Sarah frowned. A dungeon would be at close range. With this weapon and class, I would prefer to stay at distance from any foes we face. Arl clapped her on the shoulder. Come, sister, don't be so picky. We'll need to fight in many circumstances, and experience with a dungeon delve will be useful. And it will definitely level Nathan up past 81, if we survive. He said that last part cheerily, as if daring anybody to disagree. I think Siltel was just waiting for us to ask, Stella piped up, having received a reply. He knew where we were from us being with the Dust Eaters. There's a dungeon south of Cromer that we're being directed to. It's an Adrani Empire defense outpost, and its magical artillery restricts the grazing grounds. Every now and then, a goat wanders too close and gets vaporized. Nathan blinked. Magical what now? He cast back in his memory for what he'd learned of Adrani dungeons. The Adrani Empire had been very skilled with enchanting and magic. Not so much as the Kalis Conclave, but their relics were a bit less weird and a bit more useful. They'd made up for any lack of sophistication with the scale of their projects, and were fond of magical traps and summoned guardians. They'd also been quite good at magical emplacements. One of the more common types of dungeons around Jamor were Adrani defense outposts, which were usually built around a powerful ranged magic well suited to the local environment. After all, the defense outposts had been intended to control the countryside for miles around, being defensible while manned with only 1 or 2 people. That meant they had many automatic defenses, like traps or triggers that conjured a battalion of magical guardians, and that their ranged magic could fire autonomously at anything that got too close. I am surprised we are being trusted with this, Kachi said. If this delve goes wrong, the outpost could decide to target Cromer. We will need to ensure that does not happen. Arl began to pack up the camp. We know we were being favored already. This would be much more political if we were in Gamor. But out here, there's nobody to argue. Everybody wants to do this, right? After a round of nods, the heirs set off, following Kachi's excellent sense of direction and the instructions Stella had been sent. It was time to go deal with a dungeon. and finally get past level 81. Chapter 29. But why a dungeon? The heirs spent the next day jogging over the desert-like terrain. They saw some evidence of the way that the villages here supported themselves. Beyond quarrying clay and mining various ores, they also herded livestock. The goats that Nathan saw from a distance weren't normal goats. They were even more demonic. 4 horns, strange hourglass-shaped eyes, and hair so wild it looked like it could strangle a wood chipper.
Not hourglass-shaped pupils, hourglass-shaped eyes.
Why? Who designed that? Given the history of Davrar, probably some weird-ass mage from 1,000 years ago with a strange sense of aesthetics and too much capability with life magic. The heirs kept their eyes peeled for threats, but there wasn't much out here. There were scattered bushes and tough grasses spread across the hillsides, and the heirs hadn't seen any of the predators that were known to inhabit the region. I mean, we've fought some of the scarier ones. Ashblood cobras are up there, and a terrorghast is its own type of scary. They could have detoured slightly and gone to the town of Cromer, but they were still fine on food, especially because Arl had harvested a good deal of ashblood cobra meat. It was pretty heat-resistant, which made it hard to cook, but Stella could manage it, and it was very tasty. The heirs were more likely to run out of vegetables than meat, but they decided that replenishing on fresh vegetables wasn't worth the delay or risk of stopping at Cromer. After all, they had their destination and a deadline to get there. At their current pace, they'd reach the dungeon by evening and be ready to challenge it as soon as the guild announced the go-ahead in the morning. Once they got within sight of the dungeon, they could plan out their approach, which would be hard without an eye on the terrain. The heirs were practiced at keeping themselves entertained while traveling, talking about builds and various strategies they could try in the future. Nathan lamented that Slow Fall wasn't ranking up as quickly as he wanted, and then was roundly mocked for being disappointed that he'd gotten up a high-tier talent to rank 6 so quickly. Nathan protested his treatment. Yeah, but it's important. If I can develop that talent to unique, it'll change everything. Stella's tone was sarcastic. And I want to develop mana shaping to unique, which will also change everything. But that talent is so hard to rank up. Faster when I have more mana types. To hit every target on the range. Can you give me any more? Give me a minute to think. Nathan furrowed his brow. The heirs kept theory crafting while Nathan jogged along, deep in thought. Other than plasma, the obvious next steps would be particle theory, atoms and molecules, and the kinds of interactions between them. I'm not entirely sure I want to go there yet. It's kind of a slippery slope to nuclear stuff, and I want to think it through a bit more beforehand. What else is there? There are so many things I can teach Stella. Would I need to go through chemistry to get to biology? Probably. Well, maybe not. I could start with cells as the minimal unit and go from there. Bah, I feel like I'd need to talk about proteins to get anywhere. But I might be able to get her life mana or something, and that would be cool. Maybe wood, like that mage Kinven back in Farfield used to control trees. Can I cast the net broader? I don't know much control theory, but it might help her make more stable spells. Maybe logic. I saw that magic can do computation with the crystal book. Maybe thermal laws or fluid dynamics? Nathan wasn't focusing on his surroundings, too preoccupied by plotting how he'd lay out the basic concepts of biology if he couldn't describe what a protein was. He was startled out of his reverie by the crack of Sarah's rifle. His head snapped up, searching for the threat. He saw the other heirs cheering Sarah as she lowered the rifle and took a quick bow. Nathan followed their gazes to the hill opposite, where a weird lizard was rolling down the slope, very much dead. It was about 25 feet long and 3 feet across, with 8 stubby legs that looked capable of propelling it at incredible speeds. Oh, it's a pseudo-worm. Basically a long crocodile that lives in the desert. And it looks like Sarah nailed it on the run. Damn. Will I get a level from that? Nathan waited for a moment, joining his friends and congratulating Sarah on the 200-yard shot. Then he asked, Sarah, did you level from that? She shook her head. Nope, but I ranked up steady hand. It'll take more than a distant pseudo-worm to give levels to a level 86, maybe if there were 5 of them and I dropped them all before they got close. And neither did I. I suppose it really wasn't much of a challenge or a threat. To her, much less to me. Well, at least the dungeon should push me over that line. Stella sighed in an exaggerated fashion. Well, you won the bet. I will learn this lesson now, when the price is cheap. Now you get to ask Nathan questions about long shooting. Feels a little weird that they're betting on who gets to ask me questions. Also flattering. So instead of having to teach Stella biology, Nathan and Stella helped Sarah work through some calculations she hoped would help develop the far shot talent. After some discussion of bullet drop, she became enamored with the idea of using it to shoot at targets outside her line of sight, calculating the bullet drop to arc a shot. Nathan just shook his head at the idea of shooting at something you couldn't see, but Sarah insisted it would work with her build. Eventually. Nightfall saw them making camp in the protection of a pile of boulders too regularly spaced to be natural. Arl made sure they also erected tripwires in that direction, not trusting some of the gaps between the rocks to not contain random nocturnal monsters. The dungeon wasn't too far away, and they'd made good enough time to see it from afar before the sun had vanished from the sky. They'd also had time to backtrack to find a good campsite that was well out of line of sight from the Edrani fortification. Long-distance travel speed, surprisingly important to an adventurer. I still think dimensional bags are cheating. Their target looked like a small keep atop a tall hill. The first clue that there was something there was the wide valley around it, full of churned earth. It wasn't a moonscape of craters, but just rough, like the ground had been repeatedly turned over by a giant plow. The dungeon itself wasn't very impressive. Basically 4 stubby towers about 50 feet tall, sticking up from the crest of the hill, joined together by 30-foot-high walls. The stone was the same dusty tan as the ground. The small castle almost looked like a blocky continuation of the hill it stood on. There wasn't a trace of movement, or any indication that it was more than an old castle. At least, until night fell. Then Nathan saw the subtle glow of enchantments traced over the walls. More lights shone from the central courtyard, painting the inner surfaces of the towers in shifting tones of blue, green, and purple. What's the goal? Seems like a thing to start with. Arl was cooking over Stella's fire and started off their discussion. Stella gestured with her hands in the direction of the dungeon. There is a dungeon, she said slowly, as if speaking to a child. There should not be a dungeon. When there is no dungeon, we're done. Seems simple enough. Sarah rolled her eyes. Yes, but how do we kill the dungeon? Do we need to disable every single enchantment in the mountain, or can we just take out the one that blows up anything that walks near the valley? Kachi cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. We are done when it no longer poses a threat to person or animal. It is preferred if we keep the structure intact, since Jamor may decide to use it in some manner, but that is not a requirement. Stella, could you crack the hill? Nathan asked. Make the hill collapse into the valley so there's no dungeon left. Maybe, the mage answered hesitantly. It would take a while. I would need to be close, and it wouldn't work if they stabilized the hill with magic. The Adrani did that a lot. You can't dig into an Adrani dungeon, especially the military ones. Stella sat deep in thought for a moment before she grinned wide, teeth flashing in the firelight. You did mention other insights, more destructive ones. Would that allow me to solve this problem? Nathan felt uncomfortable.
I don't think I can teach any of that by tomorrow, and I haven't figured out how to explain it yet. We should talk about that, but later.
I'm wondering if the right thing is just for me to stroll up and start breaking things. The Adrani are also fond of placing golems in their fortresses, Arl said. Their ideal outpost has fully automated defenses, removing all sources of mistakes. He arched an eyebrow. Do you want to fight a battalion of golems, Nathan? Nathan remembered Tails' golems, and how they'd almost killed him when he'd first escaped the Archmage's tower. He'd leveled a lot since then, but didn't know if he wanted to fight dozens of animated statues. Nathan wasn't confident that his anti-magic could disenchant a bunch of golems before they smashed him to a bloody paste. Kachi tried to keep them on track. How should we approach? Is there a way to outwit this enemy? I doubt it'll be simple, Nathan said. It's a high magic fortification intended to defend against high magic enemies. There's probably no obvious weakness like flying in.
But our advantage is that it's unmanned and will respond systematically to the threat. There's nobody in there to make smart decisions, so if we can understand the rules it operates under, we can exploit them to take it apart. It'll be just like figuring out how a video game AI works and then doing things that no conscious enemy would let you get away with. He continued explaining. That means we need to understand the rules. What attacks does it use? What are the targeting parameters? We should spend the first part of the delve tomorrow testing it out, probing the boundaries carefully. Luckily, I think I'm a prime candidate. If whatever it uses for detection can't see me, I can approach and scout it out. If it can, then hopefully I can test the defenses without too much risk. There were nods around the campfire. Sarah cracked a smile. So instead of throwing Nathan at the problem, we're all just going to sit on a hill and watch him get shot at by a magical castle? Sounds like a good morning. The heirs got up early the next morning, cutting short their exercises to reach the dungeon on time. They wanted to take advantage of the entire delve day for experimentation, and to hedge against it being called off like the last one had been. That was when the grave tangle had erupted from a monastery of Quaz and almost road-killed Nathan and the adventurers escorting the rescued villagers back to Jamor. It was a good introduction to the heavy hitters of Jamor, though. A pretty formative moment for me on Devrar, seeing the kinds of things that high-level adventurers can accomplish. They stood atop the hill overlooking the valley that was dominated by their target. It was weird to look across at a small castle and think, I'm going to try to break that today. And know that you probably could. At least, with some help from my friends. They waited for the go-ahead from Jamor before moving on the dungeon itself. Once they'd gotten it, Nathan got charged up on stamina by Stella and descended the hill. The rest of the heirs stayed behind, observing. Once they'd established the distance that the dungeon fired, they'd approach, ready to support Nathan if he should need it. Stella would also see if she could block whatever the attack the dungeon employed. Nathan reached flat ground and started marching across the pulverized pebbles that had replaced the larger rocks of the terrain. He kept his eyes fixed on the castle, watching for anything suspicious. That, and notice, were probably the only reason he saw the tiny blip of light fly up and over the walls, arcing towards him like a mortar shell. Nathan sidestepped, trying to throw off the targeting of the spell. It curved slightly to follow him, plummeting faster and faster. Nathan abruptly switched directions, rolling away from the impact point right before the orb impacted the ground where he'd been a moment before. It was a fairly small projectile, maybe the size of a tennis ball. But the explosion it produced was not small, sending Nathan tumbling with a burst of overpressure and teeth-rattling vibrations. The mana washed over him and was absorbed. He picked it apart in a now familiar game to understand the spell. It's like a thermobaric bomb, an elaboration on a fireball that emphasizes the pressure wave and also includes sound mana to enhance the destructive effect. There's also something else in there. Dream? To help with targeting, I think. Is it tracking thoughts?
Mid-tier Identify 9 achieved. That skill's advanced a lot. Much better at helping me figure out how spells work now. Nathan coughed as his lungs healed from the pressure wave. He got to his feet just in time to see another ball of light headed towards his position, seemingly launched as soon as it was obvious he'd survived the first one. He was standing on the edge of a fresh crater that stretched nearly 20 feet across. He looked up at the spell, then back towards the heirs standing on the slope of the hill. Time to test if the engage range and disengage range are different. So, Nathan ran backwards. Not towards the heirs, but diagonally, away from both the castle and his friends. He checked over his shoulder for the orb and dodged at the last moment, this time staggering only slightly under the edge of the blast wave. Mid-tier dodging, footwork 9 achieved. Stamina, 890 over 890. Still getting a fair amount of stamina from those explosions. It helps that I'm better at absorbing spells I understand, and I'm starting to understand this one better. He kept running, climbing back up the hill towards the heirs. He was definitely outside of the range from which the first spell had fired at him. Will it stop shooting? Or have I offended it? One more spell was incoming, but it had likely been fired while Nathan was still on the flat surface. He sighed and prepared to dodge again. Suddenly, 3 layers of force shield appeared overhead, interposing themselves between Nathan and the oncoming spell. The orb elongated, becoming a spike that punched through the first layer of shield before detonating on the second. The first layer was gone, and the second one badly cracked, but the third seemed untouched. The barriers vanished as Stella dismissed them. Nathan saw her frowning at the dungeon. Well, I'm glad to only serve as a target part-time. Nathan watched for another orb, but didn't see anything come at him. He stepped just over the edge of the disturbed area, noting another faint spark of light springing up from the castle. He took a few steps back as it arced towards him, and once more detonated against Stella's shields. Nathan felt a tiny wave of pressure and mana from the blast, but nothing to seriously inconvenience him. No more projectiles were incoming, so Nathan hiked back up to the heirs. Looks like the disturbed earth is the limit of the range, and it'll only shoot at anybody inside. Should we test multiple targets? I will follow, Kachi said. I wish to test my new defensive powers. Stella should come after me. They proceeded to test the power, accuracy, and limitations of the outpost. It did fire at Kachi as he followed Nathan out into the plain, but the cleric blocked the explosive spell with a shining dome of divine mana that barely rippled in the face of the blast. It didn't fire at Stella as she came within range, continuing to barrage Nathan and Kachi instead. Maybe it could only hit 2 targets at once? Nathan stepped out of the targeting zone, dodging his 6th explosion with yet another juke and roll. He really stretched out the roll and got entirely out of the blast radius. Mid-tier tumbling 7 achieved. Kachi and Stella were now both shelled, reinforcing the idea that it could only attack 2 targets. They backed out of the targeting area, and the attack ceased. Nathan looked around. I've got a plan. Are we ready? Chapter 30. Dungeons are for suckers. Nathan explained his strategy to the heirs as they stood just outside the range of the dungeon's bombs. 3 groups. I'm first, then Stella stands behind me. We'll draw the fire. Sarah and Arl with Kachi behind. Since you don't have unlimited mana, get closer. See if there are more defenses. If we can handle them, Stella throws me in and I disable what I can. I'll call for help if I need it. If at any point stuff gets too dangerous, we retreat and come up with a new plan. Learning new things is a victory. They set out, walking quickly across the blasted valley that surrounded the Adrani defense outpost that they were treating as a dungeon. After all,
It does try to blow up anybody who comes within 3/4 of a mile or so. Their progress was steady, as Nathan continued to dodge and absorb blasts from the fortification.
He quickly noticed the jittery feeling of being capped out on stamina and started moving excessively quickly, zipping from side to side to get a better feel for the tracking of the explosive spells. As he ran, he awakened his rage. This wasn't a foe he had personal animosity towards, but the excitement of running across cratered ground while under bombardment helped. His battle meditation also synergized, allowing Nathan to submerge himself in the thrill of the fight without losing his focus. I am looking forward to using my rage without it preventing complex reasoning. After all, I need to crack open an intricate enchantment up there. Sounds fun. As he got closer, the transit time for the orbs reduced, and the attacks became even more frequent. From the opposite hillside, Sarah pulled out her revolvers and started shooting at the orbs in a slow cadence. Only every other shot detonated an orb. But the reduction in attacks allowed Nathan and Stella to pick up speed and close the distance to the base of the hill. Nathan's constant dodging helped him partially avoid the next attack from the dungeon. There was no warning, just a spray of liquid that shot out from a suddenly glowing spout on the nearest tower as Nathan reached the slope up to the small castle. The liquid steamed even in the hot desert air, the edges of the spray catching Nathan with countless droplets of hissing liquid. It was a boiling hot acid, which quickly ate into his clothes. I swear I didn't have a reason to be pissed before, but now I am. My clothing budget rivals my food budget. Then, a tiny dart of fire shot out from the spout, and Nathan learned that the acid was also flammable. It lit with a ravenous greenish-blue flame that would have cooked Nathan if the whole effect hadn't been so magical. It didn't linger, burning out quickly and leaving him in the center of a patch of baked sand and sooty rock. Nathan shot a look behind him. Stella was swinging wide to avoid the blackened zone while she put up additional shields to protect her in case the tower decided to repeat the attack. He gestured up the slope, and she gave him an affirmative hand sign. So, he leaped up the hill. It wasn't the sort of slope that required climbing, but it was steep enough that going straight up would require you to stop and take a breather every dozen steps. Any trail climbing this hill would switch back up it instead of going in a straight line. Sarah's shots rang out more quickly as the castle volleyed more spells at him, determined to blast Nathan down the slope with concussive force. He responded by sprinting straight at the castle, spending stamina to run as if he were on flat ground. He both pushed with his legs and used perfected body to replace his muscles' need for oxygen in respiration.
Mid-tier sprinting 10 achieved. Congratulations, you have maxed out this utility skill. It cannot be improved any further. You must achieve insight into this skill to develop it to high tier. He dodged away from another jet of acid that could have bowled him back down the slope. After another moment, it lit with a whoosh, the brightly colored light making it hard for Nathan to pick out his next dozen footsteps. He kicked a lip of rock and staggered, but managed to correct his balance just in time to catch another explosive ball of power that Sarah had missed. They're coming much faster now that I'm closer. Cycle time is shorter. If Nathan let the explosive go off in contact with his skin, it would probably blow him down the hill. Or not. So he caught the spell with both hands, cradling it and tearing apart the tightly bound mana that wanted to explode. It was a very clever assemblage of fire, force, and sound mana, with the dream mana tacked on as a guidance mechanism.
He closed his hands together, containing and absorbing the explosive entirely.
High-tier spell sense 7 achieved! Then he resumed his sprint up the hill, quickly approaching the base of the castle. Nathan wasn't sure what he would do once he got there, since the walls looked like 30 feet of impervious stone. He doubted he had enough momentum to bust through the wall. A rock ahead of Nathan wiggled suggestively, and he changed course to run towards it,
He leapt atop the rock, and it shot skywards under Stella's control, bolstering his leap. He soared up towards the fort, gaining height quickly as another explosive projectile detonated underneath him. A bubble of force appeared around Nathan, the spell shining a faint orange instead of the blue of Stella's force spells. It started constricting on him the moment it appeared, but Nathan crashed into the barrier head first and punched through it, shattering the spell. With anti-magic momentum and Juggernaut's inertia, "Can't touch this." He spent stamina like water as he reached the top of his jump, flattening his arc significantly while retaining his horizontal movement. The motion jerked him out of the way of another orb, which zipped past his feet to detonate on the slope below. Then Nathan's legs slammed into the battlements, and he toppled onto the thin walkway that ran along the walls. He scrabbled to keep his footing and not fall into the central courtyard before he could look around. Damn it, no rank up. I need those. Looking left and right, Nathan saw metal golems filing out of the towers and stalking towards him from both directions with a lethal grace. They were composed entirely of sharp edges, and each looked like a ballet dancing robot built by somebody with a sword fetish. One of them took a rifle bullet to the chest, exploding in a cloud of shards that rained onto the central courtyard.
An acid spout to the right started spraying its cargo downslope towards the airs, but the rock that had served as Nathan's jump assist slammed into the aperture at high speed. It didn't crack the magically reinforced tower, but it mostly blocked the weapon port and cut off the spray of dangerous liquid. Nathan's attention panned down into the courtyard of the castle, noting that half of the small space was taken up by a pair of enchanted stone and metal constructs that looked like radar dishes. One of them faced his direction, and he watched as it pulsed and sent a ball of explosive energy shooting towards him. Nathan danced to the side almost instinctively, the ball passing bare inches from his shoulder before flying over the wall. Mid-tier dodging footwork 10 achieved. Congratulations! You have maxed out this utility skill. It cannot be improved any further. You must achieve insight into this skill to develop it to high tier.
In the center of the remaining space was a fancy staircase that led into the hill. However, 2 large metal golems guarded the opening. Their boxy bodies were the nexus for several magical cannons, and each had a multi-jointed tail-like limb tipped by a heavy blade. The deadly construction was supported by 4 sturdy legs, and each golem looked like a heavy combat robot. High tier notice 2 achieved. His quick but thorough scan of the fortress complete, Nathan considered his options. He was under some rather restrictive time limitations. The sword ballerinas were closing in from both sides. If this place has a core, it's down that staircase. Do I go after it, or dismantle the defenses on the outside first? The 4-legged golems were clearly in the middle of their activation sequence and were slowly getting to their feet. One was basically under Nathan, and he looked down at it. Screw it. Jump it before it's ready. Need to rank up this somehow. So, Nathan jumped off the wall, using his to slam both knees into the golem with as much force as he could. It was only a 20-foot fall, but Nathan fell as fast as he would after falling 4 times that height, and his knees hammered into the center of the golem's body with crushing force. High-tier slow fall 7 achieved! That's what I'm talking about! The impact of the blow was colossal, and one of his kneecaps dislocated. The golem was even worse off, staggering from the blow as Nathan's anti-magic rippled through the metal. Cracks scythed through the magically animated body, and the golem collapsed against the wall with a ringing crash. Oh, that's interesting. Really kicks in when I slam into an enchanted object with speed. His kneecap popped back into place before Nathan even hit the ground, and he turned his fall into a quick roll to avoid a blow from the tail of the other golem. A flamethrower-like cannon activated, bathing Nathan in flames hot enough that the stones underfoot started glowing. Fire mana is an old friend of mine. He twisted to the side, dodging a quick set of strikes from one of the golem's legs. His movements felt right, as if Nathan had finally acclimated to the increased speed and reaction time from all his enhancements. But no development appeared. The tail came around and Nathan leapt into the air, hovering for a second with slow fall as the limbs swept underneath him. Metal fragments showered down from above as more of the smaller golems were blown off the wall by Sarah's bullets. Nathan dropped and hammered a palm driven by all of his body weight into one of the golem's leg joints. It snapped out of orientation, and the golem struggled for balance, tilting to aim another cannon at Nathan. A spike of darkness shot out, crossing the distance faster than thought. The effect was like an overcharged and hit him squarely in the chest. But from an archmage of Giant's Rest had barely tickled. This spell had more juice behind it, but Nathan's talent and understanding of the spell trumped raw power. The spell danced over his skin and finished off what remained of Nathan's clothes, but achieved little else beyond exfoliation. Nathan was about to retaliate when he saw enchanted spikes rising from the 4 towers, each crackling with lightning. Magic flowed into a point above the courtyard, quickly growing into an enormous ball of lightning. Then the spell dented inwards as a magnetic spell from outside the castle wall punched into it. The ball of lightning pulsed wildly for a moment before destabilizing completely. Uncontrolled lightning lashed the dungeon, shattering the smaller golems and sending the bigger one jerking away just as it recovered its footing from Nathan's blow. "Thanks, Stella." Nathan closed the distance to the last golem, ripping off another leg by bracing the joint over his hip and wrenching the limbs sideways. He proceeded to hammer the central torso of the golem into scrap with his fists, putting the strength and momentum of his entire body behind each blow. It felt strange, but extraordinarily satisfying to feel the intricate metal shatter under his hands, like there was no barrier in the world that could stop his rage-born strength. I think it's heavily magically enhanced, and I'm canceling all of that out, but I'm definitely also hitting like a goddamn truck. Rage, an enhanced body, and Juggernaut's inertia are all combining damned nicely, and I'm getting confident in it. Nathan looked around the courtyard again. More of the sword-dancing golems were emerging from small doors in the base of each tower. I can stay here and fight, disable the defenses, and wait for the heirs to catch up. Or I can just get downstairs and see if I can break something important before the dungeon can fully escalate. Seems like an easy decision. Nathan sprinted for the staircase, bolting down the stone steps. The double door at the bottom was elegantly inlaid with metal that gleamed with a subdued orange glow. Nathan put down his shoulder and pitted his momentum against the door. He won. The door was magically reinforced, and a barrier tried to disintegrate him on contact, but it didn't even slow Nathan down, and he busted through the door, shattering an enchanted bar into a spray of fragments. Beyond was a long corridor. Nathan pelted down it and ran face first into an array of traps. Luckily, Nathan had noticed the array of slits, spouts, and enchanted protrusions along the hallway walls, and threw himself into a floor-hugging slide before he got 10 feet into the corridor. A giant enchanted bolt fired down the length of the hallway, leaving a wake of disruptive force before shattering into a hail of shrapnel that pelted the stairs outside. A half-dozen other mana types followed it, bathing the hallway in a destructive chaos whose complexity pushed Nathan's ability to absorb known spells. Magic Absorption 9 achieved. I'm surprised the hallway survived that. Not complaining, though. Then Nathan saw that the stones of the hallway were all enchanted, and that those enchantments were increasing in intensity. Shapes started coalescing in the corridor, ghostly bodies forming from energy projected from the stones. Nathan kicked himself to his feet, sticking his arm into one of the forming constructs. The body wasn't entirely ghostly, and Nathan's hand punched through a barrier and into a complex weave of magic. The mana already dissipating around his grasping hand felt almost divine, but not quite. Spiritual mana? Something to supplement and guide a framework of force. A blade of force mana cut along his back, scoring his skin but failing to leave more than a faint scrape. Nathan looked up at the phalanx of ethereal warriors blocking his path and cracked his knuckles. Then he waded in. These warriors were unquestionably more skilled than he was. They evaded his punches with impressive grace, striking with precise and powerful blows that should have crippled and killed. But their weapons, made of force mana, failed to do more than scratch his skin. You know, this seems like a great place to get that skill rank up. Let's not get hit. Nathan darted into the center of the enemies and started trying to dodge every attack sent his way. The ghostly guardians didn't switch up tactics, but continued to strike at him, even after it was clear they couldn't significantly wound him. Nathan pushed himself harder, tuning his reactions to dodge multiple attacks coming at him from all directions.
It was the kind of intense training environment that would have been nearly impossible to replicate. And Nathan leaned on notice and battle meditation to keep up with all the information he needed to process. He lost track a few times and took flurries of blows, but every time he lashed out to clear some space to reset and heal, then tuned back into a focused state where he could keep up with all of the attacks coming his way. Battle Meditation 3 achieved! Congratulations! You have developed the mid-tier dodging footwork utility skill into high-tier dodging footwork. Utility skill, high-tier dodging footwork. This skill will help you with quick movements to keep your balance and dodge attacks. Nathan was reminded by a rather large explosion that there was a battle going on, and that his friends were waiting for him to do a job. So he switched to offense. While the spirits dodged with impeccable grace, he only needed to grab or kick them once to cripple them, literally absorbing their flesh. I could probably just bowl through the whole lot. There's not much they can do to stop me. As the spiritual warriors reformed at the end of the corridor, Nathan narrowed his eyes. He sprinted down the hall, passing bodily through nearly a dozen of the ephemeral figures to make his way further into the dungeon. Skill text comparison. Mid-tier dodging footwork. This skill will help you move yourself to more easily keep your balance and dodge attacks. High-tier dodging footwork. This skill will help you with quick movements to keep your balance and dodge attacks. Chapter 31. Post-dungeon hangovers. Nathan quickly reached the end of the hallway, taking in the doors on either side and wondering which to open. Both were made of metal-inlaid wood, but while one was fancy, the other looked secure. He stepped towards the fancy door, finding that it opened with a gentle touch. Beyond was a wide-open living space, sumptuously decorated, but uninhabited. He panned his eyes quickly over couches, a kitchen, and an empty pool, before shaking his head and turning around. Okay, that looks like a luxury suite. Let's see what's through door number 2. He pivoted to the other door and busted through its enchanted lock with a slight run-up, emerging into what looked like a spaceship engineering room. There were panels all around, covered with displays, indicators, and controls. Screens at the front displayed images of the heirs who had hunkered against the base of one of the walls. They were protected by layered barriers of force and divine mana that were under continual attack by a variety of spells and weapons carried by the sword golems. It was hard to tell, but it appeared Arl was slowly battering his way through the walls with an enchanted pickaxe.
There's probably a kill switch somewhere around here, but I don't know what it is and what fail-safes are on it. I'd also probably break the controls trying to hit it. Beyond the screens, where the reactor would have sat if this was a sci-fi show, was a 5-foot-tall crystal. It looked like a large piece of unworked gypsum, but internal refractions revealed a complex internal structure, and it blazed with magical power. Glowing enchantments around it siphoned away magical power to power the castle's defenses. Why is it always a crystal?
You'd think there'd be a dungeon with a magical plant as a power source or something. I guess there was that one dungeon where a giant snake statue was the power source, so never mind. Regardless, Nathan hopped a safety barrier and dropped into the pit in which the crystal sat. He was ready for one final threat, one last challenge. But nothing happened. He just walked up to the crystal and examined it.
There's got to be enough mana in there to power a city for a month. Just being close to it is raising the hair on my arms. I could try to depower it, but that would take a while and might actually make me explode from stamina overload. Maybe I'd better cut it off from the rest of the network. Let me check for self-destructs first. There's enough magical power here to vaporize this hill at the least, maybe even hit the nearby villages. Nathan spent a moment looking over the connections into the crystal and searching for potential traps or self-destructs. It wasn't something he could have done unaided, but the combination of notice, identify, spell sense, and enhanced memory helped him pick apart some of what was going on in the giant construct. A lot of it was a dedicated mana siphon, a complex knot of flowing mana that Nathan could feel from several feet away. It sucked in ambient mana, allowing the crystal to recharge. Mid-tier Identify 10 achieved.
Congratulations! You have maxed out this utility skill. It cannot be improved any further. You must achieve insight into this skill to develop it to high tier. Doubt it's recharging faster than this stronghold is spending mana trying to kill my friends. Nathan shook his head and focused on what was important. It only took him a handful of seconds to definitively identify all of the enchanted conduits that fed magic into the rest of the fortress. Each channel carried a different mana type, matching the ones Nathan had seen outside. Force, fire, sound, void, metal, acid, and many more. High-tier Spell Sense 8 achieved! It's like an artificial mage in a lot of ways, a mana pool that recharges and has different mana types. Incredible. But I am expecting a self-destruct and haven't found it yet. That makes me nervous. He spent another minute studying the crystal, intensely aware of the sounds of explosions outside. The airs will be fine. Both Stella and Kachi can shield them now.
The fact that the sounds are still going means they're fine.
But they won't be fine if I let my rage or impatience dictate my actions and let this crystal detonate. After a moment, Nathan realized he should be looking for parts of the crystalline growth that were inactive, places where he couldn't currently feel a significant quantity of mana flowing. The self-destruct wasn't currently in use, after all. He touched each inactive section gently, getting the feel for how the traces of mana left behind siphoned into his hands. His Identify helped greatly, giving him clues for what each module was for. This one seemed like a communication nexus, while that one was some kind of mana conversion system that wasn't currently active. But the third one reminded Nathan of the Crystal Spellbook. Specifically, it reminded him of the self-destruct spell that had left a large crater in the bank of the Drakefish River. It seemed built to compress mana down to incredible densities, while instilling a complex layer or magic that Nathan didn't try to understand. But the real nail in the coffin was that this section of the crystal was cursed, though it was subtle enough that Nathan would have missed it without his experience using his anti-magic to break cursed items. Congratulations! You have developed the Mid-Tier Identify utility skill into High-Tier Identify. Utility skill, High-Tier Identify. This skill will help you interpret complex cues to understand strange objects, curses, and effects, as well as give you clues on how to manipulate them. Will not help you identify types of mana or spellcraft. The curse activated at his touch, and the self-destruct started filling with mana, building up to detonation. It was fast, and would have only taken a few seconds to complete the process. Nathan didn't give it that time. He jerked into motion and snapped off the cursed portion of crystal before crushing it to powder beneath his fingers. Most of the mana was absorbed into his hands, but what remained reacted wildly.
Nathan spun around, putting the bulk of his body in between the unstable mana and the magical reactor. The leftover mana flared, and Nathan braced himself as it lashed out, doing nothing so clean as a simple explosion. He almost slid back into the crystal, but held his ground as tendrils of wild magic scourged the inside of the control room. More grounded themselves against Nathan's chest, and he once more felt his stamina overload. Well, that's nice, but I still need to disconnect the crystal from the rest of the fortress so it stops barraging my friends with military-grade explosive magic. Nathan let the crushed chunks of inert crystal fall to the ground as he examined the rest of the room. He struck quickly, disabling the various connections he'd already scoped out.
It was simple work, merely a series of powerful stomps atop each of the mana conduits. After he finished, Nathan spun towards the giant crystal. Both of the inactive portions he'd avoided breaking before were now active: the mana conversion and long-distance communication modules. A spell similar to disintegration swept out from the mana conversion system, and he had no idea what the communication module was doing. Uh-oh, should have seen that coming. Maybe I should have broken those before moving on the conduits. What is my priority? Not waking up something that'll eat a village, I think. Nathan made his choice quickly, smashing the chunk of crystal that was probably casting some equivalent of message before moving around to the source of the disintegration spell that was steadily consuming what remained of the magical reactor. The disintegration spell was tricky. It was a self-propagating spell that fed off the mana contained in the crystal to keep itself going.
When he disabled a region of the spell, it tried to disintegrate him, but the spell quickly burnt out and was absorbed. However, the tide of destruction advancing through the crystal was insidious, and Nathan couldn't tamp it down quickly enough to halt the spread. It was only by ripping off chunks and using his anti-magic to nullify the disintegration effect on each piece individually that Nathan saved some pieces of the original monolithic construct. Now that's some aggressive DRM. I can't dispute its effectiveness, though. Then it was done. He had been tossing the crystalline chunks aside after he'd finished decontaminating them, and they were scattered around the edges of the room and in the control area. The magical lights in the underground room stayed on, but the displays were flickering out and dying as the dungeon lost power. The explosions from outside were also becoming weaker and more sporadic. Nathan stuck his head out the door, cautiously looking around to see if there were more of the spiritual guardians outside. They remained, facing away from him and faithfully guarding the staircase leading up into the courtyard. As he watched, the enchanted stones powering the constructs dimmed, and the ghostly soldiers decohered, losing substance and reality until no trace remained. Nathan scooched around the corner, surreptitiously eyeing the slot in the back wall that had unleashed the giant ballista bolt earlier. Nothing happened, and he walked upstairs to see what was going on with the rest of the heirs, relinquishing his rage as he went. The fight felt over. His friends were in the process of squeezing through a hole in the wall that looked melted, as if a giant blowtorch had burned its way through the stone. They looked unhurt and whole, as Arl reached back to haul Kachi through the tight gap. I haven't leveled up yet, but I'm pretty damn sure I will after this is over.
That means there's still a threat. Nathan called out to be sure. All good? See any additional threats? Sarah responded, looking around the fortress with both revolvers drawn.
We're hail. Everything stopped a moment ago. Was that you? Nathan grunted in the affirmative before elaborating. Yep, broke a big crystal downstairs. He kept his head on a swivel, examining the inert magical constructs around him for any additional threats. A faint tink of metal on stone sounded from above. Sarah snapped her pistols up and let off a quick fusillade of shots above Nathan's head. He jumped sideways, but failed to avoid the cascade of sharp metal that fell on him. It bounced off his skin in a series of distracting impacts, clattering against the stone of the courtyard. He looked at Sarah in confusion. She shrugged. Few of the sword golems tried to jump on you. Nathan had other things drawing his attention. You have leveled up to level 81.
Congratulations. You and your team have destroyed a fully functional nodal defense outpost of the Adrani Empire without casualties. Please choose a developed class from the following list to continue leveling, as you have unlocked a level higher than 81. Potential classes. Woundless Berserker. You have repeatedly fought through extreme and lethal wounds to defeat your foes while raging. This class will enhance your physical durability and allow you to survive nearly any wound. Additional skills will enhance the power and intensity of your rage and enable you to exert tremendous strength at the cost of damaging yourself. This class may further develop into classes focused on immortality, endless rage, or transforming forms while raging. With this class, you will be nearly impossible to kill. Mana Drinker Einherjar. You have dedicated yourself to a cause, consuming oceans of mana to sustain your fighting style. This class will enhance your ability to use stamina to boost your efforts while raging, along with increasing the amount of stamina you receive from absorbing magic, and giving you skill with a wide array of weapons, especially while raging. This class may further develop into classes focused on mastering a diverse array of weapons, limited divine magic, or fighting extraordinary numbers of enemies. With this class, you will become an army of one. Magic Sunder Siegebreaker. You have broken magical fortifications and destroyed immensely dangerous magical artifacts. This class will enable you to break enchanted objects with the smallest touch, and greatly increase your abilities to shatter solid fortifications. You will also gain supremely enhanced durability while raging and the momentum of a battering ram. This class may further develop into classes focused on destroying magical effects in an area, breaking city-scale enchantments, or incredible, overwhelming strength. With this class, you will become a human battering ram, capable of breaching any fortification, enchanted or not. Implacable Anti-Mage. You cannot be slowed by magic, and use your agility to overcome physical threats. This class will enhance your anti-magic while raging, making you truly immune to magic and its effects. It will also enhance your physical agility and increase your proficiency in hand-to-hand combat. This class may further develop into classes focused on permanently draining people of their magic, deflecting or controlling hostile magic, or excelling at close-quarters combat. With this class, you will become an unstoppable mage hunter. Nathan was interrupted from his consideration of his new class options by a bundle of fabric hitting him in the chest, which he reflexively caught. He blinked away the notification to find Arl looking at him, cocking an eyebrow. His gaze flicked down, taking in Nathan's nakedness. I completely forgot I was buck-ass naked storming the control room of the fortress. He turned around to spare his friends the full frontal, hurrying to pull on the fresh pair of pants. Arl's voice sounded across the courtyard. Did you hit 81? Nathan nodded, glad to have a topic at hand. Yep. Was just looking over the options. Some of them look pretty good. I'm excited about the variety. Stella frowned at the debris of golems littering the inside of the fortress. What was downstairs? Anything magical left now that you've killed the problem? She looked suspicious and ready to be disappointed. Nathan grinned. Actually, I think we might want to stay here for a couple of days. And I do have a present for you, Stella. He pushed his excitement over his new class choices to the back of his mind. There was cleanup to do first. She perked up at his words, hurrying to approach the steps. Nathan held out a hand. Let me go make sure all the traps are disabled. Some of them were pretty nasty. He walked down the steps, not expecting any problems. There weren't any. He led the heirs through the hallway and down to the double doors. First, he gestured them into the now-defunct control room, where Stella went feral over the chunks of crystal Nathan had left scattered around the room. The other heirs watched as she practically vacuumed them up, and Nathan blinked in surprise as she rubbed one of the larger chunks against her face, clearly basking in the feeling from the material. Then she looked at the shattered base that the large crystal had occupied, and up at the ceiling, frowning. "How much more was there?" she asked. "It looks like the crystal was much bigger. How much did you destroy?" Her voice started soft but quickly grew angry. Nathan shrugged, not feeling the least bit guilty. "I saved maybe 1/10 of it. It tried to self-destruct. I think it would have blown up the entire hill at least. I disabled that. But there were 2 other fail-safes. One was of some kind. The other was a self-disintegration spell. I prioritized interrupting the self, since I didn't want it to wake a giant mecha." Stella rocked her head back from side to side, letting out a pained moan at Nathan's words. "This is artificial prismatic diamond. It's not as good as natural, but there is so much. With what's here, we could buy my parents' house." She traced the socket where the crystal had stood, outlining its approximate shape. "A piece that big would be literally without price. The guild would have let us pick our reward from anything we could name. You could make whole swords out of it." I don't have the heart to tell her it was a few feet taller than she thinks it was. Kachi stepped forward, calmly placing a hand on Stella's shoulder. "Those crystals have never been captured. We are very lucky Nathan saved as much as he did." "Take the gift we are given, Stella, and do not be greedy for more. That way leads to sloppy risks and unfortunate deaths." Stella pouted, but took a deep breath. She nodded regretfully. "Yeah, you're right. I need higher quality mana storage. And this is perfect, but I wish there were more." Arl looked around with raised eyebrows. "Glad Stella got something. Any swords around? I only saw the sword golems, and those have a bit too much attitude for my hands." The heirs all chuckled. "I didn't explore the other side. There might be something over there," Nathan provided. "It looked nice. I'd vote to stay here for a little while." "Lead the way," Sarah said. "I'd prefer that our magic-immune party member trigger any leftover traps." Nathan went first through the other door into the living area buried beneath the dungeon. He had only given the room a quick glance earlier, but it had reminded him of a luxury penthouse, with a wide-open floor plan that featured several couches, a large kitchen, and a pool in a recessed area of the floor. Now he walked into the room again, expecting to find the whole place dusty and in disrepair. He could buy that enchantments had kept the fortress operational and the control room intact. But could it keep a couch in good shape? Nathan flopped onto one of the couches, half expecting it to collapse under his weight. Instead, he settled into a wonderfully comfortable seat with just the right amount of give. He luxuriated for a moment before realizing that the cushions were enchanted, and he was about to break that enchantment. Oh, come on. A goddamn enchanted couch? He got up before he really did disintegrate the comfortable seating, though where he'd sat was probably not as springy anymore.
Grumpy, Nathan prowled around the space, while the heirs nervously watched from the door to see if he was about to blow up. Nathan checked the kitchen, finding only empty cupboards. The pool was dry as a bone. There were 2 doors leading out of the space. One was tucked away in a corner near the door that led out into the hallway with the heirs, while the other led deeper underground. Nathan walked over to the door near the heirs, noting that it was locked with an obvious and heavy-duty enchantment. He carefully placed a finger on the very edge of the enchantment, slowly draining it dry to avoid a violent breakage that might trigger a self-destruct. These ancient dungeons are really too heavily seated with things that go boom. What kind of sane architect designs this many different ways for their buildings to explode? The heirs scooted over to see what he was doing, taking a few steps into the room. Nathan waved them in. "I think that most of the traps depended on the crystal for power. Besides,
Would you want hair-trigger traps in your living room? The heirs were still careful, and Stella put up a few panes of force to protect them from any surprise traps. I should remember that not everybody can just take a fireball to the face and laugh it off. Oh man, my new class choices are exciting. All of them seem pretty great. When the security enchantment was drained, Nathan gently pushed open the door and stepped into a small armory. It was obviously only supposed to equip 1 or 2 people, with a pair of armor stands taking up the middle of the room. Only one was occupied, bearing a tight-fitting suit made entirely of woven metal. It was covered with symbols made by patterns of metal strands, and it oozed legendary armor vibes. However, the racks of weapons and assorted items on the walls were just as impressive, even if there were a number of empty places where things were missing.
Nathan turned to look back at the heirs, eyebrow cocked.
Well, there's loot. Sweet, sweet loot. Skill text comparison. Mid-tier identify. This skill will help you interpret complex cues to understand strange objects and effects, as well as give you clues on how to manipulate them. Will not reveal curses without obvious clues, and will not help you identify types of mana or spellcraft. High-tier identify. This skill will help you interpret complex cues to understand strange objects, curses, and effects, as well as give you clues on how to manipulate them. Will not help you identify types of mana or spellcraft. Chapter 32. A Den of Comfort. Arl was the first through the door, gazing around at the armory with delight in his eyes. He reached his hand toward a wide-bladed greatsword that dominated the back wall, but Sarah firmly grasped his shoulders and pulled him back. "Curses!" she admonished, clearly disappointed in her brother. "You know better." He hung his head. "Yeah, that just looks like one of Dad's. You know the one. It can cut through anything." Sarah followed his gaze to the sword. "It does, but we don't know if it's safe." Nathan stepped forward. "Luckily, you've got somebody who can check for curses, and break them if need be." He grasped the sword, hefting it off the stand with one hand. It was heavy, even for him, with a blade nearly 9 inches wide across at the base that slowly narrowed along its 8-foot length. It was the kind of sword that required skills or magic to wield effectively. And despite the lack of visible enchantments on the blade, there was definitely magic in this sword. Nathan felt some kind of identity-probing magic activate, but he was already analyzing it with his new high-tier identify, aided by his spell sense. Okay, so there wasn't a self-destruct on the door, but there is one on this sword. Really? It looks like it'll turn whatever the blade's enchantment on itself, making it consume itself in the next few seconds. Unless I... Nathan jabbed his other hand out, tapping the hilt of the sword right above the crossguard. The blow carried his anti-magic and broke the active connection between the hilt and the rest of the blade. Then, focusing his anti-magic as much as he could, he disabled the self-identification spell while trying to avoid damaging the other enchantments in the weapon. He held onto the sword for a moment longer, risking damage in order to sort through the other enchantments and make sure he hadn't missed anything dangerous. Nathan passed a few momentum enchantments that seemed geared towards making the enormous sword easier to swing while hitting harder. There was also a mass enchantment on the far end of the blade that kept the ridiculously sized sword balanced. But by far the most complicated enchantment was woven into the metal crystals of the blade's edge. It included force, void, shadow, and metal mana. Almost like a variant of it that also applied prying force. I've gotten a lot better at identify. It's a good skill to have. And this is a pretty damned cool sword. Nathan tossed the sword to Arl, grinning. Be careful with that. I think the edges have an invisibly thin disintegration effect going on. Arl caught the sword carefully by the hilt, inspecting it with bemused wonder.
Dragon's breath, he said in an amazed whisper. Nathan went through the rest of the items in the room, checking each for curses with a quick touch. About 2/3 were cursed in some way, but Nathan managed to clear most without damaging the underlying item. His identify was crucial, helping him figure out the curses and purge them quickly enough that he didn't inadvertently destroy the enchantments that made each piece of loot useful. He let the heirs take their pick.
Stella claimed a few wands and a staff, while Kachi took a sturdy hammer enchanted to deform metal with every blow. Sarah didn't take much, just a couple of daggers and a javelin whose head expanded into a wide wedge of force mana after being thrown. She looked it over, sighing. Just a few months ago, I would have been happy with this weapon. But now my future is somewhere else. And something tells me we're not about to find a gun down here. Nathan shrugged, approaching the armor in the center of the room. He'd ignored it so far, wanting to deal with the largest enchanted item in the room last. You know, in case it explodes or something. I've never uncursed a suit of armor before. He gestured the heirs out of the room, then laid his hands on the woven metal of the armor, lifting it slightly from the rack. Metal filaments probed out from the armor, questing over his hands and up his arms. Nathan immediately pulled his hands away. Some of the metal filaments had been drained of magic, and they snapped off and clattered to the floor. Whoops. I don't think that was an attack. I don't think the armor is cursed at all. Just weird. High tier identify 2 achieved. That seems like a good sign, but I'm not trusting one of my friends' lives to it. Not unless I need to. He took a few more quick pokes at the outfit to see if he could glean any more information. There was no instant attack or even an identity check. It just tried to crawl over his body, though the enchantments were complicated enough that Nathan couldn't be sure it wouldn't wait until after somebody had put it on all the way and then decide to eviscerate them. Nathan turned to the door. I'm sure about the armor. I'm pretty sure it's not cursed, but not sure enough to trust a life to it. Let's toss it in the quarantine sack and get it checked out later. Arl threw the whole rack in, grumbling about wanting better armor to go with his new weapons. Sarah poked him in the side. Remember that we'd have to wait to go back to Jamora before we could use any of this without Nathan. She turned and addressed Nathan. I want to see what's past the other door. Take the front, trap target. Nathan cast one last look around the armory room, searching for any indications of a secret vault or door. There was nothing, and so he walked back into the wide living area and across to the far door. It opened into another short hallway, with a few doors spread along its length. The first was a bathroom, one much more similar to Earth's idea of a toilet than Jamor's standard. It also held a large shower, and Nathan was excited about the idea of staying somewhere with advanced magical plumbing. Then his hopes fell. Hell, both the toilet and the shower are heavily enchanted. I probably need to crap outside. Would be pretty rude of me to break the bathroom. The next door revealed a strange room that took Nathan several seconds to identify. Well, I'll be damned. It's for laundry. Washer and dryer, even if they clearly work off magic. Wait, do they still work now that I've broken the crystal? Nathan walked over and poked the washer, feeling out the magic inside without breaking it into pieces. There were traces of magic in the device, but clearly not enough to function. His suspicions aroused, Nathan walked back to the bathroom and tapped the toilet. It was similarly dead. Well, I guess we're all crapping outside. Still, this place is nice. The last 2 doors in the hallway opened onto a pair of luxurious bedrooms, each large enough for 3 people to sleep without having to be particularly friendly. Nathan turned back to the heirs. I want to chill somewhere for a little while I think about my level 81 development. Can we stay here for a few days? Kachi nodded in response, looking at the bed with longing. It would be nice to sleep with a roof overhead. He gestured to Stella. We should tell Gemore that this dungeon is cleared, the core destroyed, and the armory looted.
Do not mention that we intend to stay here for some time.
Stella rolling her eyes at Kachi. No need to teach a mage to light a fire. Not many would stay in a freshly cleared dungeon. But we're pretty sure this one holds no more dangers, right? She cocked her head in Nathan's direction. I'm pretty sure. I'll poke my head around a bit more, make sure I've covered everything. The airs started settling into the suite as Nathan scoured it for traps, finally pronouncing the place clean after another hour of going over every inch of the place. Most of the luxuries weren't working because of the lack of a magical power source. The pool wouldn't fill or heat itself, the stove wouldn't light, and none of the mysterious appliances seemed to do anything. The place was entirely empty of food, even with a pantry enchanted to hold everything inside in stasis.
Arl grumbled, but had Stella start a magical fire in the oven regardless to prepare their meal. The cooks bickered over how to use the mostly inactive kitchen, while Sarah sat down and started whittling on a piece of wood she'd picked up from the destroyed control room. Kachi wandered over to chat with her, leaving Nathan mostly alone to think. He decided he would sacrifice the magic in one particular love seat for his own comfort, flopping down in the cushy chair. It conformed to his body for 15 seconds or so before the magic failed, locking the couch in the shape of Nathan's butt. And while it wasn't a magical chair anymore, it was still the comfiest chair Nathan had sat in since Earth. Neither Jamor nor Giant's Rest were particularly advanced in the Tao of the sofa. But now it was time for Nathan to think about his class developments. After all, I have time now. If I wait, Davra will spring something nasty, and I'll have to make this decision in the middle of a fight to make sure we win. Nathan pulled up his list of options once more, focusing on the last line of each description, which seemed to describe the overall ethos of each option. Potential classes. Woundless Berserker. With this class, you will be nearly impossible to kill. Mana Drinker Einherjar. With this class, you will become an army of one. Magic Sunder Siegebreaker. With this class, you will become a human battering ram capable of breaching any fortification, enchanted or not. Implacable Anti-Mage. With this class, you will become an unstoppable mage hunter. His initial impressions towards all of the classes had been positive. They all seemed good in different ways. Woundless Berserker would remove one of his greatest weaknesses, overwhelming physical power. It would let him exert tremendous strength and make him nearly impossible to kill. That sounded great. It was also an enhancement to his rage, and a berserker class, which he'd been warned off of earlier. But now he had battle meditation, and was confident it would help him deal with any rage-related issues. After all, didn't seem to tamper with or control Nathan's rage. He still felt as immersed in the thrill of battle and full of fury at his foes. What did was let Nathan think clearly regardless. His rage pushed him forward, but it no longer distracted him from his purpose. On the other hand, was the only class choice that didn't mention Nathan's anti-magic at all. Given that he still wanted to fight the most powerful mages on the continent, that was a pretty large downside. His anti-magic was good, but it definitely wasn't perfect. Some kinds of magic still affected him, and anything sufficiently fast and external could still hurt. Like when the siege spike ripped off my hand. Or the explosives from this fortress knocking me around. If I start fighting really powerful mages, then even a tiny fraction of their magic could be enough to badly hurt me, or at least send me flying. Nathan found Mana Drinker Einherjar amusing, not because of the abilities, but because of the name. An Einherjar was one of the valiant dead of Norse mythology, retrieved by the Valkyries from the field of battle. The name literally translated to Army of One, and they fought, drank, and feasted in Valhalla until the day of Ragnarok, where they would serve as the army of Asgard. How does Devrar know that? I haven't heard of any Norse gods around here. Maybe it skimmed it off my brain, or is just communicating in a familiar language. Regardless, it's a flattering class title to be offered, though I certainly hope Odin doesn't show up and start telling me what to do. The class itself was interesting. It made his stamina usage better, though Nathan wasn't entirely happy with the vagueness of enhance your ability to use stamina. Would it make his stamina usage more efficient, increase his stamina's overall effect, or both? He tended to spend stamina on almost every action in combat because he had stamina to spare. Increasing the benefit of that sounded great. Faster, stronger, tougher. Basically everything I want in a single skill. But the other skills didn't stand out as much. Increasing the amount of stamina Nathan got from absorbing magic sounded good, but he really hadn't had issues conserving his stamina so far. His fights were just so magic-heavy that it didn't matter, and it didn't seem like it would change anytime soon. In fact, the thing that sets apart most of the really dangerous threats is that they're more magical. Similarly, the weapon skill looked good on the surface, but it didn't say anything about not disenchanting the weapons he would use, and unenchanted weapons wouldn't cut it against any of the foes he was planning on fighting. I could probably develop magic absorption to have enough control to wield enchanted weapons, but then those weapons could be targeted by magic, and I couldn't use that development to make my magic absorption more powerful. I really want to be able to extend my anti-magic, either as an aura or a ranged attack or something, and using it to wield weapons would likely prevent that. Nathan clenched his fists. They'd served him pretty well as weapons, and would only get better as he kept leveling and improving. He didn't want to waste a class skill on weapon proficiency. The next class was also funny, but in the sort of opposite direction. Magic Sunder Siegebreaker seems like the natural development of Spellbreaker Juggernaut. Bigger, scarier, with more potent offensive anti-magic.
This is the class I should take if I want to bust through an enchanted castle wall, glare at somebody and go, "I'm the Juggernaut, bitch." The class ticked a lot of boxes. Improved anti-magic, especially against items. Enchanted weapons usually failed after a few strikes against Nathan. But with Magic Sunder Siegebreaker, it seemed like they might break before they'd even finished their first strike. The supremely enhanced durability while raging was also cool. Similar to what he'd get from Woundless Berserker, but restricted to raging, and with a side of battering ram. That also synergized with the final class skill, which helped him shatter solid fortifications. It was a class with a solid theme, which let Nathan charge a magical castle and knock it over. That was neat, but not really in line with what Nathan was building towards. After all, I'm planning on being able to fly, so I could just go over the wall instead. And it won't help my movement very much.
Or rather, it will, but not for dodging, which is what the Guardians of Jamor recommended. The last class was more in line with that. Would enhance his anti-magic, mobility, and hand-to-hand combat skills. True, the anti-magic enhancement was only while raging, but it was a general improvement, protecting him from both enchanted items and spells. And the only while raging part could be seen as a blessing. Nathan could benefit from magic like the transit roads while not raging, but he could rage to punch through hostile spatial effects and the like. I hope it will, at least. The increase in agility sounded great, actually. Nathan already had 3 mobility skills and 1 mobility talent, and they synergized beautifully. But there was always room for more. The lack of specificity was again a concern, but something that boosted agility would likely fill a hole in Nathan's build. He had slow fall and sprinting to help him build and control momentum, while dodging footwork and tumbling adjusted that momentum to dodge attacks. But none of those skills really helped Nathan adjust his body more quickly. The utility skills didn't let him do supernatural things. They just made him inhumanly skilled. Though that might change once they get above high tier and go unique. That'll be cool. A class skill to get his limbs into the positions that tumbling demanded would be pretty great. Though it was worth noting that Mana Drinker Einherjar would probably achieve something similar with its stamina enhancement. The final benefit of Implacable Anti-Mage was an increase to his skill in hand-to-hand combat. That was less exciting, but still welcome, and meshed with his plan to continue without weapons. Nathan had always worried about how he'd fare against more physical fighters. This skill wouldn't solve all of those problems, but it was a step in the right direction. At the very least, it should let him fight people who had specialized in close combat on an even playing field. Though it won't do much against the giant monsters. What am I supposed to do, punch a siege boar? It would be like punching a battle tank. Then there were the further developments of each class to consider. All of the options sounded interesting, but really stuck out to Nathan. The ability to permanently drain somebody of magic? Maybe he wouldn't have to kill all of the archmages after all. Draining them of magic and letting them live might be a more fitting punishment. Deflecting or controlling hostile magic sounded pretty cool too. If I can't cast magic, steal it. Neat. Not as excited about specializing in the close quarters combat part, but I definitely need to get better at it. Also had the potential to develop in a way that would let Nathan break city-scale enchantments. Maybe if he kept along that path, he'd be able to break whatever caused the endings. That's making a lot of assumptions, though. That there's some world-sized enchantment causing the endings, and that breaking it won't break the world itself. Regardless, Nathan didn't want to make this decision on his own. He wanted input from his friends, the people who'd be fighting besides him in the future. He stretched, then called to Sarah and Kachi. "Hey, can I get some advice?" Chapter 33. The Leveling Game. Sarah and Kachi walked over, looking down at Nathan sprawled in his chair. Sarah was unamused. "What?" He shrugged from the seated position. "I'm tired. I've already broken the magic in this chair, no need to spread it around. I hereby claim this chair for my butt, since it won't shape itself to any other." Kachi snorted, sitting down on a couch across from Nathan. He leaned back and set his armored sabatons on the low, delicately carved table between them with a scrape of metal. "We're not being very careful with this place, but we won't be here long." Nathan shook his head of the distraction and looked up at Sarah. "Well, go on and sit down. I want to ask about my class development." Sarah raised her eyebrows at him as she sat next to Kachi. "I admit I'm blasphemously curious. What will you share with us?" Nathan considered for a moment. Paraphrasing and explaining his options would help him conceptualize them, and it wasn't like he had a ton of secrets left from the heirs. So he got started. "I have 4 options." Kachi rumbled in satisfaction. "Good. It is common to receive fewer choices as you reach higher levels, depending on your insights and deeds. Arl said he had 3 options. I had 2, though my choice was clear. Stella was an anomaly." "Yeah, she had like 6. But about half of them were my fault, so..." Sarah waved Kachi to silence, beckoning for Nathan to continue. "The first leans into my regeneration. Says it will make me nearly unkillable and much stronger, but I don't think it will enhance my anti-magic or my mobility much. The second will make me better at absorbing mana for stamina and make me generally stronger and faster, as well as helping me use all kinds of weapons." Sarah pursed her lips. "Will it enable you to wield enchanted weapons?" "I don't think so. I have a development of magic absorption coming up. I could probably make it more selective then." "What occurs?"
Arl walked up, wiping his hands on a cloth. Kachi beckoned him to a seat. Nathan speaks of his level 81 developments. Since he has no mentor, we will give him advice. Stella followed Arl, and she harumphed at having to drag over another of the comfortable couches to be included in their little circle.
She quickly gave up on pulling the heavy furniture and flicked it over with a force spell. Our parents already gave him advice, she said. Remind me what they said? Mobility, survivability, and stealth, Sarah answered. Do any of your classes grant stealth? Nathan waved them to silence. Let me finish going through it. Woundless Berserker is resilience and strength. Mana Drinker Einherjar is better magic absorption, general physical enhancements, and weapons. The next one is Magic Sunder Siegebreaker, and it's about breaking enchantments and going through buildings, generally being unstoppable. The last one is Implacable Anti-Mage, and it seems like the best one to me. Better anti-magic while raging, better mobility and enhancement to hand-to-hand combat ability. Sarah leaned forward, pulling out a knife and her current whittling project, a little replica of the dungeon they were currently underneath. What in a muck-grabber's slimy asshole is an Einherjar? Something from Earth, Nathan explained. Legendary warriors of one of our pantheons. They're famous for being excellent fighters and going into rages. Also, all dead. Being an Einherjar is sort of an afterlife for those who died in battle, collected by Valkyries and all that. I wonder if Davrar is trying to tell me something. Hopefully not. Stella pointed at Nathan, a spark of lightning on her finger drawing his attention. Your choice should depend on your future plans, and ours. Will you stay with us? Will you fight Giant's Rest on your own? If you want to fight on your own, your choice should be Implacable Anti-Mage. Kachi picked up the thread of conversation, frowning at Stella's remark. But we have sworn our oaths together. You must consider your role within the heirs. Woundless Berserker is excellent for one who would draw the enemy's ire, stand alone and unsupported while the rest of us slay the foe. Would do best with our support, granting you continual magic and relying on us to create openings for your weapons. If you wish to kill the enemy, such a class seems well suited. Arl pulled out one of his sabers and started to polish it to have something to do with his hands. You wanted to fight larger foes, monsters, and other fighters who require more than your fists to defeat. Seems the best path to that. Sarah and I can teach you weapons and provide unenchanted versions. The strength you gain from this class will mean that lacking enchantments is no blood from our wounds. And then you can develop your talent to allow you to wield enchanted items and share in the loot you help us collect. Stella had pulled out her braid from the back of her robes, running her fingers over the entwined hairs as she waited for Arl to finish his point. And seems built to kill dungeons. If we want to stop the ending of history by clearing countless dungeons, then that class is good. She paused, making eye contact with Nathan, trying very hard to communicate that she didn't have any expectations. This choice is less about what option is best, and more about what option you want. A knife stuck point first into the table as Sarah stabbed it down with exasperation. Harpy's tits! There is a best choice here. Nathan is an anti-mage. He kills mages and destroys magic. We take care of everything else. It would be a waste to develop magic absorption to let him wield enchanted weapons. Should he be a second-tier fighter who is hard to hurt with magic, or a complete counter to all magic? She continued, seemingly frustrated at all of them. This choice is Nathan's, and while the other choices may make Nathan more dependent on us, is the option that will let him topple Giant's Rest and their magics. He means to do that, and we might not follow him.
That's okay. But we cannot hamper him in that quest because we are afraid for him. Sarah looked around at the other heirs. It is time to speak of this. I do not want to fight Giant's Rest. I will defend myself if they attack us, but I do not want to attack such foes, not even as a game. She heaved a sigh and bowed her head. Sorry, Nathan. He nodded, scrubbing a hand through his hair. Yeah, it's unreasonable to expect you to come with me when I go after Giant's Rest. I don't have to fear most of what they can do, but I really can't judge you for not wanting to directly challenge them. The consequences could be so much worse than death. I hoped, but this shouldn't be a surprise. I'm disappointed by this, but I really couldn't have expected it to go any other way. I might be able to use earnestness to encourage them, but I'm not going to do that. I promised not to, for one thing, and it would be a dick move for another. Nathan gave an expansive shrug.
The heirs were clearly trying to gauge his reaction, but they weren't disputing what Sarah had said. Arl looked relieved, Stella hesitant, and Kachi frowned as he considered his position. If any of them would come with me, it would be Kachi. Nathan addressed all of them without anger. What I've said about giving to friends and not expecting things in return. I meant that. I am not trying to play the long game to manipulate you into fighting Giant's Rest with me. I won't lie. I was hoping that eventually you might agree. But part of friendship is respecting people's decisions. And I respect your decision not to fight Giant's Rest. High-tier earnestness 8 achieved. There was a moment of silence as the heirs digested his statement. It was broken by Kachi. I am glad to hear as much. I respect your goals, Nathan Lark, and will light a flame for your success. We will do what we can to help prepare you for your conflict with Giant's Rest.
For now, this is helping you choose an effective class, and helping you level, and assuring you that you are a member of the heirs, no matter if you leave our company for a time, to topple an evil empire. Nathan met his eyes. Is there any other kind of empire? Maybe we can all team up to take on Agmon afterwards. Arl rolled his eyes dramatically. If you want to topple Agmon, is probably the best. They've got enchanted fortifications that surpass this outpost. Imagine trying to take this place if it was defended by Agmon legionaries. Okay, that does sound pretty rough, even if I could fly. But there wasn't done. However, my sister is right. For fighting Giant's Rest on your own is best. Nathan turned to Stella. She'd been pretty quiet ever since Sarah blew up. She looked apprehensive more than anything. Maybe she feels the most doubt about telling me no.
I've taught her so much, but all that does is paint a bigger target on her from Giant's Rest's perspective. She tried to speak, then swallowed and gave him a weak smile. Sorry. She paused, searching for words to soften the blow. I might be convinced to destroy Giant's Rest if you teach me magic that would let me do it. Nathan tilted his head from side to side. I'm fine with killing all the mages of Giant's Rest. I'd rather not kill everybody else there, too. Stella squinted at him. So you do have insights that would let me blow up Giant's Rest? Can I learn them anyway? Nathan shook his head. The more I teach you, the more Giant's Rest will try to capture you. You know that, right? She waved dismissively. They'd like to capture us all anyways, as trophies if nothing else. This doesn't change much. And besides, the more magic I know, the better I can defend myself. Fair enough. I can trust my friends to take care of themselves, and I need to plan to be without their support when I do eventually take on Giant's Rest. That tilts my opinion farther towards, do you need to be able to blow up a city? He asked Stella.
That's about all some of those insights are good for. She threw her arms wide, clearly happy to be in more comfortable territory. It's a nice option to have around one's neck. When you need to blow up a city, it's too late to learn. Besides, it would also let me blow up dungeons, right? She's got a point. Still not convinced teaching her nuclear physics is a good idea. Lasers are a good next step. Nathan sniffed at the air, smelling a faint burning scent. Is something on fire? The food! Arl jumped to his feet, running back into the kitchen, Stella close on his heels. While a bit burnt, the food was still edible. Over the next few hours, the heirs settled into the comfortable suite with relish.
The beds were also enchanted, so Nathan camped out on the carpet with his bedroll, while Arl and Sarah took one bed. Stella had lost a game of sword spear axe with Kachi for the other one, so she was sleeping on the largest couch in the living room. They weren't splitting up for propriety, but because the beds weren't enormous, and the big wolf folk would take up the entirety of one of them. Nathan kept thinking about his class choices, but didn't bring them up with the heirs again. He had gotten their advice. Now he needed to reflect on it and think about the guidance he'd gotten from others, both from the Guardians and Artha, the elk centaur adventurer who had set Nathan on the path of rage. He was pretty certain he should just take, but wanted to give himself some more time to reconsider, seeing if any potential inspiration struck. He went through his existing talents and skills, thinking about how developments of each would integrate with the various class choices. Still, came out on top. It would work best with the high mobility style he was building, and would tie in well with any future developments of his anti-magic. The next day, the heirs thoroughly explored the outpost and the surrounding area. Nathan had been expecting more armories inside the walls, another subterranean section. But it soon became clear the control room and suite were the only spaces designed with people in mind. Even the towers were simply solid blocks of enchantment, ammunition, and golem storage, without more than a maintenance access way for people to see the interior. The castle didn't even have a gatehouse, just 4 solid stone walls that looked out over this barren and cratered section of valley. It was a nice view, at least, and Nathan spent some time on watch, just in case the signal from the crystal reactor had been sent out and something was coming to evict them. But nothing happened. Soon enough, the heirs retired to their rest. Dinner wasn't burnt, and afterwards, Nathan settled into his designated seat to consider his class development from all angles and try to make a final decision. This definitely feels like one of the more significant decisions I'll make. No, scratch that. The most significant decision I made was to oppose Tail in the very beginning. Even if that was more of a necessary consequence of my moral stance on things, and not a real decision. Nathan thought about the future developments of the different class options and which ones sounded the most appealing. Ultimately, the ones focused on the most unique thing about him, his anti-magic, won out. And those future developments were also coming from implacable anti-mag. Again and again he came to the conclusion that was best. After meditating and finding that he was calm and centered on the topic, Nathan decided that he'd given the matter enough consideration. He selected congratulations. You are now, and 3 of your existing class skills have developed, and you have unlocked 3 new class skills. These skills are tied to your parent class, and their power will increase with your level in that class. Davrar applauds your choice and hopes you will continue to survive and prosper. Class skill Stamina has become Deepened Stamina. You have exceeded your stamina maximum many times. Your stamina capacity is tripled. Stamina will accumulate during periods of rest and can be spent to improve the speed and strength of your movements, or used for other skills or talents that utilize stamina. Class skill Juggernaut's Wrath has become Impassivity. Pain and injury will only drive you further onwards, and you will have resistance to mind-affecting skills while raging. Being attacked with magic
will enhance the intensity of your rage. Class skill, Anti-Magic Momentum. Motion enhances your inherent anti-magic, allowing you to break magical effects with your movements and blows. The greater the momentum behind the motion, the greater the enhancement. Effect is further enhanced while raging. Class skill, Raging Thrill. You can voluntarily enter and exit a rage state, where you will be immersed in the thrill of combat. This will rapidly consume stamina, but will greatly increase your strength, speed, and resilience to damage. Class skill, Juggernaut's Inertia, has become Implacable Inertia. Your motions carry significantly greater momentum, and any attempt to slow your movement is hindered. Magical effects will be almost completely unable to change your velocity. Class skill, Unarmored Resilience. When not wearing armor, your body becomes more resilient to damage from all sources. New class skill, Improved Anti-Magic. While raging, your anti-magic talent is greatly enhanced and will be especially effective at protecting you from hostile magic. New class skill, Strenuous Agility. You will move more quickly and easily, especially when reorienting your body in combat. Stamina spent on mobility will have a greater effect. New class skill, Hand-to-Hand Expertise. You will be faster, hit harder, and be more skilled at unarmed combat. You have leveled up to level 88. Chapter 34. The Calm Before a Metal Storm. Nathan examined his new level up. Phew, okay, that's a lot. Let's go into the details of this. First was a straight upgrade of stamina. Great, awesome. It meant it would be harder for Nathan to run out of stamina, and otherwise didn't change how he used the resource at all. He wondered if it would also change how overloading on stamina would work. Something to test.
A lot of things to test, most likely. Second seemed good too. He'd gained some resistance to mind-affecting skills while raging. That part was amazing. Nathan had been mostly defenseless against skills like those of the Giant's Rest or the officers of Agmon, though rage seemed to provide some base level of resistance, but now that protection was explicit. As a trade-off, he'd lost the part of where the skill would trigger his rage automatically when he was badly injured. I never really liked that my rage could trigger on its own. Even if I have better control of it now, it still feels dangerous. Finally, seemed like it just did more of what already did. Significantly greater momentum replaced greater, and he now had more immunity against being moved by magical effects. Curiously, his rage skill hadn't changed at all. Honestly, that was fine.
Was a kind of rage Nathan understood at this point, and he knew how to use it. It was also the most potentially dangerous of his skills. The rush of power and thrill of the fight had almost led to several unwise choices in the heat of the moment. With battle meditation, he felt confident he had a handle on that. But he didn't want to navigate that danger again if he could help it. Though a more dangerous rage skill would also make me significantly more powerful. I bet and mana drinker Einherjar would have developed rage. But the new skills Nathan had gotten made him more powerful in their own way. Improved anti-magic was basically perfect. It greatly enhanced his anti-magic, especially for protection, and it was only while he was raging. That meant a modicum of control without weakening the talent itself. Still won't be able to handle enchanted items for very long. And if I get ambushed, I won't be any more immune to magic until I rage. But that's what Notice is for. The next was Strenuous Agility, which just made him faster, more agile, and made stamina spent on mobility more effective. That might be the most important class skill Nathan had. If it worked as a flat multiplier on airwalking, it would be incredible. Strenuous Agility also sounded like it would synergize amazingly well with all of his other mobility skills. A solid win for his Get Better Mobility goal. Next to both of those skills,
Hand-to-hand expertise was just okay. It made him better at fighting. That was nice. But it felt more like a prerequisite to being an effective high-level adventurer than something that would really push him over the top. He had to hold his own against lower-level fighters like the Agmon legionaries, and this skill would help him do that. But it wouldn't let him beat somebody like Eldred in a straight duel.
Well, unless I'm significantly higher level than he is. Which I might be? We've taken a ton of risks recently. This dungeon was worth 9 levels. That's a lot. Nathan sighed, trying not to think of all of the potential he'd passed by from the other classes. The road not traveled. This class will serve my purposes. No point ruminating on the others. Look forward to the next class. Development. In 155 levels. That's going to take a while. He meditated for a while before bed, not thinking about anything in particular, but simply trying to feel calm about the significant decision he'd just made. The next morning, Stella got a brief summary of the Delve Day by message. It had been a pretty successful event. No giant monsters, no team wipes. A couple of teams had lost a few people, but a grand total of almost a dozen dungeons had been cleared. The wilderness had been pushed back just a bit. The villages would be able to stretch their fields farther. The trade routes would be safer. It was a hard gain to conceptualize. Jamor had been doing this sort of work for generations, slowly clearing an inhabitable zone at the cost of adventurer lives. Nathan gazed out across the valley below. It didn't seem like a small gain. But then he saw an angular spike protruding from the next valley over and shivered. I think that's a Quasian marker over there. We've reclaimed a little bit of land, but not much. And no way are we going to go into a Quasian dungeon anytime soon. Too much risk of a grave tangle. Nathan shook his head, looking across to where Stella was practicing magic. She was working on her lightning, aligning it more closely to real lightning. It had definitely grown more powerful as a result, and Nathan could faintly feel the static from across the castle. He walked over, waving to Sarah as she hunkered over her rifle. They watched the occasional bolts of lightning suspiciously as she focused on something out of Nathan's sight. Audel and Kachi were down in the courtyard, doing some light sparring. Nathan approached Stella and reached for her shoulder to get her attention. He got zapped for his trouble, an electric arc flickering out from the red-haired mage to his hand. "Ow! I was not expecting that," he said, shaking his hand back and forth to dispel the lingering electrical shock. Implacable impassivity had prevented it from hurting, but the spell touching him through his anti-magic had been enough of a surprise that Nathan recoiled. Stella turned around, her expression a combination of sheepish and triumphant. "Ha! I thought that might do something to you. Not so immune to real electricity, are you? It's blasphemously hard to control, though." Nathan raised his eyebrows. "Dangerous stuff. You staying safe?" She shrugged. "It's still magical, and I can control it with my magic. I've worked out how to make an electrostatic field that prevents it from touching me." A charge builds up on the outside and will zap anything that gets close. I'm wondering if I can put some force mana into it and turn it into my own version of mage armor. Have any ideas? Nathan shook his head. He had no idea how mage armor worked. It was one hell of a spell, and definitely not something his Earth insights could help with. Instead, he asked the question that was on his mind. "Can you give me a hand with my new class skill? I've got one that should help protect me against magic even better." Stella rolled her eyes. "Because that's a fire that needed to burn hotter. Fine. What do you want?" Nathan gestured down the hill. "I'll go to the bottom of the slope, and I want you to stop me from getting to the top. You know that explosive force and conjured stone still push me backwards, and I want to know if I'm more resistant now. Let's do it twice, probably without for now. I want to see how it works against normal magic first." Stella assented, and they tried it. For the first time, Nathan tried it without his rage. Stella could slow him. By detonating fireballs just ahead of him, she could rock him back slightly, while light mana could still dazzle him and make it difficult to find his next steps. She hit him with conjured balls of rock, though Nathan had pretty good luck dodging those. She even turned the ground beneath his feet to slippery mud that should have sent Nathan sliding back down the slope. But he relied on his myriad mobility skills to power through the effect, flying up the hill like he was sprinting on flat ground. I wasn't actively trying to use, but I could definitely feel it. That made it easy. Then he tried it again, this time activating his rage at the bottom of the climb. Nathan flew up the slope, ignoring all of Stella's attempts to stop him. She'd stepped it up, taking advantage of multicasting to barrage him with her panoply of explosives, conjured rocks, and blasts of light. Nathan powered through it all, not even bothering to dodge the conjured boulders that should have shattered his body. With the extra boost to strength and speed from rage, Nathan went up the slope like he'd been fired out of a cannon, using his momentum to leap atop the wall and land next to Stella. His breathing was barely labored, and he exulted in the thrill of the simulated combat. Damn, I've got a lot of stacking buffs to speed and movement right now atop my already enhanced strength. This is a pretty significant change. And mine is keeping my stupidly high stamina pool full no matter how much I spend on motion. Stella looked a bit frustrated by her failure to even slow him down. Let's try some match. She zapped him again, this time with a more significant burst of electricity. It stung, but improved anti-magic also seemed to protect against Stella's new skills. The electricity was still magical enough that he was mostly protected, though he picked up some faint electrical burns that healed almost instantly. Stella grinned at the sight, pleased by her display of power. Then she rocked back and forth, considering the consequences. I'll need to be careful with that when you're on the battlefield. Can't blast away with abandon anymore. Nathan scoffed. I can survive and recharge regardless. That natural magic is powerful enough. But so long as you don't strike me directly, it'll be fine. But when you do hit me directly, maybe don't use it. We both need to practice with our new skills. You were moving like a stalker fleeing a fireball. Stella gestured down into the courtyard. Now, mimic that stalker and vanish. I want to practice this new magic more. Go practice your other new skills with Arl and Kachi.
Unless you would like to teach me more magic. She had a hopeful gleam in her eye, but Nathan shook his head and hopped off the wall, using slow fall to make the 20-foot drop no more impactful than stepping off a staircase. She's pushing pretty hard for new magic, and I promised to teach her more. I want to make sure her fundamentals are solid on light before we move on to plasma. Maybe I should ask her if there are other kinds of mana she wants to figure out next. I'm curious how I would do void or shadow. They're both an absence, which seems hard to explain scientifically. Maybe I could go over the ideal gas law to help with air mana. Nathan shook his head, clearing his thoughts as he approached the other melee-oriented members of the Heirs. He raised a hand in greeting as they broke off from their latest spar. Down to help me try out my new class skills? Arl raised one sarcastic eyebrow. We saw you with Stella. Need more help than that? Shrugging, Nathan grinned back innocently. Well, one of my new skills says I will be faster, hit harder, and be more skilled at unarmed combat. Hard to test that with Stella. The master of many weapons stepped forward to square off against Nathan. Well, this sounds like a nemesis for me to slay. He drew a pair of unenchanted practice sabers. Over the course of several rounds of sparring, it became clear that Nathan's melee capabilities had taken a massive step forward. He was more certain of his motions, and they flowed more smoothly, as if Nathan had been practicing each block and stance for decades instead of only a few months. He still wasn't winning against Arl, but that was because most of the lanky swordsman's skills focused on melee combat.
Nathan's style of rapid and unconventional movements was still continuing to develop, aided by strenuous agility.
I kind of wish I'd tried capoeira, since it seems like a martial art that would translate nicely.
Well, I've watched some videos. Let's use that and see what I can learn. At that thought, he started to incorporate more handsprings and fanning kicks into his style. It was all about using continuous motion to push more power through each strike, and Nathan was getting better and better at controlling and utilizing his body's momentum. Mid-tier tumbling 8 achieved! I'm going to try using my rage now, Nathan cautioned. Arl stepped back, wiping sweat from his forehead. You weren't already? Nathan smirked back, feeling satisfied. Not yet. He immersed himself in the thrill of the fight and resumed the spar. He'd gotten more comfortable using his rage in practice. The development of focused mind into battle meditation had dramatically increased his control without neutering his power. This time the fight was much more evenly matched, and Nathan's incredible strength overpowered Arl's defense. The wiry fighter switched his style, not blocking Nathan nearly as often and focusing on controlling the distance instead. In the blink of an eye, he switched to wielding heavier weapons with longer reach, buying him more space. But it was hard for him to match Nathan's mobility and speed, and Nathan powered through a hit from an unenchanted greatsword to punch his friend in the ribs, sending Arl flying backwards with the crunch of bone. Nathan felt shaken by just how much strength had been behind that blow. He hadn't really meant it to be that powerful, but with so many stacking modifiers atop an already superhuman strength, it was hard to remember how much force was in each motion. The rage doesn't help. Kachi was already healing Arl, who was getting to his feet as he wiped away a dribble of blood-flecked froth.
He coughed once, then said, In a real fight, I think I'd just pull out the shotgun. You're the match of any fighter of your level when you rage, Nathan. Though with enchanted weapons that might change. You'd have to respect my blows. Nathan nodded at the comment. It was possible this was bad practice, since he was getting used to just accepting blows in order to land hits. Even sharpened weapons backed up by skills failed to do much more than cause minor gashes that healed over in seconds. They had to be enchanted to really hurt him, and those weapons would quickly lose their power after hitting Nathan a few times. I wonder if my new, improved anti-magic will help protect me from enchanted weapons too. That would be cool. But I don't want to destroy an expensive weapon to test it. Let's let our enemies do that. They sparred a few more times, with Nathan pretending Arl's weapons were enchanted, and Kachi calling out whenever Arl landed a debilitating hit. It was definitely a different experience. Arl's build shone, and Nathan was unable to get past his incredible variety of attacks without getting tagged somewhere critical. I need to keep in mind that I'll usually get hit closing the distance to a melee fighter. Hopefully, my defensive enhancements and perfected body will let me shrug off whatever they can do. I just need to protect my head and neck, really. After he was done, Nathan directed his attention to Kachi. I remember the first time we sparred. Do you remember? When you shield bashed me hard enough to break my jaw? Nathan spread his arms wide, invitingly. Well, wanna spar? Kachi looked at him with ill-disguised unease on his face. I might prefer to avoid raising the past in such a way. Nathan was about to press him. He wanted to practice ways to get around a large shield like the one that Kachi bore. But Kachi was saved by Stella's voice from atop the wall. Hang on, I think there's a situation. There's an all-adventurer call not too far from here. A team spotted some magical constructs advancing on Taren. She frowned, clearly parsing another message. Then she swallowed. They've been tentatively identified as Old Jamor war constructs. I wonder if somebody woke a dungeon on Delve Day and didn't report it. Chapter 35. A Catastrophe of a Plan. The heirs piled out of the fortress in a hurry. An all-adventurer call was serious.
That wasn't the sort of alert you put out if you spotted some dangerous beasts lurking around town. It was much closer to, "We are going to get wiped out." And the heirs weren't too far away from Taren. They could probably get there by evening if they ran the whole way. And with everybody now over level 81, they damn well better keep up that pace. Even if I almost expect the place to be a smoldering ruin by the time we get there. Old Jamor war constructs sound like a bad deal. Though it might even be a Giant's Rest trap.
But that seems unlikely. An all-adventurer call is going to bring in a lot more than just us. But it's worth bringing up as a possibility. Nathan gave voice to his concerns as he sprinted across the slope. "Think this is another Giant's Rest trap?" Kachi ran beside him, his body limned in a faint golden glow that helped the wolfman keep up, even if it didn't quiet the clanking of his plate armor. "Mayhaps," he replied, "but we will not ignore such a call. The only course of action is for us to stay on guard against such a thing. Much of this responsibility falls to you, Nathan." "I suppose that's true. I'm the one with multiple perception skills. Sarah's also got a few, but my anti-magic lets me see through magical stealth, which usually beats out perception skills. And against Giant's Rest, that's a significant advantage." Nathan resolved to keep an eye out as the heirs sprinted across the barren landscape. The sun beat down from high above, and sweat started rolling down Nathan's body and soaking his clothes. Luckily, Stella had a near-infinite supply of water skins in her pockets. Nathan almost asked Arl to uncoil the dimensional portal to the pool that the ash-blood cobras had spawned in, but thought better of it. It's probably hella nasty in there, and we don't have time to mess around with getting it in the right orientation to work. Maybe we should have figured it out during our last few days of downtime, but it's probably better left to the enchanters of Gamor. After a few hours, everybody but Nathan was flagging. The ground was rough, and they'd been running for hours. Most of their gear was packed away in dimensional bags, but they still had to carry the bags themselves, and Nathan was impressed by the divine magic that allowed Kachi to keep up the punishing pace in his armor. But this, exactly this, was what they trained for. They were running to relieve a village from a threat. A scary threat, to be sure. After Stella had confirmed they were headed in that direction, she'd received updates from the guild on the situation. There were currently 2 teams in Taren. One had been resting in the village, while the other had been clearing a minor dungeon nearby. "This isn't our fault, is it?" "There's the possibility of that, from the giant crystal I broke activating something. But that's an Adrani Empire thing, and these are old Jamor constructs. They shouldn't talk to each other. More likely this is separate." A little later, Stella reported that the 2 teams had driven off an attack, though they had taken some casualties. The war constructs were reported as fully functional and showing signs of being newly made. That last update was bad. It meant an old Jamor fortress foundry was online and building more of the enchanted magical robots. That turned the mission from a simple defend into a search and destroy. They needed to find the forge and blow it up before it built an army of the dangerous magical robots. More teams were being called in, and the elites were on standby. The heirs would arrive next and relieve the teams already at Taren. Then they'd go on the offensive, trying to scout out the foundry. They'd either destroy it themselves or call in the elites to clean up. And they're not sending in the Guardians because this could be a distraction by Giant's Rest or an assassination attempt. The Guardians could come in and get jumped by a couple of archmages. These are the kinds of games the greater powers play against each other. And if the elites took care of everything, there wouldn't be a next generation to replace them. All of this made Nathan appreciate the value of more and more. If Stella couldn't cast message, they would have no idea that there was a problem. As it was, they were fully looped in on the plan, and the defenders knew when they'd arrive. Which was soon. The heirs were about to summit a hill that would give them a view of Taren,
when Nathan caught the glint of sunlight reflecting off metal from a pile of boulders to their right. What could be that reflective out in this wasteland? A very shiny construct that's sticking a tiny portion of itself up to watch us. High tier notice 3 achieved, he called out a warning. Behind those rocks! The airs pivoted smoothly, Nathan running ahead as 24 four-legged metallic bodies swarmed over the rocks. They definitely shared design principles with the sentry constructs Nathan had fought at the last dungeon of Old Jamor. But these were smaller, lower to the ground, and moved more quickly. Scouts? Their bodies were fairly small, about the size of a big dog. Most of the central body consisted of a forward-facing armored cannon.
The 4 limbs holding them up were shaped like a spider's legs, but thick and sturdy. Each leg ended in a broad footpad that appeared to stick to nearly any surface. They also had a long tail, a jointed metal limb capped with 2 bladed spikes that looked like they could scythe or pincer. They share some similarities with the constructs inside the Adrani outpost, but these are smaller and have 1 ranged weapon instead of a half dozen. The cannons spoke as one, sending a wave of fireballs towards the airs. Nathan was in front, running towards the line of combat constructs. A full third of the fireballs exploded around him, but with his rage active, he plowed through the fire without so much as a hint of pushback. Nathan felt energized as his stamina filled and then overflowed from the deluge of offensive magic. The airs will be fine, especially without me fouling any magical defenses they set up. The first construct continued its advance and flipped its body around to send the metal tail cracking towards Nathan like a whip. He leapt over the strike in a flip, twisting in midair to land atop the machine. He braced himself and wrenched apart the ball joint that connected the construct's leg to its body. A flash of motion was all the warning Nathan had to duck under a set of blades headed towards his neck. The construct he stood on collapsed, and another pair of bladed spikes stabbed towards his chest. Nathan juked them despite the uncertain footing, grabbing the segmented metal tail that they were attached to. High-tier dodging footwork 2 achieved. He pulled, yanking himself forward and unbalancing the scout construct that had tried to stab him. He rolled past it, grabbing one of its legs on the way. He put his full momentum into pulling the leg, lifting the machine off its feet and hurling it forward to slam into another. The constructs scrabbled over the rocky ground, trying to regain their balance. Ha! Not so heavy, and a lot of fun to throw around. Then the shooting started. Sarah's pistols cracked in rapid succession, punctuated by the suppressed sound of Arl's shotgun. There was the crackle of lightning, and a few of the constructs surrounding Nathan jerked with electrical discharge. But he was still surrounded, and had to fully exert his movement skills to avoid the barrage of attacks coming his way. Either they'd figured out he was immune to magic, or he was simply too close, because they attacked him exclusively with the blades on their tails. The blades were only a foot long, but they could whip them around with enough force to shatter the stones beneath his feet. Nathan jumped and rolled over attacks, flipping high into the air in a stamina-assisted leap, only to smash down atop another construct, his knee shattering its cannon in an anti-magic-assisted strike. Mid-tier tumbling 9 achieved! Nathan blocked the next stab, guiding the vicious blades to the side before wrapping both hands around the metal tail. He pulled, this time planting his feet to leverage his enhanced strength to hoist the construct off its feet. Then he ran a few steps, dragging the writhing metal payload a short way before throwing all of his inertia into his makeshift flail, pivoting and hurling it at another construct that was about to fire its cannon at the airs. Watching the two go down in a flailing pile of limbs, he smirked. Yeah, that's satisfying. He paid for his inattention a moment later as a blow hit Nathan from the left side. It was a whip crack of sharpened metal, which tore through his chest and sent him tumbling.
He rolled as blood sprayed, coming to his feet quickly and looking towards the robot-like creature. Then Arl's new greatsword cleaved through its body lengthwise, and it dropped without a sound. Nathan spun instantly, searching for the next threat.
8 of the scout constructs remained, and they reassembled for another assault. It was a bad idea. Stella launched a huge fireball that used air mana to encourage a larger explosion, outright destroying 2 and knocking over the rest. Nathan, Arl, and Kachi moved in for the kill, quickly dismantling the constructs as they struggled to their feet. One of them turned and booked it, vaulting over the boulders the ambush had emerged from. Nathan was about to sprint after it when Sarah's rifle bullet slammed into its center and out the other side, dropping the construct as its enchantments failed with a jerky stagger. Scanning the battlefield, Nathan saw that it was littered with metal bodies. None appeared to be moving beyond some spasmodic jerks. Kachi walked over to the twitchy construct and brought his hammer down, smashing the metal into a flat pancake against the ground. "You have leveled up to level 91. You have handily defeated an ambush from old Gamor scout constructs." Nathan nodded at the box, satisfied as he walked up to Kachi. "All good? New hammer seems to be working out." Kachi hefted the weapon in question, his canines bared in a wolfish grin. "It is. Very effective against this enemy." He turned to the rest of the heirs. "Any wounds?" Sarah lowered her rifle, running her eyes over the neighboring hills before stowing the weapon. "No, unless you count Nathan. Who's got clothes for him?" Nathan looked down. He'd only taken the one wound, and was just expecting to see a tear in his shirt and the resulting bloodstain. And the bloodstain was there, on bare and healed skin. He was completely naked. How did that happen? Oh, right. The fireballs at the beginning. The explosions didn't even bat me around, but the same can't be said for my clothes. Welp. Nathan accepted another set from Arl, pulling them on quickly before they got moving once more. Arl shot a look back towards the battlefield. "I regret leaving such a weight of good metal behind. Even the supply of enchanted blades and monocrystals would be worth good coin." Kachi opened his mouth, his eyes stern. Arl interrupted him before the armored warrior could get started. "We need to relieve Tareen. I know. As they spoke, Stella turned to Nathan. "I need something that can punch through metal better. If something is protected from lightning and behind armor, there isn't much I can do to it. Light can't melt through metal quickly, and fireballs only stagger a bigger construct. Is it time to teach me of plasma yet?" I could probably teach her, but she still doesn't have a good handle on magnetic mana, which I think is important for that. The other option is a railgun, but I don't think her control is good enough for that either. If you're worried about armor, you could try using magnetic spells. You'll need really good control of magnetic mana for the next insights, and you could probably throw the constructs around with those spells. Or crush them. Magnetism should directly affect steel. You just need to create a really strong magnetic field around your targets. But be careful around Kachi. Wouldn't want to send him flying through the air accidentally. Kachi gave Nathan a betrayed look as they crested the hill, but whatever he was about to say was interrupted by the side of the town atop the hill opposite. Taren had been built atop a mesa, the only entrance a winding path that crossed an arch of red rock to reach the front gates. It was a beautiful town, built from the red and white sandstone that reminded Nathan of the Grand Canyon. All of the other sides of the mesa were sheer drops of craggy stone, each capped with a supplemental wall of worked rock that made an approach seemingly impossible. They watched as a huge fireball arced towards the gatehouse, detonating against the sturdy building and sending chunks of stone flying through the air. One of the towers leaned drunkenly backward, seemingly on the edge of collapsing. The sound of the explosion took a few seconds to reach them, indicating how far away they were. Nathan tracked the path of the fireball back down to the base of the mesa, where light reflected off serried ranks of shining metal. There were maybe 100 constructs arranged in a loose formation. In the center of the array of metal was a large triangular shape, akin to a small building, that seemed to have fired the artillery spell. "Bet I can hit the siege construct from here," Sarah said, her hands already going to her bag. Kachi caught Nathan's eye with a questioning glance. Nathan shrugged and replied, "If you think you can do serious damage, then that's not a bad idea. It's better than trying to attack their formation directly. Should we try to sneak around and group up with the adventurers in Taren?" Sarah squinted down her rifle, panning it around the town. "Nope. Scout constructs are scattered around. It's a full siege." Stella yawned, arching her back theatrically before clapping her palms together. "Time to break the besiegers." Nathan rolled his eyes at the dramatics. "Let's at least get into a defensible position. So if all of that tries to swarm us, we won't just go down under the weight of metal." He pointed out a position a short distance away. It was a hill with a series of rocky pillars and outcroppings that broke up sight lines and provided cover. It would give the heirs the ability to hide, take cover, or retreat down the opposite slope if needed. It took only a few minutes to run over, where Stella started carving some rock out of an outcrop to give them a more fortified position. Sarah kept watch over the valley below as she hunkered over her rifle. After a few minutes, she pulled out an enchanted round and chambered it. "The construct is charging up for another attack. I'll take the shot when its shell opens up." "No sound for a moment, please." They all shut up, watching with bated breath as Sarah relaxed her body, focusing her entire attention down the length of her masterwork rifle and on the faraway enemies. In the distance, the triangular construct opened up, fire blooming inside the metal shell. Sarah's rifle spoke with a suppressed pop. Nothing happened. Arl sighed and spoke reassuringly. "It's okay, you—" He was cut off as the construct below exploded. It took a few seconds for the sounds of the distant explosion to reach them, but it was a sustained roar as metal fragments were thrown high into the sky. Sarah looked up at her brother. "You were saying?" Nathan held up a hand, watching the ranks of metal constructs swarm as if somebody had just kicked an anthill. "They're headed in this direction. Should we run? I don't think we can fight all of that at the same time." Sarah checked the angles on the army a few miles away. "They're headed for the site where we fought the scout constructs. Not moving too fast. We've got time." The heirs retreated into the hollow which Stella had carved from the stone, while Nathan stayed outside, ducking down so only his head was sticking up over a rock. The rationale for him being the scout was that he was immune to magic, so if any constructs searched for them using line-of-sight magical sensors, they wouldn't ping off him. Though if they're using something that goes around corners, they'll find the heirs anyway, and I'm not exactly invisible either. I kind of wish I'd gotten a stealth skill. Nathan's considered what they'd learned. So they know about us fighting the scout constructs. That means they've got some kind of communication ability. Nathan watched as the army of constructs divided into 9 separate units, moving cautiously over the terrain. It looked almost like they were searching in a grid pattern to ensure they didn't leave a threat behind them. Nathan explained what he was seeing over his shoulder, then elaborated on their plans. "Well, we've bought some more time for Taren. Should we try to fight or run? There's a lot of them out there, and we won't be able to fight one group without a whole army descending on us." Stella shrugged. "I could probably dig this hollow deeper, then conjure up a wall of stone so they don't find us. Then, after dark, we could go into town." Kachi frowned. "I wish to be able to assist Taren if the constructs launch an assault. I worry that by hiding, we strike ourselves blind. Can we tunnel towards Taren?" Stella wordlessly shook her head, gesturing to the distance involved to indicate how ridiculous Kachi's question was. "I also don't want to rely on them being blinded after nightfall," Nathan said. "If they're using magical sensors,
They might see better than we do in the dark. Arl's voice was thoughtful, though clenched hands near his weapon pouches betrayed his tension.
We know where they are, where they're going, and what their likely next moves are going to be. Is there a way we can use that to defeat them? Everybody looked at Nathan. He blinked. What? Just because I said if you had perfect information you should be able to win, doesn't mean that I always know exactly what to do. He paused. Wait a second. I just had an idea. Chapter 36. A complicated battlefield. Nathan scanned the area as he talked through the premise for his idea. They were next to a tall outcrop of pale reddish rock that crowned the hill, with the view down the slope blocked by a fold in the rocky landscape. The constructs are in 8 groups, conducting a search from where we fought the group of scouts. If we stay here, they'll find us in the next half hour. He waved his hand dismissively. It doesn't really matter if they attack immediately or pull back, as long as we can hold against that smaller group.
What happens after is that the rest of the groups reform and hit us at once. They might hit us sequentially, but that would be awful tactics and might let us defeat them in detail. The heirs nodded along. Everything he'd said made sense, and so Nathan continued. So they're going to attack us here, in this terrain, most likely in one overwhelming wave, and we need to survive and kill as many as we can. This time the round of nods was slower, less confident. Stella gestured impatiently for him to get on with it. So he did, with a smirk. We can still run, and maybe we should. But we might be able to take them all out here, if Stella can figure out a specific insight of lightning I have for her, and we can protect her until the primary attack arrives. What do we say? Stella started dancing in place, radiating excitement. Yes, let's do it! By the teachings of Jolba, we should flee, Kachi reasoned.
We have killed the problem and bought Terran respite. Arl and Sarah exchanged a series of complex looks, but Arl was the one to eventually speak. If this works, then we'll level from it and be better able to survive the next Giant's Rest ambush, or the next dungeon, and we'll save whatever adventurers might die against that swarm. He directed his attention to Nathan. Will it work? We have a little bit of space. If this doesn't pan out, there will still be time to run or hide. Kachi, stop smothering my fire, Stella said, grinning with excitement. The divine Justicar shook his canine head. Kia said that we would burn our own path. I hoped it would be a wiser one. But now we've managed to drip blood in the eyes of an old Gamor construct army, and intend to fight it. He sighed, resigned. Speak your aim, Nathan. With Kachi's agreement, Nathan hurriedly spun to Stella, reviewing the concept he meant to teach her. When you first learned about electricity, you used force shields to contain and conduct the mana. I've seen you playing around with the interaction between lightning and force. How well do you understand it? Stella's grin didn't waver. Lightning mana can't go through a force shield. It will follow it, though. If I set the other potential on the other side, the electricity will flow along the surface of the shield. I've been trying to make force blades that carry a lightning charge, but the edge is slippery, and the voltage gets lost there. I've been addressing that with magnetic mana, but it doesn't work well with a moving force construct. Great, Nathan said, thinking through his approach. The limit on the size of a spell is how quickly you can channel mana, right? The thing preventing you from destroying that entire army with lightning is that you can't cast quickly enough. You've got an absolutely stupid amount of mana with all of the crystals from the last dungeon. Stella's brows knit, trying to follow where he was going. I can only channel enough mana for a lightning bolt every few seconds, and it takes even longer if I'm also casting shields to protect us from the construct's spells. If we're fighting a ton of constructs, I'm going to need to focus primarily on defense. The mage smiled with satisfaction. But yes,
My mana supply is blasphemous. So if you channel all of the mana out ahead of time, it's ready to go? She shook her head. I can't control it for long. None of my spells are that stable. A spell that's meant to explode gets harder and harder to control as you put more mana into it. But what if it's a spell designed to be stable, so the mana is external, but ready to be repurposed? Nathan wasn't quite in full Socratic dialogue mode, because he genuinely didn't know if his idea would pan out yet.
She can't spend a lot of time practicing. Not for what I have in mind. Her tone became disappointed.
You can't really change the spell weave once you cast it. You should know that. We've talked enough about magic. I suppose if it's raw power, it can be guided by another spell. But I can't put the stored mana into a complex spell. It would be crude, a waste of power. I think crude targeting is okay, so long as you can protect the heirs. What I want to explain is something called a capacitor. I think it will let you store a ton of electricity mana, ready to be unleashed. And force mana seems like the perfect way to store it. The red-haired mage's eyes darted around as she raced ahead of his line of thought. You're saying that I can channel lightning mana into a stationary force shield and use it later. It might work, but I'd need a huge shield. I can't cast force too far away from me yet.
It would leak a lot around the edges, so I'd need to spend a lot of focus holding it together.
Is that all a capacitor is? Shaking his head, Nathan explained in greater detail. Not quite. You understand you have two areas of charge, and there's a potential across the shield. That potential is where you store the energy of the mana. Nathan could tell that Stella was understanding what he was saying. He went on. How strong the force is will let you store a more powerful charge before the force shield breaks, but how big it is will let you store more charge. You can maximize the area and minimize the exposed edges by making it a big loop. If you fuse the ends of the shield together, then you only need to worry about 2 edges instead of 4. If you curl it into a big spiral, you can pack all of the exposed edges together and contain them in a smaller area. Stella's eyes were literally blazing with excitement. Could I make it a sphere, so there are no exposed edges?
And if surface area is what determines how much charge can be stored,
Then I can make it convoluted. Give it lots of deep indents to help it store electricity mana. Mid-tier lecturing 8 achieved. You know, I had something closer to a giant cylinder in mind, but an indented sphere might work. Though I think you'll get concentrations of charges wherever the tip of the indentations are. A fractal surface might work well. Maybe make multiple, I don't know. You don't have too much time. Nathan looked around at the terrain. And make it on the other side of the outcrops. We don't want the constructs to see them. They'll probably attack them, if nothing else. And I don't think these lightning storage balls will survive many attacks. All it would take is a single crack for them to explode. Stella didn't respond, already starting to focus on her magic. Nathan turned back to the rest of the heirs.
he'd vaguely assumed they'd be paying attention, but instead there was a low argument going on between Arl and Sarah. Arl had pulled out the armor from the Adrani Empire dungeon, laying the metallic robe on the ground. Nathan caught Arl slashing his hand down to make a point. I need this. Can't always rely on Stella or Kachi for a shield against magic. And this armor will protect me from what those constructs aim my way. Sarah's response was just as furious. Or it could kill you. Nathan couldn't tell if it had a curse on it. Our father was clear. You do not use items you don't know. But he didn't have these allies, Arl shot back. He gestured at Nathan and Kachi. If it is cursed, then Nathan can break the magic before it kills me. And Kachi can heal any wounds. I need this to fight properly. I'm supposed to let the enemy break upon me. I can't do that if I'm behind a shield.
and Stella can't shield us this time. She's busy with Nathan's surprise." Sarah turned to Nathan.
Convince him this is a bad idea. I'm actually not sure it is. It's risky, but not that terrible of a risk. And having Arl able to take a hit, he's much better at this kind of combat than I am. Nathan shook his head. I don't think it is cursed. And with me and Kachi here, it's less risky than it could be. I'm just worried we won't be able to test how good the armor is. Arl's face didn't lighten. If anything, he looked even more serious than before. I'm doing this. Nathan, I'll tell you all is well every few seconds. If I stop, then get this armor off me. Sarah threw up her arms in frustration, but stayed silent as her brother quickly stripped off his lightly enchanted leathers. Soon enough, his lively muscled form stood just in his underclothes. Nathan couldn't help but notice how hot Arl was, as the younger man stared at the armor. Teammates, Nathan. Drama in the team would be an absolutely terrible idea. Teammates. No matter how hot Arl is, or how cute Stella looks when she's figuring out new magic. Maybe in 5 years, when everybody's a bit more mature. But that's a long way off. Arl moved to put on the armor, but as soon as he grabbed it, the clothing sent tendrils of metal climbing up his arms. Nathan started forward before he remembered the armor doing a similar thing to him. The wiry man's face was nervous as he watched the strands of metal coil up his limbs. I'm fine. It's not hurting me. He continued to reassure the rest of the heirs as the armor flowed over his body. It only took 20 seconds, much less time than it would have taken to don and secure normal armor. You know, I hope this doesn't take over his mind. We didn't think of that. Arl looked down at the suit. The metal covered him like a second skin, reaching from his shins to his neck and extending down his arms to his wrists. He flexed his arms and did a few quick hops, demonstrating that the metal flexed smoothly, the woven strands sliding over each other soundlessly. The sigils activated and glowed a faint gold in the bright sunlight. Sarah looked impressed, but before she could speak, Nathan pinned Arl with an intense look. Arl, what was the first spell Stella cast on me? Arl blinked at Nathan, then frowned. She tried to trip you with a force spell back in the dining hall. Nathan nodded. Do you feel normal? I'm going to touch your head, see if I can feel any mental manipulation going on with the armor. Arl nodded, looking suddenly hesitant. Nathan stepped forward and put a hand on top of his short-cut hair, closing his eyes and extending the magical senses that granted him. There was something there. Strands of mana extended off the suit of armor and towards Arl's brain. But they weren't mental magic, intending to control somebody. Nathan had felt that before, and it felt slick and slimy. These reminded Nathan more of rigid constructs, awaiting manipulation. Ways for Arl to control the armor, not for it to control him. High tier Identify 3 achieved. I suppose debugging a friend's armor minutes before being swarmed by an army of war constructs counts as a dangerous enough situation to help with skill ranks. Nathan withdrew his hand. I think the armor will respond to mental commands. Try telling it to do things. Maybe starting with a helmet. Arl looked down at the armor. More tendrils flowed up from the neck and encapsulated his head, while clear goggles of force magic formed over his eyes. Sarah shook her head. I suppose it is a treasure from a dragon's hoard. She punched Arl in the shoulder before shaking out her hand with an aggrieved expression. It was still a dumb decision. They all jumped as a crackling explosion erupted from where Stella was working. The noise ramped up, and the heirs spun to see a cascade of lightning spill out from a hovering ball of force. The sheet of incandescent light burned for nearly 20 seconds before petering out, leaving a glassy trench in the ground only 20 feet beyond Stella. Now that's a lot of power. Once the sound from the bottled lightning was gone, they could hear Stella's swearing. "Mutt-grabber's asshole. Tie a rope around a castle bear and pull, you Algoa-damned ghoul. I'll throw you to the hydras and start cutting heads until there are too many pieces to count. Drown in giant's blood, you." Nathan stepped up next to Stella and gently poked her shoulder, interrupting the tirade. "Can you fix it?" She jumped a few inches, then shook herself. "Yeah, though I'll need to remake the force spell." She waved a hand, banishing the cracked force construct that looked vaguely like a brain made of blue glass. The mana did concentrate on the sharp corners and eventually punched through. "I think I can fix it. With the proper spell structure, I should be able to guide the lightning no matter how much there is. Benefits of understanding electrical resistance. It won't be much more guidance than a direction." "Good enough," Nathan said. "We'll keep them off you until the main force arrives." He turned back to the rest of the heirs. "We don't have much time. They probably heard Stella's spell misfiring. Kachi, stay near Stella. I want her focused on rolling out the welcome mat to the main force, and you need to protect her until it arrives. Sarah, since we're staying here, you might be best served by finding a high point. Can you handle that yourself?" The tall woman nodded, then bounded up the nearby rock face. Each of her leaps looked gentle, but they rocketed her up the cliff as she moved from ledge to ledge. Then Nathan turned to Arl, now fully armored and looking like a metallic black panther. "We're going to move fast and break things. Listen for Stella or Kachi warning you to take cover. I don't think you want to be in the open when she sets off her new spell." "I'll stay out there, though. Sounds like fun." Nathan and Arl got in position, hiding behind some broken rocks on the approach to the heir's chosen battlefield. Nathan shot glances back to where Stella was assembling her mega capacitor spell. She was doing a good job positioning it behind the outcrop. The flickering light of the mana reflected off other rocks, but he couldn't see the magical construct itself from his vantage point. After a couple of minutes, the sound of metal striking stone grew louder. He signaled to Arl, who gestured his readiness. "The first of the 8 groups has found us. We need to convince them that this won't be enough, that the rest need to bunch up into a single attack." A wave of scouts poured over the rocks, and the battle began. Nathan activated his rage and leapt from hiding to grab the tail of one and swing it like an oversized flail to smash into 2 others. He continued rampaging through the scout constructs, ripping off legs and absorbing the magic they threw his way. But there were strike constructs behind the scouts, and one barreled towards him. It was 10 feet tall and carried by 6 legs tipped with wicked spikes that slammed into the stone like jackhammers. The head was large and triangular, with a single bright eye in the center. A malevolent red light shone from the eye, and a slot opened up above it. A familiar whine sounded from the opening. "It's the same launcher as those turrets from the last dungeon of Old Jamor. High-velocity metal spikes incoming!" Suddenly, a high-caliber bullet penetrated the singular eye of the construct and bounced around inside the metallic body, making the enemy jerk and fall. A small external explosion showered the area with metal fragments and sent foul smoke into the air. But Nathan couldn't pay attention as he juked a spike from another large construct, flipping himself into the air and smashing down atop a scout. The next enchanted spike glanced off his ribs at a shallow angle, leaving behind a deep graze and cracked bones that healed up in an instant. Another flanking war machine toppled from a bullet to the eye as Nathan tumbled past a few more attacks, leaping off the scout construct. He leveraged his slow fall to soar over the carpet of smaller attackers, coming down on the legs of one of the strike constructs and snapping a joint with a precise kick. Mid-tier. Tumbling 10 achieved. Congratulations, you have maxed out this utility skill. It cannot be improved any further.
You must achieve insight into this skill to develop it to high tier.
But the strike constructs were fast, well-armored, and vicious. He tried to find a weak point on the damaged enemy, but it spun and threw him back with a sweep of its sharp-tipped legs. Then the joint Nathan had broken snapped back into place, and the construct reared back on 2 legs, jabbing the other 4 limbs at him like hydraulic spears. The attacks bracketed him, and he couldn't dodge or block them all. Nathan ducked the one lunging for his head, accepting another that pierced his side. He grabbed the intrusive limb, siphoning all the mana he could from the enchanted metal. He expected the construct to pin him, but instead it reared back and flung him skywards. How come it did that? From his new vantage, Nathan understood why he'd been thrown into the air, as a dozen strike constructs aimed their magical railguns up at him. He would have been a clay pigeon without slow fall, to jerk him downwards and out of the path of the first few spikes that flew his way. Arl cleaved through 2 of the larger constructs while they were distracted, but the next few seconds were still a blur of motion, as Nathan spent stamina like water to avoid the cascade of metal projectiles fired his way. He jerked himself down again, and then held in place before pulling himself sideways, the motions deft because of his new agility class skill. The scout constructs were also sending volleys of magic his way, and Nathan tried to steer into those to replenish his stamina. Stamina, 2,559 over 3,030, which is still absurdly high. High tier slow fall 8 achieved. High tier dodging footwork 3 achieved. Not a lot of footwork involved there, but definitely some dodging. Soon, Nathan was close enough to the ground that he could accelerate freely downwards, slamming into one of the armored constructs with Davrar-enhanced momentum. Nathan's bones cracked, despite being boosted by skill, rage, and talent. The construct was pushed into the ground, but its armor held frustratingly firm as Nathan bounded away. It's 3 inches of enchanted steel. I'm not strong enough to bash through that. Yet. Even if the construct's body was in one piece, his attack had clearly broken several of the enchantments that animated it. The war machine staggered drunkenly to its feet before a bullet penetrated its weakened top casing. Nathan looked around at the surviving constructs, baring his teeth as he surveyed their reduced numbers. We're winning this. I just hope Kachi and Stella are doing okay. I'm a little busy here. Chapter 37. Wait for it. Nathan engaged another one of the strike constructs, dodging through the blows from its armored legs to grapple with the central body. He wasn't strong enough to penetrate their smooth armor, so he'd first tried striking at the joints of their 6 legs.
However, they had some kind of self-repair capability that enabled them to fix that damage. Now he was trying to drain the magic that powered the constructs. It wasn't a particularly smooth process, given they possessed 6 legs tipped with sharp blades that could crack stone, and a spike thrower more reminiscent of a railgun than a crossbow. Nathan dodged a bolt from point-blank range, wrapping himself around the bottom half of the construct. He tried to sap the magic that powered the lashing limbs first, wincing as a scout construct cut a slice from his butt with a lashing tail. He had to suppress an urge to react, to release his grip and crush the foe that had wounded him. Saves the day. Once again, I'm busy being a magic-sucking limpet. Glad I heal so quickly, though my clothes are once again completely shot. From his position, Nathan had a good view of Arl, now dressed in his dark, form-fitting armor and wielding his new greatsword.
The master of many weapons was absolutely demolishing his opponents. A spike deflected off the armor with a flash of light, though the blow made him stagger. 3 strike constructs leapt forward to take advantage, but with an elegant sweep of his blade, Arl sliced them all in half. There's some kind of spatial thing going on there. That blade shouldn't reach so far. Not sure if it's a talent of Arl's or the blade itself. He's been pretty close-lipped about his talents. The construct Nathan clung to slumped to the ground as it finally drained of magic. He rolled to his feet to see another construct bull its way into view, slower to arrive on the battlefield than the rest. While the scouts were the size of large dogs with long tails, and the strike variants closer to a delivery truck, this thing was the size of a 2-story building. The other constructs had thin metal legs holding up a larger central body that housed weapons, somewhat reminiscent of a thick-bodied spider. But this new construct seemed to be all leg, with only a small central body and 12 heavily armored legs. Each limb was about 40 feet long, 8 feet thick, and moved with unstoppable momentum. Nathan glanced back to where he'd left Kachi and Stella. The mage had her back turned to the battle, arms raised and blazing with lightning. She was busy managing the hidden mana capacitors, whose flickering light reflected off the landscape around them. Kachi stood in front of her, a hazy half-dome of golden light protecting him and Stella from any spells or projectiles. A scout construct charged him, and Kachi crushed it almost dismissively. "And I can't see Sarah. She's probably moving between positions on top of those rocks, so they can't pinpoint her location. Everything's good, so long as we can keep this giant armored spider thing from closing on them. I hope this is the only bruiser in this wave before the main force arrives and we can play our ace." Nathan squared up against the giant metal monster, which had picked up some speed now that it could see its foes. Nathan charged straight towards it. "I kind of wish I'd picked up. This seems like the kind of foe it'd be great for. As it is, I'll need to act a little smarter." The other war constructs were giving the newest edition a wide berth, and Arl stayed back as well, taking the cue from the scattering foes. A bullet pinged off the central body, and then a field of energy fizzed into place all around the spider construct, extending 15 or so feet in every direction, but down. Nathan grimaced as he entered the field. It was a familiar sensation, and not one that was pleasant. Disintegration field. There goes absolutely every speck of my clothes. It's not as strong as a disintegration beam, but it'd take apart a body in seconds, and ranged weapons don't stand a much better chance.
Normally you'd need magic to penetrate this, but that's why it's so heavily armored. Wonder how it doesn't disintegrate itself. The construct didn't act surprised that Nathan hadn't turned to dust, merely swinging several legs in a scissoring pattern that would be nearly impossible to dodge. The limbs weren't sharp or especially agile, but they moved quickly and were heavy enough to pulp a siege boar. Nathan threw himself into a high diving roll, his rage and stamina-assisted leap launching him 15 feet in the air. He twisted halfway, leaning on his new, strenuous agility in combination with tumbling to thread the needle through the creature's crushing legs. Oh, I can spend stamina with strenuous agility to generate new angular momentum while in midair. Amazing. One of the limbs clipped him in the leg and would have smashed him prone into the dirt, easy prey to be crushed by a follow-up attack. But Nathan used his movement skills in concert, stabilizing his tumble with strenuous agility, slowing down with slow fall, and landing in a smooth roll with tumbling, while dodging footwork let him spring to his feet and dance around the follow-up attack that shattered a crater in the stone underfoot. Congratulations, you have developed the mid-tier tumbling utility skill into high-tier tumbling. Utility skill, high-tier tumbling. This skill will help you use unorthodox movements to take advantage of your momentum, especially useful to avoid attacks and compensate when you are struck. Then Nathan was beneath the construct, at the very nexus of its disintegration aura. From here he could see mana conduits threading along the bottom of each of the machine's legs, guiding and controlling the disintegration spell. The conduits terminated in a greenish-black crystal on the underside of the body, which pulsed in time to the aura. It's always a fucking crystal. Well, time to employ the patented Nathan crystal response tactic. Without thinking about it too hard,
Nathan crouched and leapt, grabbing hold of the central body with his left hand while he punched at the crystal with his right. It cracked with a surprisingly deep sound, and the spider construct jerked and whined mechanically. It retracted the crystal into the central body, trying to fold an armored panel across the opening. Nathan wedged his shoulder into the gap as his arm groped around the robot's exposed innards, draining magic from every part he touched. The creature pulsed the disintegration aura fiercely, even as the crystal's surface glazed with cracks. It looked one light tap away from shattering, but the spell blazed right in Nathan's face. Hair burned off all over his body, and his eyeballs itched, but his skin was inviolable. Damn, is pretty great. Nathan's shoulder was being crushed by the vice-like strength of the closing panel, but he was getting more than enough stamina to stay topped up. From both the disintegrating aura and the immensely magical guts of the construct. It's almost like curse breaking, except the entire thing is an enormous mobile curse. Now I just have to shred this enchanted giant from the inside out. Then Nathan's questing hand found the mother lode of magic, some kind of circuit directly connected to what had to be the construct's brain. His magical senses spread through the link as the mana swirled into him. The central control unit for this thing was complicated. Nathan tried to understand how it worked, what its priorities were, but it was like trying to understand code by looking at hardware activation. That Nathan's anti-magic was destroying the underlying framework like a spreading acid also didn't help. Even so, he felt a sense of panic from the construct. There was some form of awareness in there, though it didn't seem to be on the level of a human. Nathan suppressed a flash of pity for the thing. High Tier Identify 4 achieved. It's a war construct from a long-dead empire that's been unleashed on Jamor. It's attacking a town and unwilling to cooperate. Pity it all you like, but it needs to be put down. The creature's long legs had tried to curl enough to hit Nathan during this process, but their armor meant they lacked the flexibility to reach the central body. Now they were jerking spasmodically, and as the rapid-fire thoughts of the magical brain were disrupted, they stopped altogether. The construct didn't topple, seemingly locked in place. Nathan extracted his arm and vaulted atop the frozen body, using its 20-foot height to survey the battlefield. Arl had just mopped up the last of the scout constructs as they tried to swarm him, blasting a pack of them back with the lightning saber. Six-legged strike constructs lay slumped across the battlefield, either shot precisely through the eye by Sarah or diced to pieces by Arl's new disintegration sword. Stella and Kachi sheltered beyond the construct carnage, though Stella was now limned by a bright aura of flickering lightning. The mana capacitors were still hidden behind a stone outcrop, but the blue-white light reflected from the surrounding hills, as if Stella's spell was a hidden but unimaginably powerful disco ball. The pair were surrounded by the pulped remains of scout constructs and a single, larger strike construct that had tried to go for Stella and met Kachi's hammer. That's a weird shape for metal to take. Oh yeah, Kachi's new hammer deforms metal. Nathan turned in the other direction, looking over the hillside that sloped down to the valley around Taran. Oh shit, that's a lot of constructs. A goddamn army. Just like we planned for. They hadn't gotten all of the war machines from this wave, and a number of them were retreating to join the encroaching horde. And it was a horde. The spider-like scouts covered the slope like an angry metal carpet, punctuated by maybe 100 of the strike constructs. There were 9 more of the giant 12-legged armored creatures like the one Nathan was using as a watchtower, but most worrying were 4 even larger machines that looked like giant metal bricks, each supported by 8 stubby legs that carried them across the ground slowly but steadily. Not sure I want to know what those do. Here's hoping Stella's lightning can take them out, and I never find out.
Nathan turned to yell to the rest of the heirs, shouting as loud as he could. "Incoming horde! We've got a couple minutes! Get to cover!"
I'll try to get them to bunch up. He was interrupted by the loud hiss of an incoming spell before the construct he was standing on was nearly vaporized by an explosion. Nathan was thrown into the air as shrapnel from his former perch sliced into his skin, shredding his lower body. Pieces of enchanted metal embedded themselves in his legs and gut, and his right arm was torn half off by a particularly large chunk of enchanted armor. Rude. I was talking. Lines of shockingly powerful light mana locked onto him, staying precisely focused and on target, no matter how he adjusted his trajectory. Nathan stabilized his spin and slowed his fall to look down on the encroaching horde. Each of the light spells focused on him was powerful enough to melt metal, but they felt about as impactful as a hairdryer pointed at his skin. And they'll provide enough stamina to heal through all that shrapnel. Need to keep in mind that even if an explosion is caused by magic, any material it propels can still hurt me, despite me being safe from the blast wave. Weird. Nathan had to pay attention to ensure the alien objects were ejected from his body. Thanks to his skills, he could focus past the pain, the hostile spells, and the fact that he was fatally wounded and hovering over an AI alarmist's worst nightmare. He cataloged his injuries and focused his healing on pushing out the foreign pieces of metal, giving his body the attention it needed to restore itself. Battle Meditation 4 achieved. Perfected Body 4 achieved. Now in better condition, and still hovering over the battlefield, Nathan surveyed the army in front of him. It was still some distance away, though steadily closing the gap. The light beams were emanating from the corners of the brick constructs, their aim and range impressive. A hatch in the center of the closest brick opened up, and a ball of condensed purple plasma zipped out of it. Nathan felt a targeting spell lock onto him, but it slid off, and he juked sideways. The ball of plasma flew off into the distance before exploding like a battleship shell against a far-off hill. Then the strike constructs opened up with their spike throwers, and Nathan had to dive for the deck, yanking himself down with slow fall to avoid the staggered volley of projectiles. I'm immune to magic, not metal spikes. Though if I keep leveling up and empowering unarmored resilience and raging thrill, that'll change. Nathan broke line of sight to the attackers, falling behind the hill crest that still blocked the army from the heirs. He confirmed that the rest of the heirs had regrouped, with Sarah and Arl standing next to Kachi as he maintained the half-dome of golden force. Stella was still turned around, and Nathan wondered if he should signal to her when it was time to unleash her spell. Nah, I trust my teammates to handle it. They'll get it done. My job is to prevent the smaller constructs from overwhelming them until we get as much of the army in range as possible. Let's hope this works. Soon enough, the outriders from the swarm piled over the hill, and Nathan engaged them. He slammed his fist through the weaker armor of a scout, grabbing a barbed tail headed for his neck and using the attached construct as a bludgeon. A strike construct crested the hill and aimed at him, but Sarah fired first, and the metal figure dropped like a puppet with its strings cut. Then 3 more came into view while Nathan was tied down with a crowd of scouts. One of them shot a spike at him as the other 2 fired on Kachi's dome. The projectiles deflected with faint ripples of golden force, pinging off into the hillside beyond. Sarah fired again, dropping another construct. Arl stood next to her, looking frustrated but ready to deal with anything that reached the shield. Then the constructs stopped, withdrawing from Nathan and forming a battle line at the crest of the hill. Sarah shot another strike construct, and the last one withdrew, hiding behind some rocks. The scout constructs remained, seemingly daring, though, to waste ammunition on them. She proceeded to do so, firing as quickly as she could reload the masterwork rifle to scythe through their ranks. I'm glad the new one is enchanted to not overheat.
I wonder if she's getting back more focus than she's spending on that ammunition. Probably not, but she's been stockpiling. Nathan eyed the line of scout constructs as more shuffled atop the hill to replace those Sarah had shot. They're waiting for the heavy hitters to arrive. The scout and sentry constructs are fast, but they aren't the heavy combat units.
The brick-shaped ones are probably for direct fire support, and the 12-legged armored spiders are line breakers. Or wall breakers. That disintegration aura is potent. Sarah continued to harvest the scout constructs in view as they kept an eye on the airs, when Nathan saw the first telltale silhouette of one of the giant spider constructs come into view. Nothing was visible except for its heavily armored legs, and it was clear that Sarah couldn't take it out from afar. Sounds like a job for me. We need to get them to commit everything. The sentry constructs gave the spider a wide berth, and Nathan jogged sideways to put himself in between it and the airs. The construct slowed for a second, and Nathan could almost feel its attention shifting between him and the pile of jagged scrap which was all that remained of an identical war machine. Yeah, that's right. Bring it. It decided not to bring it. Nathan engaged in a short staring contest with the 60-foot wide, 12-legged metal spider and wondered when his life had gotten so strange. Probably around when I got yanked through a portal to a fantasy world. But there have been a few additional weird steps to get exactly here. Then 3 more of the spiders came over the hill, and Nathan started backpedaling. He wanted to slow them down, convince them to commit more of their firepower, not try to take them all out single-handedly. I mean, if I could, then sure, that would be great. But I got a bit lucky not getting pounded to paste by the first one, and my impression of their intelligence is that they're smart enough to work together and prevent me from doing the same thing again. They might not give me a straight shot to the core this time. I might be stuck slowly disenchanting and ripping off individual pieces of armor. No, I'm mostly reduced to posturing right now. The constructs were still advancing cautiously, fanning out across the slope of the hill and matching Nathan's backward steps with their own. They were soon joined by other spider constructs, until a line of 8 slowly advanced. Sarah's shots dwindled as groups of the smaller scouts hid behind each spider construct, using them as cover. They could definitely just charge, and there's not much we could really do. Well, aside from unleashing Stella's surprise. Are they waiting for? The spider constructs picked up their pace, with scout and strike constructs pouring over the hillside behind them in a wave. Then the top of 4 brick-shaped constructs crested the hill, and the swarm's advance turned into a charge. Nathan wasn't too far away from the airs, and he leapt into the air like a baseman trying to catch a high-line drive. Only what he was catching this time was an explosive plasma projectile aimed at his teammates. It was about the same size as a baseball, though it didn't stay that way for long. The ball of sun-hot plasma detonated in his fingers, and Nathan was very glad for improved anti-magic as the raging explosion washed over him. Another ball of plasma streaked by and collided with Kachi's shield, hiding the airs behind a roiling ball of purple fire. What is Stella waiting for? I know Kachi's shields got a lot stronger after his level 81 development and all those divinity shenanigans, but wait much longer and we'll have giant disintegration spiders knocking on our front door. The fire cleared, revealing the barrier intact and the airs safe behind it. Kachi was on one knee, hands clasped in prayer as his shield of golden energy blazed. Stella had turned around to inspect the battlefield. Her eyes flashed with lightning that extended off the side of her face, like the brightest and most dramatic winged eyeliner imaginable.
Then incandescent beams of light mana struck the barrier, and Stella smiled. Skill text comparison. Mid-tier tumbling.
This skill will help you use unorthodox movements involving rolls and handsprings to take advantage of your momentum to avoid danger. High-tier tumbling. This skill will help you use unorthodox movements to take advantage of your momentum, especially useful to avoid attacks and compensate when you are struck. Chapter 38. The Second Coming of Tesla. Time seemed to slow down as Stella unleashed her lightning. The tendrils of energy curved around the outcropping like the outstretched arms of a hungry god. They were as bright as the sun, and the battlefield was immediately illuminated in washed-out tones by the incredible glare. That light should have blinded Nathan as it consumed the battlefield, but it didn't. Apparently, my magic immunity means light produced from magical effects can't blind me.
Nathan could actually see Stella's magnetic containment fields for a split second, as the unimaginable power of the lightning spell searched for an outlet, forking through the air. Then the roving power touched the beams of light assailing Kachi's shield. The electricity ceased its exploration, having discovered the path of least resistance. A tangible mass of lightning roared down the lines of the beams, following them back to their source. I did mention electrolasers to Stella, didn't I? Those beams of light aren't lasers, but I suppose they ionize enough air to make a conductive path. The sound was beyond deafening. Nathan could feel the reverberation of the cataclysmic spell in every bone of his body and in the ground underfoot. The lightning dominated the air overhead, the entire sky flashing white as incandescent bolts replaced the top half of the world. Streamers of power flickered down from the sky, crashing to the ground all around the battlefield. One struck right next to Nathan, blasting aside a charging strike construct. The spell that came for Nathan was like nothing he'd ever felt before. It wasn't a fancy spell. It was barely a spell at all. Just a raw outpouring of lightning mana. It was the sheer power that beggared the mind. By Nathan's estimate, the bolt that struck near him contained about 1,800 mana, the entire pool of a level 170 mage without any special skills. He gritted his teeth and pushed into the spell, as if leaning into a high wind, healing the damage that got through his anti-magic as the sand under his feet fused. Magic Absorption 10 achieved. Congratulations, you have maxed out this unique talent. You must achieve insight into the talent to develop it further. As it is unique tier, this will be very difficult, and the type of insight will influence how the talent develops. That trunk of lightning was nothing compared to the bolts that impacted the huge constructs that had been the source of the light beams. Each of the besieged machines manifested hexagonal shields of force that reflected the lightning, which lashed fractal bolts through the ranks of constructs around them. Can they defend against that? We won't have a prayer. The shields lasted a single heartbeat before they shattered, exposing the giant, brick-shaped constructs to the full fury of all the mana Stella had channeled in 10 minutes. They exploded as one, detonating like their entire building-sized bodies had been packed with plastic explosives. Whizzing projectiles filled the air, and Nathan heard the sound of large pieces of metal impacting the stone behind him. A chunk of shrapnel took his leg out from under him, mangling the limb as it sent him cartwheeling to the ground. An enormous cloud of dust obscured everything, though Nathan could still see the glare of lightning playing through the cloud. I guess the spell's not over yet.
The flying sand itself was charged, and lightning flickered through the storm as if it were alive, lighting the thick dust with hundreds of small jolts of electricity. A scout staggered into Nathan's sight, and he saw it be electrocuted half a dozen times as the ambient charge grounded itself against the metal construct. The lightning was also shocking Nathan, but not nearly as aggressively because he wasn't made of metal, and the effect was still magical enough that his talent partially protected him. It was enough to completely refill his stamina even after healing his leg. He cautiously got to his feet. Well, that was an adventure.
I'll go check on the airs and wait for the dust to settle. I've never used that phrase literally before. It's a very charged atmosphere. Good one. Nathan shook his head, unsure if he was concussed or just stupefied by the grandeur of Stella's spell.
Regardless, he turned to go find the protected dip where the airs had been fortified, hoping that he wouldn't find a red smear on the ground. The first thing he heard was coughing, which was a good sign, followed by the sound of Kachi's voice finishing a weak prayer. Stunned once more. By my own perseverance, I am healed. Nathan stumbled over a rock he hadn't seen because of the dust, nearly face-planting on ground littered with sharp metal. He caught himself and looked up to find Sarah propping up a wounded Kachi. Blood dribbled from his wolfish snout, and the cleric's chest plate was crushed in, but it was suffused by a golden glow and popped back into place as Nathan watched. The wolf man's breathing came more easily, and he slumped back, taking deep breaths. The fully armored figure of Arl was nearby, great sword held at the ready. He gave Nathan a quick nod, but continued standing guard. Occasionally, a streamer of lightning would jump to his armor, but each time the armor would react, neutralizing the lightning with a blue flash. Nathan looked around for a moment, unable to find Stella. Where's... Sarah pointed, and Nathan followed her hand. He caught a glimpse of slippers poking out from behind a large piece of jagged metal and rushed over. Shit. Nathan rounded the metal to find Stella unharmed except for a nosebleed. She had seemingly just collapsed on the ground behind the flattened chunk of debris. He looked down at her in confusion. She collapsed after the giant explosion, Sarah said, helping Kachi to his feet. She glanced at Stella with worry. It's probably mana overload. She was keeping the lightning away from us. They were interrupted by a strike construct emerging from the cloud, jumping towards them with the scrape of damaged metal. Arl bisected it with his disintegration sword, and the halves clattered to the ground. Nathan shook himself, peering out into the swirling sand. We don't know that we got them all. Kachi, can you heal Stella, or carry her if you can't? We need to get out of this dust cloud and get better sight lines. I don't want to get jumped by one of those spiders with a disintegration aura. The cleric nodded and coughed up some more blood, though it seemed to be left over from his injury. He reached down to grab Stella, hoisting her gently in a princess carry before they retreated from the battlefield. Nathan took the rear, tearing apart any surviving scouts that tried to follow, letting Arl deal with the few strike constructs. I just want to be sure I'm the first to engage any of those spider constructs. I might be the only person who can take them out. Stella or Sarah could maybe deal with one from a distance, but not with this visibility. And Stella's in bad shape, while Sarah would probably have to use an enchanted round for it. Most of their pursuing enemies had some kind of damage, limping from either malfunctioning legs or dysfunctional logic. Their disorganized attacks made them easy fights for Nathan and Arl, who dispatched the staggering constructs as quickly as possible to ensure nothing slipped past them. They've been pretty smart in groups previously. I wonder if they had some kind of networked intelligence that Stella's spell broke. The dust cleared after a few hundred feet, and eventually Kachi declared a halt and lowered Stella to the ground. He channeled some healing to Stella and Sarah, then held out a hand to Arl, who shook his head. I haven't taken a wound. This armor is as impressive as adamant. In fact, there might be adamant in it. I'll need Stella to recharge it later. It takes basic mana right here. Arl indicated a spot between his shoulder blades, which held a recessed metal port that looked a lot like an electrical outlet. Kachi grunted, leaning down to heal Stella again. She was still unconscious and didn't respond. The cleric frowned, then slapped her lightly with his gauntleted hand. Ow! Stella blinked sluggishly, lifting a hand to her cheek. She raised it to shield her eyes from the lightning still flickering through the cloud of sand, and looked around in confusion. "What happened? Why did you hit me?" Then her eyes fully focused past the wolfman and onto the cloud of dust. She spoke with a slight slur, clearly having trouble focusing. "The spell. What happened? Did it take out the army?" Her eyes flicked back and forth, clearly skimming prompts from Devrar. "Ha! I developed mana shaping and robust spells," she yawned, holding a hand in front of her face as her eyes slid nearly shut. Kachi snorted, standing up as dust flaked from his armor. "To repeat prophecy, your spell had great effect, for we are not dead. But I did not see the outcome. The light attacks directed against us were rather bright."
My barrier protected us, but we could not see beyond. After you passed out, a large piece of metal hit my shield and broke it, nearly breaking me. Kachi glanced at Nathan. "Did you see what occurred?" Nathan kept his attention half-focused on the dust cloud as he answered. "Yeah, I saw most of it. The lightning followed the light mana back to the big bricks, and they exploded. That was probably where that piece of metal came from. I don't know if the lightning got all of the smaller ones, but it definitely got a lot of them. It was a damn powerful spell." He shook his head, then met Stella's eyes. "Honestly, great job. We bought you the time you needed, but you pulled it off." "So, plasma mana next?" She smirked in a self-satisfied manner, eyes sluggish and nearly drifting closed. Nathan laughed. "Yeah, if you can contain that much lightning, a little bit of plasma shouldn't be a problem."
"I also think we're going to go for electro-lasers as an intermediate, and you already saw how that works. A strong beam of light can help direct lightning mana. That seems like an insight you can use." Stella cheered weakly, but was called back from her excitement by Sarah, who was frowning over her rifle as she aimed it into the dust cloud. "Sorry to douse your fire, but we haven't leveled yet. I wish my unhindered weapon sight worked through dust." "Stella, are you hale enough to blow away the cloud? We need to see. Don't bait the castle bear if you're too tired." The mage nodded, flipping one hand dismissively while covering another yawn. "I'm fine. My development of mana shaping will let me build big spells and then unleash them. This should be easy." She raised her hands from her sitting position, and a swirling ball of air mana started forming 20 feet in the air. The airs waited for a minute as the size and density of the spell built. Then Stella swept her hands down, directing a wide jet of gale-force winds, which blew in the direction of the electrified cloud of dust. It started clearing, revealing a wasteland of shattered metal and blackened rock. Sarah was ready with her rifle, snapping off shots as still mobile constructs were uncovered. They staggered around the wreckage, though some had formed into small groups. She knocked down a handful with precise shots as Kachi raised a barrier of translucent golden light once more. It was none too soon. As the dust cloud parted, the surviving army started organizing. They advanced on the airs in a ragged line, and enchanted metal spikes deflected off Kachi's barrier. Nathan and Arl left the cover of Kachi's magic, advancing to meet the wave of damaged war robots. It was hard not to grow overconfident. They'd demolished the majority of the army, and what remained was battered and malfunctioning. But even the reduced foe was scary. Nathan took several bad wounds from scouts and the spikes fired by the strike constructs before he regained his caution. He focused on dodging attacks and not taking injuries that might disable him long enough for the machines to overwhelm him with their numbers. High-tier dodging footwork 4 achieved! But really, I'm just playing second fiddle to my teammates here. Arl and Sarah were mowing through the enemies like farmers scything grain, with Sarah focused on taking out any strike constructs that tried to draw a bead on her brother. He managed to dodge most of the metal spikes, and the few that did hit just staggered him slightly as he continued to dice the attackers into metal scrap. The wind revealed one of the giant metal spiders, which was missing 3 legs on one side. It turned and oriented on the heirs, rushing toward them with a lurching gait. I think that's my cue. Nathan ran to meet the disintegration-projecting creature, maneuvering around it so he could approach where the legs had been sheared away. It tried attacking him anyway, but there was a lack of coordination to the 9 remaining limbs that made it simple to dodge through the gaps. Once under the spider, it focused on him with its disintegration aura, but Nathan duplicated his feat of jumping up and grabbing hold of the crystal, which retracted into the creature's body. It worked once. I just hope this isn't a trap somehow. Not sure how it could be. Nathan reached in after the retracting crystal, quickly finding the conduit that connected directly to whatever magical brain controlled the machine. He drained it quickly, dropping from the frozen body afterwards. You know, in case it explodes like the last one. Though I'm pretty sure that was a plasma attack from one of those brick-like robots. While he'd been busy, the dust cloud had mostly been dispersed by Stella's magic, and she was frying constructs with an occasional bolt of lightning. Nathan looked around the battlefield strewn with metal bodies in various states of disassembly, ranging from completely exploded to cut in half, and with more than a few just partially melted. Large swaths of ground were blackened and fused together from the cataclysmic lightning spell, and there were substantial craters at the crest of the hill where the bricks had stood when Stella unleashed her spell. 8, 9, and that's 10 corpses of spider constructs. Glad to have all of those accounted for. I can't believe Stella's spell got 8 of them. God damn. The craters at the top of the hill were still smoking, though the fumes were quickly drawn away by the vestiges of Stella's wind spell. Nathan watched a few constructs skitter over the hilltop and out of sight.
One of them dropped right as it reached the crest, a final victim of Sarah's rifle. Nathan called out to Aurel, who had just finished off the last group of functional constructs. "Are we going after them?" Aurel shook his head. "I don't think so. The army is broken, and I'm tired." Nathan nodded in agreement and rolled his shoulder, turning to walk back to where the rest of the heirs stood. "You have leveled up to level 110. Congratulations! Your party has vanquished a strike force of old Gamor war constructs." As Nathan approached, he heard Stella laughing. Her voice morphed from a tired giggle into a maniacal chuckle. "I gained 33 levels from that! Aurel's helmet retracted back into the armor, individual metal tendrils slithering off his head like liquid. He shook his head, flicking sweat off his hair. 21 here. Killed a lot of constructs." He marched up to Stella, presenting his back and sitting down. "The armor needs a recharge. Getting a bit low." "Port's right between my shoulder blades, Miss 33. Stella did a double take, opening her eyes wide as if to make sure she wasn't hallucinating. "Wait, where did that come from? Did you put on the possibly cursed armor in the middle of the fight?" Aurel shrugged. "Yup. Isn't cursed. Well?" He gestured again at the charging port. The tired mage grumbled, but proceeded to slap a hand onto Aurel's back and channeled mana into it. Small lights on his armor slowly pulsed, reminding Nathan of how electronic devices indicated charging in progress. Sarah spoke up next. 20 levels here. Shot a lot of the strike constructs." She tossed Nathan a fresh pair of clothes, gesturing for him to speak next. 19. I didn't get that many of the strike or scout constructs. Just 2 of the big spidery ones. That disintegrating aura is nasty. I don't think there's a scrap of my old clothes left. If I learn how to take a second class, I'm considering tailor. Nathan pulled on his new clothes, then touched his head, which felt a bit different. It also gave me a buzz cut.
I guess my hair has less anti-magic than the rest of me. Hold on. Nathan concentrated for a moment, and his hair grew out to its normal shagginess, just barely too short to get into his eyes. No construct gives me a haircut. He ignored Sarah's snort and gestured to Kachi. The big wolf man had also smiled at Nathan's joke, but was gazing intently at the intact spider Nathan had taken down. I appreciate your destruction of those particular foes. I do not know how we could have faced them without you. I gained 12 levels today, as I only struck down several attacking scouts. I am free of regret, but surprised I earned so many. Sarah slapped his shoulder plate. You blocked a lot of attacks there. Gave Stella the time she needed for her spell.
You earned those levels, same as us. Kachi shook his head, dismissing the topic. Shall we proceed to the town of Taren? I expect we will not have trouble now. Nathan smirked. If there is trouble, I don't think we'll be on the receiving end of it. I don't think I'm ready to walk that far yet, Stella said. I want a nap first. She frowned at where her hand met Arl's armor. This stuff is drinking mana like an ocean. How much energy did you spend, Arl? What does this item use it for? The wiry man held up his arm, inspecting the metallic gloves that had emerged from the sleeves. It spends mana to counter attacks, including magic. It can also spend stored mana to empower strikes, but I'm not comfortable using it yet. It's a great piece of gear. And it's taken nearly 4,000 mana and is not even part-way done. This is ridiculous. I'm getting low. That never happens. Stella's tone made it clear this was a personal affront, even as she cracked a loud yawn and her nose started bleeding again. Kachi hustled over to treat her. Stop that. Do not worsen your mana burn. You know, I bet there are some intact crystals out there. Nathan gazed out at the battlefield. I know the spider constructs had these giant crystals to channel the disintegration spell through. Should we go grab those? Yes, please. Stella's voice was tired. While you guys do that, I might take a nap. Wake me up when we're heading to Taren. Status of Nathan Lark. Permanent Talent 1. Magic Absorption 10. Permanent Talent 2. Perfected Body 4. Talent 3. High Tier Slow Fall 8. Class Implacable. Anti-Mage Level 110. Stamina 3064 over 3600. Anti-Mage's Impassivity. Anti-Magic Momentum. Raging Thrill. Implacable Inertia. Unarmored Resilience. Improved Anti-Magic. Strenuous Agility. Hand-to-hand Expertise. Utility Skills. Battle Meditation 4. High-Tier Earnestness 8. Mid-Tier Sprinting 10. High-Tier Spell Sense 8. High-Tier Notice 3. High-Tier Identify 4. High-Tier Dodging Footwork 4. High-Tier Enhanced Memory 7. Mid-Tier Lecturing 8. High-Tier Tumbling 1. Chapter 39. When the Cavalry Wears the Face of a Foe. Stella spent a good deal of the trip down the hill complaining about running out of mana. Her increased channeling rate had let her dump almost 12,000 mana into Arl's new armor, which grew shinier and more responsive as it charged up. Earlier, it had looked like a tight-fitting dark robe with a metallic glint, decorated with dark gold symbols. Now it shone with a deep silver luster, and the golden symbols glowed slightly. It looked like some kind of futuristic techno-magic power armor. And that's basically what it is. It just came from a civilization that died thousands of years ago. Really, Stella was just annoyed she hadn't been able to take a nap. Though she agreed that it would be wiser and more practical to rest in Taren. Beyond being protected, they'd have comforts like beds and hot food. And a bath.
I'm pretty dusty, though I think the disintegration treatment did some nice exfoliation and cleaning. But we're still hiking across a desert, so it's not like I can avoid getting sweaty and dusty.
Stella had been cheered up seeing the magical crystals Nathan had brought her from the spider constructs. They appeared to be a synthetic conductive quartz. It apparently wasn't very high quality, but each one was almost the size of Stella's torso. Nathan managed to fetch 6 from the wreckage of the spider constructs. He'd looked for any crystals from the brick constructs, too. He bet they'd have some good ones, given the power of their magical firepower and shields. But he hadn't found anything, just scraps of metal embedded in large craters. The heirs only saw a few constructs as they descended the hill. All were at quite a distance, either retreating or keeping watch from the eastern hills. Sarah aimed her rifle at them, but didn't end up firing.
Too far, and they're mostly scout constructs. I don't think I could hit the eye of a strike construct from here.
As the heirs passed by the destroyed remains of the siege construct that Sarah had blown up with a long-distance shot, it was clear they were also being watched from the town. Dozens of heads poked visibly over the battlements, barely larger than specks from this distance. Nathan looked up the slope at the town of Terran. Damn, that siege construct has some range. Terran's high up, and now we gotta climb the hill. Stella rolled her eyes, stretching and looking generally exhausted.
Yeah, complain all you want, Stamina Man. You don't even get properly tired anymore so long as I hit you with a lightning bolt.
The rest of us feel this travel.
They trooped up the road, which switchbacked up the massive arch of stone that connected to the top of the mesa. The road had been deeply carved into the rock to ascend the nearly sheer cliff, in some cases almost crossing back over itself. Partway up the path, the road became slick with blood and covered with dozens of goat carcasses. They were like the ones he'd seen south of Cromer, big animals with 4 large horns and matted hair. It looked like the constructs had caught the herd as it was being driven up the road and promptly massacred them. Nathan didn't see the bodies of any shepherds. He hoped they'd made it to safety. The heirs picked their way past the bodies, climbing to the top of the slope where the road led across the narrow arch to the gatehouse, still nearly a quarter-mile away. The road was about 20 feet wide, but dropped off more than 1,000 feet on both sides. A few immobile constructs lay scattered along the road's length, with more smashed along the rocks below. What is it with Jamor and heights? I'm glad I have slow fall, or I would feel a lot more apprehensive about this. Adventurers approaching! Kachi's voice boomed across the landscape, clearly assisted by a spell. After a moment, it echoed back from the mesa wall before them. The response was just as loud. Approach clear! True aim you have there. Are you the heirs? It sounded like an older man, his voice rough with age. Kachi raised an eyebrow as he replied, Indeed we are. On approach. The heirs walked across the road on top of the arch, and Nathan saw the gatehouse clearly. It was a sturdy construction, blocking the end of the arch from the town beyond. It was also clearly in bad shape, having taken several fireballs from the constructs, which had destabilized the towers and partially broken in the wide gate. More dead constructs were visible around the gatehouse, scattered around the base as if they'd been killed trying to climb the structure. There were a mix of scout and strike models, and they formed a small pile in front of the gate. Muck Grabber's filthy asshole. Sarah's quiet swear drew Nathan's attention, and she pointed to the top of the gatehouse where their reception committee awaited. Oh shit. That's Simla. And Kozar, his uncle? The one who stood for Simla during the solstice, who wanted an excuse to challenge Sudrael to a duel. Out of the corner of his mouth, Nathan spoke to Stella. You sent it to Jamor saying that we beat the siege and are entering the town, right? She nodded back, eyes fixed on the adventurers atop the gatehouse. Yep, and I'm ready to cast a shield if any of them decide to be a ghoul's uncle.
The pale mage to Kozar's left is Argon Schatz, an exile from Litcliffe who joined Kozar's team.
He's a powerful water mage. Kachi looked back, eyebrows angled down in a severe expression. They are fellow adventurers. Do not suspect bloody intentions without cause. They might think they have cause, Arl answered wryly, given what happened at the solstice. And what came of it. And all the way out here? Kachi's tone was cutting, though it stayed quiet. They might hear you. Be silent. The heirs walked the remaining distance in tense silence, and Nathan studied those awaiting them. There were 3 distinct clusters atop the wall. The first was 8 adventurers led by Kozar, including Simla and his team. But there was another group of adventurers, 4 older people who stood separate and 1 younger mage. Nathan remembered seeing them at the solstice, but couldn't recall any details. At least they're standing apart from Kozar and Simla. The final group were clearly villagers, all suited for combat. A mixed batch of men and women with assorted slings, spears, and other weapons bulked out the mess of fighters atop the wall. And while the villagers outnumbered the adventurers 5 to 1, Nathan knew that it was the adventurers who had carried the defense of the town. The villagers probably have some combat skills, but they don't make a profession of violence like we do. As the heirs got closer, Kozar called down to them. "Any constructs hiding on the road?" Kachi called back, pitching his voice respectfully. "No holdouts. They've retreated to the eastern hills." The old man nodded, pursing his lips before gesturing with his handful of javelins to Simla. "Nephew, open the gates." The mage standing by Simla's side cast a spell, and the entire group of younger adventurers hopped off the backside of the wall. A moment later, the gate creaked open, abused hinges protesting the movement, before revealing Simla and 3 of his teammates straining against the bent metal. Those constructs really did a number on the gate. I'm impressed it moves at all. But Simla and his team probably have strength enhancements from Davra. The heirs trooped into the city, warily passing a glowering Simla. Nathan was expecting some kind of snide remark from the beautifully armored young man, but received only silence. Then one of the watching villagers raised their voice, speaking with a thick accent. "A cheer for the heirs, them who saved Taran. If giants wake, they'll put 'em down." The villagers all gave a shout, and the heirs felt welcomed. Nathan looked back and saw Simla wince, as if he'd taken a painful blow. An hour later, Nathan and Kachi were sitting in the common room of the adventurer barracks in Taran. Stella, Arl, and Sarah had all crashed in a small bunk room, with Stella passing out as soon as they'd gotten some food in her and pushed her towards a bed. Nathan and Kachi weren't that tired, though for different reasons. Apparently, one of Kachi's new class skills gave him better endurance and decreased his need for physical resources. He'd phrased it as a step closer to divinity. Meanwhile, Nathan's enormous pool of stamina and perfected body protected him from the symptoms of exhaustion. He gazed off into space, wondering if he could use his talent to substitute for sleep. Probably for a little while, though I shouldn't make the shift sudden or permanent. Maybe try sleeping only a few hours a night, then skip every other night while keeping track of how I feel. I don't know enough neuroscience to be comfortable making permanent changes, but I can clean out sleep toxins to alleviate some of the issues. It's important to stay alert right now. Nathan grimaced. He and Kachi weren't explicitly awake in case any of the other adventurers tried anything, but there was a reason they were both sitting here, keeping an eye on the entrance to the room where the rest of the heirs slept. The worst part is that Kozar is explicitly in charge. He's the leader of the strongest team here, no question. The only way to dispute that would be with a direct challenge. And he's an elite adventurer, so there's no way that works out well for me. The door opened, and Nathan tensed as 5 figures filed in.
They were the third group of adventurers, whom Nathan had seen atop the wall, but not recognized. There were 4 grizzled older men and women, each dressed in blackened breastplates and carrying 6 wicked daggers. The 5th member was a young, gnoled woman, who was obviously a mage. That's not an uncommon pattern. I saw it with the Blades of Steel, too, back when they relieved us at Bridgeguard. A recent graduate of the Tower of Trickery joining a team of older adventurers, who are battle-scarred and experienced, but lacking magical support.
2 of the new arrivals went into the kitchen and started preparing food with the stalks left to them by the villagers, while another came and sat down near Nathan and Kachi. He introduced himself in a rumbling voice. "I'm Delric Anesto, and I lead the Old Hands." He gestured to the other adventurers in the room. "Good to have you here." Then Delric snorted, mouth twisting wryly as he shook his head. "More than good. You wiped out that Ending's damned army of old Gamor. We saw the lightning from here. Impressive as dragon's breath." I'm sure Stella would love to hear that compliment. Nathan and Kachi both gave the man respectful nods, though Kachi was the one to speak. "We arrived in time and are free of all regret." Delric nodded absent-mindedly, barely acknowledging Kachi's words. He cast his eyes towards the door. "I was at the solstice. I know there's smoke and blood between you and Simla. With Kozar here, you're no fools to be suspicious. But don't be. Jamor knows what occurred, and we won't let any dark tricks pass." The grizzled man took a deep breath and cracked a wide grin. "But let's not smother our fire any more than needed. We're alive today, and hope to be alive tomorrow. After the town defense is put to rights, we'll track the war constructs back to the Foundry Fortress that spawned them." "Why not wait for more adventurers?" Nathan asked. "There was an all-adventurer call. Surely more are on the way." "The Dust Eaters are close, though they're under strength. They lost their leader recently, from what I understand. Remember till ending." Nathan grimaced, dipping his head in acknowledgement and echoing the older man. "Remember till ending. We were there for Nornan's death, a nest of ash-blood cobras." Delric bowed his head at Nathan's point. "Dangerous foes. But we can't give the Foundry Fortress time to make more constructs. They make an army a day when fully active. Another team of adventurers isn't worth a delay." "You should rest, and we'll leave in the evening. The Dust Eaters will arrive in the night to protect Terran." Nathan traded glances with Kachi, the unspoken question clear. The Divine Justicar shook his head. "We will remain awake. Neither of us have much need for sleep." The door opened again, and Kozar led the way into the room, trailed by Simla and both teams of adventurers. The old man was built like a castle wall, dark skin wrinkled but with muscles flexing underneath like bands of iron. His finely trimmed salt and pepper beard matched the black enameled silver armor that looked like a masterpiece of an enchanter's craft. But not as cool as Arl's new armor. The old adventurer sat at a table near them, barking out orders to his team. "The villagers will put what remains to right. We leave at sundown. Eat, rest, do what needs done. Simla, attend me." Simla sat down across from his uncle, and the family resemblance was clear. Kozar glanced over at Nathan, meeting his gaze with a smoldering intensity that prompted Nathan to quickly break eye contact and look down at the table. "He's probably over level 500, an elite of Jamor, somebody who's spent their life in violence. Not a great enemy to have, but I'm not going to run from him either." Nathan's introspection was interrupted by Kozar's voice, directed at Simla but clearly pitched to carry throughout the room. "Simla, my nephew, the inheritor of the Bola. You are the young champion of the traditionalists. Are you proud?" Out of the corner of his eye, Nathan saw Simla puff up, lifting his chin and meeting his uncle's gaze with an air of trepidation.
Yes, uncle. I am proud to represent the traditionalists among my generation.
Kozar's response was a whip crack, harsh and scourging. Why are you proud? You fail to represent us. Behold the heirs. His arm flashed out to point unwaveringly at Nathan and Kachi.
The old man's voice became a rolling boulder, gravelly and overpowering.
They represent Sudrael, and her plans strike their targets. And why should they not? Her representatives slay giants, and you struggle with mere men. Nathan's eyebrows vaulted towards his hairline, and he caught Kachi's gaze to share the awkwardness. Why are they arguing about this here, in front of us? Simla flinched, but opened his mouth to respond. Kozar rolled right over him, his voice burying anything Simla said. The adventurers need freedom from rules. They need not be restrained by the villages. We must become stronger. That is what we say, and it is true. But how does it appear to the undecided when those who follow the guildmistress's rules are so strong as to end a nest of ash-blood cobras, clear an Adrani dungeon, and save a village in the span of a week? Simla's jaw was set, his temper up. You saw the lightning. It was some artifact from the dungeon. Strength stolen, not their own.
Any could do such a thing. Kozar's voice was venomous. Then steal some strength for yourself. You were approved for a dungeon delve on my word, and you did not succeed. You have not reached level 81. You are a disgrace of an adventurer. Simla's voice was quiet, but held a core of steel. The dungeon was beyond us. It was retreat or die. There was no nemesis we could slay in that tower of lies and poison. Kozar's hand hit the table with a loud thwack, leaving a crack through the slab of stone. There is always another option. Find it and level. Or die. Or else the heirs will carry the day. Again. Simla's head swung towards where Nathan and Kachi were sitting. Nathan was watching out of the corner of his eye, but he could easily see the burning venom in the young man's gaze. Oh, that's why we're here. To help Kozar humiliate Simla and push him harder. He's going to get Simla killed. You know what? Fuck it. I don't have to play my role in this script. If I'm too offensive, Kozar can challenge me. But with our relative ranks, it'd need to be a damned heavy offense. And Simla stands less of a chance against me now than he did on the solstice. Nathan brought his head up, meeting Simla's eyes. You swore to protect Jamor. We swore more than that. Someday we'll be gone, dead or traveling to meet the endings. But Jamor will always need competent adventurers. People who can fight and fight well. Adventurers who can defend the villages against the threats of Devrar. Kozar hissed derisively, but Nathan ignored him, keeping his eyes on Simla. Your path is your own. Don't let an old man make his failings your own. Fight for yourself, Simla Bola. You saved lives here because you retreated from that dungeon and kept your team alive. What is worth more, those lives or your pride? His pride? Nathan tilted his head towards Kozar. The old adventurer's words filled the room, trembling with cold rage. Do you mean those words, boy? Do hold your own pride highest. Then tell my nephew it's no loss if he's lesser. Nathan met Kozar's eyes and almost flinched. The man's lips were peeled back in a snarl, and his eyes were like whirled pits into a realm of horrors. To meet the man's gaze was to understand a threat of implicit violence so deeply it reached back and yanked on Nathan's brainstem. Fuck, I think he's got a skill like, or something similar. Good thing I can resist mind-affecting skills while raging, thanks to Nathan let loose the leash on his rage, focusing his thoughts to keep his expression mild. The strength that flowed through his muscles was mirrored by the resolve that bolstered his thoughts, and he met Kozar's eyes and leaned forward. Nathan's voice was resolved as he met Kozar's skill with one of his own. I meant what I said. We don't need to be at each other's throats. Improve to protect, not to compete. Davra's dangerous enough without us fighting each other. High-tier earnestness 9 achieved. Why am I defending Simla? He tried to kill me in a non-lethal duel. But I hate seeing somebody like Kozar being abusive. Simla's an asshole, but it's not hard to blame his role model for that. Nathan stood suddenly as Kozar opened his mouth to reply, the rapid motion drawing the eyes of everybody who hadn't already been paying full attention to the conversation. I'm going back to our room. I need to get out of here before I do something we'll regret. Even with battle meditation and the old hands here, I have the feeling this is a rather dangerous situation, and I'm not making it better. Kachi nodded his approval, and Nathan ran away from a fight he was convinced he couldn't win. To end a swarm. Sarah and Stella woke from their naps before long, and Nathan filled them in on his tense exchange with Kozar. He narrowed his eyes at Stella. Did Simla's team set off the old Gmore constructs? He mentioned he retreated from a dungeon. Stella shrugged. I will ask. Siltal didn't say anything. She sent a message, getting a response in just a few minutes. Nope. Simla's team went into a smaller Fortress of the Face just north of here. Nothing to do with old Gmore. Nobody delved any dungeons to the east of Taren. No known cause. Nathan frowned, thinking. It couldn't have been us. Even if the crystal did send out a message before I broke it, that was an Edrani dungeon, and these are old Gmore constructs. They shouldn't talk to each other. An early warning sign of the endings? Arl slapped Nathan on the back, his armored hand striking with surprising weight. I bet dragon bones to stalker teeth that we never find out. Davrar's dangers don't always have a reason. Let's get ready. It is time to depart soon. Sarah cast a look around the sparse room. Not much left to do to get ready. Stella, are you recovered? The short mage stretched, then cracked her neck. I'll sling lightning bolts all day long, but maybe a day or 3 before I cast that spell again? My head is sore. A lot of me is sore. Kachi opened the door, taking in the airs and their readiness, and jerked his head. It's time to depart. They filed out the door, sticking close to Delric and the old hands, as the various teams assembled in the village square. No work appeared to be getting done, and the villagers were out in force, watching the gathered adventurers in silence. Nathan noted the extensive animal pens which held several herds of the extra-demonic-looking goats. Separating the livestock from the houses were a series of warehouses resembling tanneries and workshops. I thought tanneries were supposed to smell bad. Maybe some skills can prevent those problems. Soon enough, all of the adventurers were gathered, and Nathan watched as Kozar spoke to the leader of the village. We leave to slay this nemesis, and will return when the threat is vanquished for a feast. You small folk should have no fear. He clapped the wizened man on the shoulder before striding out the gates. Nathan could swear that the villagers looked annoyed at Kozar's terms of address and presumption of their hospitality. He gave them an apologetic shrug, but wasn't convinced the message came across. The group of adventurers followed Kozar out of town, with Nathan and the heirs bringing up the rear. The old hands were in the middle, while Kozar and Simla's teams led the way. The company was 18 strong, and they strung out somewhat as they descended the winding road from the heights of Terran to the desert floor. As they walked, the mage from the old hands dropped back to talk to the heirs. She was a gnolld girl, 3 feet tall, and nearly lost in an elaborately tailored deep blue robe that matched her hair. Her skin was an umber color, closer to red than the orange of most gnolls. She bore a staff, capped with a giant red crystal, just a few shades lighter than her skin. She sidled up next to Stella, glancing sidelong. That lightning. Was that you? Who's asking? Stella looked amusedly back, cocking an eyebrow. The cannoled mage blushed, ducking her head. 1,000 apologies. I'm Netta Helvim, graduate of the Tower of Trickery. I have fire mana, but hear me, I want lightning mana, especially if you can destroy an army with it. Your spell outshone the sun. She'd started out speaking quietly, but her excitement ramped up over time. Stella shot Nathan a diverting glance, then turned back to Netta. It's hard and takes powerful insights, but tell me about your fire magic. Nathan listened as Stella chatted with the other mage, quickly falling into a banter about the specifics of spells. Netta had shadow mana in addition to fire, and was working on figuring out spells that combined the two, since they weren't a common mana pairing. Night fell as the adventurers walked across the desert. A member of Kozar's team with a tracking skill took the lead, following the constructs that had fled earlier in the day. The change from day to night seemed unusually sudden, and Nathan looked up at the sky to see if anything strange was going on. He found himself frowning at a patch of clouds, some of which seemed to have a different pattern than the rest. That cloud seems kind of hazy. Weird. Hey, Sarah, do you see anything up there? Nathan pointed, careful to keep his finger directly aligned with his target. The squinted up at where Nathan was pointing, tilting her head back and forth for nearly 20 seconds. She shrugged. Nothing. What do you see? Nathan shook his head. Nothing. There aren't any flying old Jamor war constructs, right? Arl was the one who answered while squinting up at the dark patch of sky. Nope. All ground-based. We've seen most of them. Artillery, support, siegebreaker, strike, scout, sentry. I think the only one left is the tunneler, and their specialist. They walked through the night as the two mages continued to chat. After nearly an hour, Netta shook herself and took several steps back from Stella. Stalkers take me. I didn't mean to ask so many questions. I would owe you a small favor for this. Stella just shook her head. No, you don't. We're just talking about magic. Isn't it amazing? Yes. Yes, it is. And your fire spell forms. Exquisite. Netta gave out a small sigh, gazing at Stella in admiration. But you're saying I can use shadow to prevent harmful backdrafts. Such a good term. And guide airflow. Delric had also dropped back and was watching Netta with a fond expression. Nathan walked over to the older adventurer to ask a question that had been on his mind for some time. You are the second team that has a few older veteran adventurers, and then a single younger mage. Is there a reason for that? Plain as clean water, isn't it? Delric pursed his lips, taking the time to answer Nathan properly. There haven't been many mages in Jamor. Now Gale Shullet has set up a proper tower of magery and is sharing her insights. Any team worth their steel will welcome a mage who can cast message, let alone other spells. Netta can cast basic illusion, darkness, and fire orb. She solves problems with a snap that leave those with steel petrified in place. The older adventurer shook his head in wonder. Jamor is growing a magic of its own, and I am glad of it. I remember the days where there was no coordination, no management. Tenby would send out a call and get 4 teams, while Nedrang would get none, losing their shepherds and flocks besides. With more teams having message, we can control delve days and establish villages farther out. Having a mage gives you options, lets you fight smart. 2 weeks ago, we trapped a siege boar titan by digging an ending-stand pit. Nita covered it with shadow, then we lured the titan over the trap. He reached back, struggling to massage his back under his armor. Every other time I fought one of those brutes, somebody died, or nearly died. This time I pulled a muscle from the digging.
Kozar's voice sounded from the front of the pack of adventurers, stern and admonishing. "Keep your mouths shut and your eyes outwards. We travel hostile territory. Act like it, you muck-grabber leavings." "Yeah, and your yelling was real stealthy." Nathan shared a resigned nod with Delric, and they trotted to the edges of the formation, keeping watch as the adventurers traveled through the night. The Foundry Fortress looked familiar to Nathan, like something he'd seen in a video game. It was a triangular cave cut into the side of a mountain, with a long, flat side of the triangle against the ground and the other two edges rising to a shallow point.
The inside of the cave looked made of metal, and magic faintly billowed from the opening. That doesn't look much like a traditional fortress. But the longer Nathan examined the fortress, the more defenses he saw. Several portions of the cliff around the cave entrance were definitely covered with illusions, and as Nathan squinted through the concealing magic, he could see that they guarded magical artillery emplacements. More illusions covered a multi-layered network of trenches that secured every approach. Except, instead of man-sized trenches, these were sized for tanks. Or constructs, I suppose. The adventurers were hidden in a slight valley that was above their target, with an illusion from Netta disguising their approach. It was a good place to observe from without being observed, but there was only one approach to the Foundry Fortress, and it was definitely heavily defended. Nathan walked over to where Kozar was conferring with Simla and Argon. Argon was apparently a water mage, though he was frowning down at the cave and pointing in the rough direction of the trenches. "Something down there, but I'm not sure what. The entire entrance might be an illusion." Nobody from the heirs had been called over, though Delric and Netta were standing nearby. They'd come to give their input, though it hadn't been asked for yet. Nathan wasn't waiting. He walked up next to Kozar and pointed. "Entrance is real. There are trenches, about 20 feet across, running from there to there. I can't see how deep they are, but there are definitely constructs in them. There are 5 magical emplacements in the cliff, 1 big, 2 medium, and 2 small." He pointed out each feature in turn. "There's a support construct, right in front of the cave, a bit to the left. You know, the big brick-like ones with light beams and explosive spells." "High tier, notice 4, achieved." Kozar turned to Nathan, and his eyebrows drew down. "And why," he asked dryly, "should I believe you know a construct from a muck-grabber's asshole?" Argon held up a calming hand to Kozar, then turned to Nathan. His accented tone was skeptical, but not as hostile as the leader of their expedition. "Aren't we all aware that our friend here enjoys a rather special relationship with magic? Is it not possible that he can pierce these illusions? And he and the heirs have defeated many constructs. Perhaps it is worth a test to see how reliable his input is." Kozar frowned. "You can tear away those illusions from here, Argon. Then we reduce them from range, charge in, and break the core. Simple. Done. No need to rely on uncertain advantages." The water mage blinked slowly and flipped his hands as if to indicate disinterest. "Indeed, but we'll be under attack from many sources. Should we depend on the child of the Caxols to shield us from the magical barrage that follows? Why not take the chance to eliminate the heaviest ranged combatant before the battle is joined?" Argon talks in questions a lot. I wonder if that's a Litcliff thing or just him. Kozar sighed heavily, blowing air through his nose. He glowered over at Nathan. "Point out the support construct. Carefully. If I miss, you owe me the price of one of these." He held out one of the enchanted javelins in his fist, and Nathan frowned. "I'm not sure that's entirely fair. But whatever. I don't want anybody here to eat one of those plasma balls." Nathan pointed out the position of the wavy, rectangular object he was pretty sure was a support construct from a few different angles. Argon made a few lines of water that faintly glistened in the blue light coming from the sky overhead, and Nathan corrected them until he was confident they triangulated the blocky shape accurately.
Good thing it's literally the size of a barn.
Kozar squinted out into the darkness, seemingly dissatisfied with the turn of events, but unwilling to back down in front of the audience. He judged the distance before turning to address the gathered adventurers in a low voice. I strike first, if this blasphemous guidance works. Then Argon strips the illusions. Mages, defend us from afar. Argon, drive them from their trenches. Ranged fighters take out constructs from here. Everybody else protects us if they close. Once we've reduced them, or they've withdrawn, we proceed down the slope and towards the entrance. Then the Gleaming Fist will enter and end this swarm. Yep, his team is named the Gleaming Fist. I'd call that name pretentious, but my friend's parents are the Guardians of Jamor. Kozar turned and drew back his arm. It blurred forward, and there was a crack of displaced air as if a gun had been fired. Below, Nathan saw the reflective hexagonal shield of the support construct kindle to life in an instant to catch the javelin. But it wasn't a perfect hexagon. There was a hole in the center, where the projectile had pierced straight through. For a moment, nothing happened, and suddenly there was an explosion as the support construct detonated. I guess they're just prone to blowing up. Not surprising that something firing balls of plasma has some explosive energy inside, though not as big of a boom as when Stella unleashed Thor's wrath earlier. Argon was already swinging his arms in scooping motions, and Nathan saw a huge whip of fog slowly follow his gesture. It swept across the valley like a tide, washing over the fortifications. No harm was done, but all illusions, Netta's and the fortress foundries, were stripped away. The layered defenses were revealed to the naked eye. Kozar had moved quickly, before many of the adventurers were ready, so Stella didn't have a shield up. But Netta reacted in time, throwing up some sort of spell that blocked sight in one direction. The adventurers could see through it, with only a bit of difficulty, and it clearly prevented their foes from aiming accurately at them, given that the counterfire of metal spikes peppered a large area. One of Simla's teammates went down, an unlucky spike skewering through his stomach. Kachi stepped over to heal him up, as Stella established her shields just in time to block a plasma ball and several beams of light from the weapon emplacements on the cliff. Sarah and the other adventurers skilled at ranged combat pulled out their weapons and engaged. The strike constructs popped above their trenches, only to fire a spike before ducking back into cover, so it wasn't an easy engagement. Netta did her best to divert the attacks, but with so many projectiles, her illusion kept getting shredded. Another plasma ball detonated on Stella's shield. She grunted in frustration and with a faint tinge of pain. Then Kozar's arm whipped forward again, and the emplacement that had been the source of the plasma detonated. Is he using explosive javelins? No wonder he wanted Herdine to enchant more for him if he uses them like this. Argon and the mage from Simla's team joined forces to conjure water into the trenches, slowly driving the constructs out of the fortifications, lest the conjured water tear them apart in its vicious currents. Kozar's arm was a blur as he threw unenchanted javelins like a machine gun, each smashing apart a strike construct in a spray of metal. Stella spoke through gritted teeth. Nobody is going to deal with the light? Fine, I'll do it. Her eyes crackled with lightning, and her shield visibly flared as it accumulated an electric charge. The potential built up for a moment, and the adventurers hunkered underneath the broad barrier flinched back, hesitant of arcing tendrils of lightning coming off their overhead cover. Then the lightning roared down the twin beams of light, still attempting to burn their way through the shield. They grounded themselves against the emplacements on the cliff, which blackened and cracked before falling silent. Stella gave a satisfied grunt, then swayed and fell. Her shield collapsed with her. Luckily, Arl was nearby. He caught the mage, even as she coughed and pressed a hand to her nose to stem the renewed bleeding. Shit, there wasn't enough time for her to recover. The constructs below had clearly decided they weren't winning a war of attrition,
and the survivors boiled out of their trenches to close on the besieging adventurers. These things definitely have a grasp of tactics. But it's hard to win when your defensive fortifications are turned into a trap. Chapter 41. Glory in Battle. Nathan waved aside his concern for Stella. She was still conscious, but exhausted. He turned his attention to the wave of metal bodies swarming up the slope to attack the adventurers.
Finally, I get to do something useful. Wasn't much for me to do during the siege portion of the battle. He evaluated the size of the swarm. It wasn't nearly as large as the one that had attacked them outside Terren, though 36 strike constructs and over 100 scouts were nothing to sneeze at. That number was quickly reduced as the various adventurers with ranged weapons thinned the herd. The standouts were Kozar and Sarah. Kozar's arm blurred back and forth, each motion resulting in a spray of shattered metal as a skill-conjured javelin tore through a construct at supersonic speeds. Sarah, meanwhile, was laying down a slow metronome of fire with her rifle. The other adventurers glanced askance at her weapon, clearly confused as to its provenance. But nobody could argue with the results. Her bullets unerringly found the eyes and exposed barrels of the approaching war machines, and the force that reached the gathered adventurers contained only a few of the more dangerous strike constructs. Finally, the melee adventurers stepped forward, and Nathan joined them. He immediately had to skitter back as the third member of Kozar's team uncoiled a pair of metallic whips. The weapons looked like they were made of the same stranded metal as Arl's new armor, and the man flicked them through the crowd of enemies. Metal limbs flew before the flexible weapons wrapped around a pair of the machines. The two scouts writhed for a moment before they were flung like giant flails, smashing apart the center of the advancing swarm. Arl and Nathan found themselves defending on the right side, while the old hands covered the left.
With his new greatsword in one hand and the force saber in the other, Arl cut a swath through the front lines, and Nathan bounded back and forth to deal with the leaks. He grabbed a lashing tail and used it to pull the construct into a stamina-empowered knee. He looked around for another target, bounding sideways to rip the limbs off another scout. That pattern repeated for a minute, and after a half-dozen kills, the fight was over. Kozar almost lazily flicked 2 more javelins at the final 2 emplacements on the cliff, which were trying to re-establish the illusions that guarded the approach. Then he pulled another enchanted weapon from a pouch and pointed it down the slope. "Advance!" "Hold!" Kachi's voice was firm, as he held glowing palms over the arm of one of the old hands who had suffered a deep wound from the fight. Nathan noticed Delric glaring murderously at the unnamed third member of the Gleaming Fist, whose whips were coiling back into his gauntlets.
What's all that about? Kozar visibly ground his teeth and looked like he was about to kick Kachi and the injured woman down the slope. But before he could do anything drastic, Kachi finished the spell, giving the wounded fighter a nod and a clap on the shoulder. The woman flexed her arm in wonder for a moment before Kozar's demanding shout had them all running down the slope. Nathan could have sprinted ahead, but stayed back with the heirs as Stella staggered along. She leaned on Arl's arm until he scooped her up, bounding down the slope in his armor, carrying her in a princess carry. That's worrying. But better she stick with us instead of staying behind. Argon froze bridges of ice across the trenches, and Nathan took a moment to appreciate the scale of the fortifications. Each trench was deep and wide, and they'd been built in a multi-layered pattern that would expose anybody who approached each layer to a vicious crossfire. Several of them were deep enough to hide the constructs, and Nathan was thankful they'd all been flushed out and forced to charge the adventurers. Honestly, these defenses could have held several times the force they did. But that's why we gave chase so quickly. We needed to prevent the Foundry from replenishing their numbers before we got here. He also grew impressed with Argon, and the mage on Simla's team with similar ice and water magic.
The two mages had conjured enough water to partially flood many of the trenches in only a few minutes. Additionally, Argan could raise bridges of ice wherever he needed and ensure that the surface wasn't too slick to trip up the running adventurers. They approached the cliff face, and Nathan looked up at the opening. It was huge, much larger than he'd guessed from their previous vantage point. I even had the big bricks for reference, and I knew that the giant siege construct could squeeze through. Whatever, we're here now. In we go.
But Kozar had other ideas.
I need a shot to the core. Gleaming Fist with me. Everybody else guard the entrance. We will vanquish this foe. Uncle, I would follow inside the Foundry Fortress, Simla protested. Let me aid you. Kozar banished the idea with a wave of his hand, glancing at Stella's slumped form. This glory is mine. The spaces inside will be tight and hazardous. Ensure no forces outside the fortress enter behind us. There is glory in that. Guard the entrance, for I will not be long. Then he and his two companions charged into the colossal opening. The tunnel quickly angled down, and they were out of sight in moments. The remaining adventurers looked around at one another. Delric's voice sounded out, gruff and commanding. We don't have enough bodies to guard anything but the entrance. Back into the opening. Delric assigned one adventurer from the Old Hands and one from Simla's team to watch their backs, scanning for anything that might come out from the foundry.
He shouted orders to split the entrance into 3 sectors. The Old Hands took the right side, Simla's team the left, and the heirs safeguarded the center. Arl set Stella down on the metallic floor inside the entrance and had a few quiet words with her before shoving a potion into her hands. She nodded grumpily as he let go, barely keeping herself upright as she sipped from the small bottle, grimacing at the taste. They assembled to block the wide entrance, with Kachi and Arl's very different armored silhouettes on either side of Nathan, while Sarah crouched just in front of Stella. There was a minute of silence as everybody caught their breaths, and Nathan looked around at the other adventurers. This wasn't a great defensive position, but he didn't see anything coming at them, no traces of any constructs descending out of the hills. Maybe we just wait here until Kozar and the Gleaming Fists finish the job. Then it's back to Tareen for a celebration.
Or maybe they die down there and we have to go in after them. Retreating from an intact foundry that continues to spit out war machines is a bad option, and so is splitting the party. Damn it, Kozar. Another quiet moment caused the rest of the adventurers to relax even more, though nobody sheathed their weapons. An explosion echoed up the metal corridor behind them, and the tension returned. The floor reverberated under their feet. Was that it? Are we done? Nathan didn't have time to follow that line of thought any further, as the sound of squealing metal echoed through the trenches. The adventurers swung their eyes down from the hills to the fortifications in front of them, and Nathan caught a glimpse of a panel sliding away in one of the trenches, the opening leading down into darkness. That can't be good. A wave of strike constructs poured out, red eyes turning to focus on the adventurers squatting in the tunnel. Yeah, that's not good.
Then several enormous legs reached out of the deep trench, and 2 12-legged spiders hauled themselves onto the flat ground. They each took up a position at the head of a spearhead of strike constructs and lumbered towards the adventurers. It would be hard for it to be less good. The adventurers didn't have cover against the fusillade of magically fired spikes, and their methods to solve the problem varied between teams. Kachi moved to cover Sarah and Stella, grounding his shield and once more calling up a dome of golden light that shed the spikes like a pattering of rain. Arl deflected a few of the projectiles, trusting his armor to block any that he missed. On Nathan's left, Simla's team hunkered behind a thick bulwark of magically conjured ice, which cracked and shattered in layers as waves of metal projectiles battered against it.
Delric's team was the hardest pressed, as Netta's hastily conjured illusion just served to throw off the aim of the spikes, not blocking them entirely. They took some wounds, but retreated to where the tunnel turned downwards, using the lip to shelter from the onslaught. That's a pretty smart place to take up a position. Maybe we should back up too? Nathan himself dodged waves of the projectiles, which seemed to track his position closely. Almost half of the spikes being fired at the adventurers were coming his way. But Nathan had rage active, 4 movement skills, and was spending stamina to enhance his mobility. He kept 1 step ahead of the spikes, suffering the occasional wound that healed over in seconds. High-tier dodging footwork 5 achieved! Nathan prepared to blunt the charge, but as the twin assaults drove forward, it was clear the constructs were avoiding him. Each spearhead formation went for the flanks, beelining the adventurers on either side of the heirs. As he watched, the spiders sped ahead, disintegration auras flickering to life. I can stay or move. If I move, I expose the heirs. But they can handle things. Netta and Delric, or Simla and his team? Not a hard choice. Nathan charged the spider on the right, the tumult of battle roaring around him as metal sparked against stone, and the adventurers returned fire with bullets, spells, and arrows. The strike constructs really didn't want him reaching the first spider, hurling a barrage of spikes his way that formed an almost impenetrable wall of flying metal. But he dropped into a low slide, shielding his head with his forearms. A few spikes struck his legs and torso, but they barely penetrated skin to crack bone. The damage healed nearly instantly. The biggest problem was 1 spike that slipped through Nathan's shielding to hit him in the back of the head. It didn't crack his skull, but the impact rang like a bell. Nathan followed through on his planned movement, digging his feet in and launching into the air. But the smooth leap turned into a wild tumble from the disorientation of his head injury. Focus. Find the balance. Nathan willed his eyes into focus, taking control of his tumble and spending stamina to control the spin. He slammed himself towards the ground as the spider swung its metallic limbs at him. After a quick roll, Nathan spun upwards in a handspring that sent him flying off one of the giant legs. High-tier tumbling 2, achieved! Gotta reach the central body, get underneath it, and break the disintegration crystal. Nathan landed atop another leg. He hunched low, using the spider's bulk to shield himself from the continuous volleys of spikes. But just after burning away his clothes, the disintegration aura stopped, flickering out as the crystal underneath the construct retracted into its body. How? I guess it knows how I killed the last 2. Annoyingly smart.
I won't have a straight shot to its innards, now that the panel that protects the disintegration crystal is closed. At least it won't disintegrate Netta or Delric like this. Nathan danced down the leg, taking a second to examine the central body of the spider. It wasn't too large, and almost a third was heavily armored housings where the 12 legs connected to the main body. Thick metal plates armored the construct, joined to one another with narrow seams. Those plates aren't connected by rivets or anything. I wonder what holds them onto the body. I'm gonna bet it's magic. Nathan struck at the corner of one of the plates, trying to project his anti-magic through the blow. It wasn't something his wanted to do, but he'd done variations of this several times, and it always felt like trying to push a hidden muscle. He exerted his will on the anti-magic, forcing his talent outwards and feeling it flex in response. There might be a development there, but I'm trying to save the old hands, not develop my talent. No wasting time. After the 4th strike, the plate's corner popped loose. Nathan moved to the adjacent corner, repeating the strike and focusing on the feeling of pushing his anti-magic out and through the armor. He struggled to keep his balance as the spider flailed, the construct trying to scrape him off its armored body. But it wasn't really positioned to strike him here. The legs just didn't flex properly to attack upwards. It doesn't really count as a weak spot if it's this heavily armored, and somebody needs to survive a close-range disintegration every second they stand here. It only took 3 strikes for the second corner, and he got the next 2 in 1 strike each. His magic absorption talent flexed slightly, but it didn't feel like it was on the verge of development. The bar was just that much higher for developing an already unique talent.
Regardless, Nathan ripped the plate free of its now disenchanted mount. I'll need to think about if I want to develop my anti-magic to extend outside my body with my strikes. It's not that impressive a development, but it's the only insight I've got right now. Not sure it's even a full insight yet. Nathan's introspection didn't slow him down as he reached his arm inside the exposed framework, aiming for the control unit of the spider. It was almost anticlimactic to find it and siphon out the magic, causing the enormous and extremely dangerous enchanted machine to simply slump in place. Nathan sat up, taking in the noise and complexity of the battlefield now that his small part of it was dealt with. The old hands seemed to be holding their own, with Netta establishing a series of illusory pieces of terrain that the old hands used as cover to team up on strike constructs that reached them. The heirs were doing fine in the center of the entrance, with Arl and Kachi striking at the flanking attackers, while Sarah methodically knocked down strike constructs. Stella threw desultory spells, but it was nowhere near her usual battlefield showing. Simla's team didn't seem to be doing so well. The other spider was running amok, even though its legs were grooved with deep cuts. It was chasing 3 figures down the tunnel, and as Nathan vaulted off his perch, he saw it pin somebody against a wall and hold them until their armor fell to the ground, empty and brittle. I gotta take that thing down. Nathan was halfway there when a sonic boom shattered the battlefield. The spider exploded, metal spraying across the battlefield. I guess Kozar's done and on his way back. That marked a turning point in the battle, as the adventurers were more than capable of dealing with the remaining strike constructs, now that the giant spiders weren't leading them. But the last vestiges of the swarm didn't retreat as they had before, dashing themselves against the defending adventurers. Nathan found himself on the far side of the battlefield, aiding Simla's reduced team against the remaining enemies. As he drained the mana from the last one, his eyes landed on a sword lying on the ground. That's one of Simla's. Wait. Nathan let the immobile enemy clatter to the metal floor, stepping toward the sword. He looked around, finding a familiar breastplate resting not far away. Many of the engravings were gone, and overall the piece of armor looked thin, like it had been corroded. It's been partially disintegrated, probably with Simla in it. I didn't even notice because I was busy taking out the construct heading for Delric and Netta. Damn, just like that. I wonder if Kozar will hold it against me. Nathan turned and looked down the long corridor extending down into the earth. Kozar and his 2 teammates were far down the passage. They stalked upwards, looking victorious and proud of it. Kozar's eyes scanned the gathered adventurers. His frown grew as he failed to find Simla. Uh-oh. Chapter 42. Departing the Field of Victory. You have leveled up to level 116. Your party has vanquished an old Gemmore fortress foundry and the associated guards. Nathan retreated back to the center of the wide passage, pulling on clothes that Arl had tossed him. He wanted to take refuge among the heirs against something his anti-magic couldn't protect him from. Kozar's reaction to Simla's death. I'm pretty sure he's dead, at least. Armor lying empty on the ground after fighting a construct with a disintegration aura. Not definitive, but rather suggestive. Kachi stood up straight, coaxing shards of shattered construct out of his armor. It wasn't clear if they'd come from his own metal-crushing hammer strikes or Kozar's javelins, but it didn't look fun to have jagged shards stuck inside your gear. He glanced around to see if anybody needed healing, but none of the old hands appeared badly injured, and the remaining members of Simla's team looked more shell-shocked than anything. Arl had been assisting the old hands, and his metallic helmet shrunk back into the body of his armor as he grouped up with Nathan. Sarah exhaled a long-held breath and stowed her own weapons. They all turned to Stella, who was pancaked flat on her back on the metal floor. "That doesn't seem comfortable. Is she all right?" Nathan leaned down towards the mage and opened his mouth to ask. But before he could, Stella raised a hand into the air, though her eyes stayed closed. "I'm okay, just rather tired." The enormous yawn that punctuated her words gave authenticity to the statement. "I don't think I can take more healing. Just need a break." Nathan shrugged, looking around at the rest of the heirs. "I didn't see much of the fight. What happened?"
Especially to Simla?
"He tried to fight the spider construct." Kachi's expression darkened as he glanced at the empty armor. "He trusted his speed, skill, and magical equipment to protect him from the disintegration aura, but the spider defended itself with its legs until Simla's protections were spent, and then followed him when he attempted to retreat. They're faster than a stalker when pouncing on fleeing prey." The cleric shook his head gravely. "And disintegration is not an injury I can heal. Another of that team perished to the construct before Kozar's strike ended the threat." Arl pointed at the old hands. "True aim from the others. The old hands are untouched since their spider construct ran into Nathan. They've got decades of teamwork, and Netta stayed calm and controlled the fight. But we face smoke and fire now." Sarah grimaced as she looked towards where the returning elites interrogated the surviving members of Simla's team. "Kozar returns, and his nephew is dead."
That will drip blood in his eye.
Nathan met Kachi's gaze, remembering Kozar's humiliating motivation of Simla less than 12 hours before. No wonder he did something so stupid. He needed to take the risk, to get his mentor's approval with a great deed. "Should we?" Nathan tilted his head towards the entrance, raising his eyebrows to suggest they scarper before facing down an enraged elite adventurer. Kachi shook his head. "No, we will not bait the castle bear. This will be done on the field of victory, not from the shame of defeat." Then the wolfman turned to face the approaching elite adventurer. Nathan stepped backwards, yielding the floor to Kachi. He did not want the coming confrontation to be about him. Kachi did a great job facing down Eldred. Now I'll need to rely on him again. Kozar's face was stony, his words loud. "Once more the heirs have triumphed and shown themselves the toughest giant slayers of the new generation." He glanced back at the adventurers trailing him.
A hidden threat and an army of constructs. If only I hadn't trusted the rear defense to a team that just defeated an army of constructs 5 times this size. Instead, my nephew and protege is dead. What a blunder of Algoa. The divine Justicar did not quail in the face of Kozar's thinly veiled accusation. He acknowledged the statement with a grave nod. "To repeat prophecy, that victory required preparation and the full exertion of Stella's magic. She has not been able to recover, especially after shielding us on our approach to this dungeon." The older adventurer's eye fell on Stella, where Arl was helping her sit up and take a drink of water. His lips twisted past a smirk and all the way to a snarl. "Do you take me for a fool? That was an artifact, not a mage, and one you clearly can't use again. Or can you?" He stepped forward threateningly, the tip of his javelin rising to point towards Kachi. "What occurs?" Delric joined the conversation. His voice was calm, and his weapons sheathed, as if he hadn't noticed the threat of imminent violence. Kozar fixed his attention to the new arrival. "How did your team survive without casualties? Are you simply so blessed?" "No. Nathan destroyed the spider construct that was attacking us, else we would have faced one of those ghoul uncles ourselves."
tough as anything on the face of Devrar. Kozar's attention turned to Nathan. "And you? Waste of a steel screamer, but easily able to destroy the constructs that disintegrated my nephew." Nathan grimaced at being called out. No getting around this confrontation, I suppose. Nathan met Kozar's eyes calmly, refusing to raise his voice. "Yes, I am immune to their aura, and can disable their magic once I reach the central body. It takes time. Tell me, what made you decide to save the old hands and not my nephew?" Kozar's intimidation flared forth, but Nathan was ready and activated his rage in response. He matched Kozar's glare as the wrathful man continued to talk, his intimidating presence swelling until it seemed to blot out half the world with the threat of brutality. Kozar was more than a man in that moment, replaced by a hulking figure whose every aspect promised violence unless appeased. His voice grated out like the crash of weapons. "Did you allow the second spider construct its reign? Encourage it to strike down my nephew?" The skill, and it was definitely a skill, focused on Nathan, compelling him to admit his guilt. All he had to do was cave in, go along with Kozar's story. That was all it would take for the overwhelming weight of intimidation to be diverted. Nathan took a deep breath, stabilizing himself against the onslaught of the skill. This urge, to falsely confess, was not his. It was being impressed upon him by a man so stricken with grief he didn't care about being subtle. But the foreign influence just fanned the flames of Nathan's rage. His anger pushed him to attack the man, but his control tamped the urge, and Nathan settled for throwing off the terrible grip of Kozar's intimidation. Battle Meditation 5 achieved. Damn, that's insidious. Do people know he has this skill? This can't be okay. But challenging him over it would mean a duel. In the ring. Against an elite adventurer. That doesn't go well for me. Nathan furrowed his brows. No, I did not seek this outcome. Simla was a worthy foe in the ring, so I judged him capable of fighting his own battle until I could help. I was on my way to fight the second spider construct when your strike destroyed it. A hand fell on Kozar's shoulder. It was Argon, the water mage on his team. "My salt brother, is this the fight you wish it to be? Calm yourself. Let the tide recede." The older adventurer shook off the calming hand, taking a step towards Nathan. "I think to challenge you over that assertion, boy. How do you answer?" Shit. Kachi stepped forward, speaking hesitantly. "Such a challenge is without weight for you to issue to one so much your junior. I speak for my mother, who will stand for Nathan in this challenge, as she did on the night of the solstice. She favors him. This is known." Kozar's face twisted in displeasure. "She would she? Kia Kodavia would step into the dueling ring for this one." The man's blazing eyes flicked between Nathan and Kachi. "I hear the lack of conviction in your words. She's never been one for the dueling ring. I hope she will disown you for that claim. I will make sure she hears of it." Then the large man snorted disdainfully, backing up a step. Argon took him by the shoulder. "Now that the challenge has been made and answered, the details will be negotiated by over the coming days. Nothing will happen today. Let us retrieve Simla's armor." He pulled Kozar away from the tense gathering of adventurers. As soon as they were out of earshot, Delrek spoke out of the corner of his mouth. "Go, now." His voice was quiet but urgent. He may calm, he may not, but if you are near, he may devise less public ways to show his displeasure. Make your next meeting inside the guild, when the terms of this dispute are formalized. I will save your share of the treasure from this place." Nathan glanced at the rest of the heirs. Arl was nodding quickly, already turning to pick up Stella. Kachi looked frustrated but silently assented. Sarah just rolled her eyes and headed towards the entrance. Soon enough, the heirs strode out of the cavern, watched by all of the adventurers who were waiting to loot the treasure below. Kozar stared with barely concealed hatred, while Argan just looked tired. Netta gave a small wave, and Nathan returned it. He was careful to conceal his hand from Kozar. The heirs headed due south at high speed, towards the nearest hill. Nathan half expected one of Kozar's javelins to arrive without warning, and kept glancing back until they reached the top of the hill and jogged down the far side. You have leveled up to level 117. You have stood off manipulation and deadly threat from a bitter rival. That's not a good sign. For one thing, it definitely confirms that I was in danger. Hey guys, I just leveled. For standing off manipulation and deadly threat from a bitter rival. Nathan spoke aloud to the rest of the heirs. Kachi sighed deeply. We will report this to Sudrael. She will not appreciate us leaving a steaming heap of castle bear dung on her desk, but it is not of our making. Stella, are you fit to walk? I can probably stumble around, but I don't think I should do any spellcasting for a bit. Stella clearly wasn't comfortable in Arl's arms, but she looked as limp as a wet dish rag. Sarah scanned the landscape, eyes squinting in the low light. Where to? It seems to me we should vanish into the wilderness again, now that we have two powerful enemies who want Nathan on their spears. Let's go east. Uncharted wilderness that way. We can't get too far like this. Arl hefted Stella again, then set off at a calm jog. The rest of the heirs followed him, heading for the broken rocks of the southern mountains. They journeyed directly toward the Giant's Rest city of Ardglass, though it would take several days of hard travel through inhospitable mountains filled with dungeons to reach the place. They weren't planning on going that far. Night became day, but the heirs kept going. They needed to put distance between themselves and Kozar, and there was also benefit in getting farther away from the dungeon and any remaining constructs, as well as any agents of Giant's Rest drawn to the battle. But who would search for them in such a barren wasteland? They started to flag partway through the day and took a quick breather.
Stella managed a few tentative steps, showing her recovery from her repeated displays of magic.
I can't believe nobody has called Kozar on having a social skill, Nathan finally said, having simmered on the man's hypocrisy for long enough. It was clear as day. He's got some kind of intimidation skill to force people to act the way he wants under threat of violence. Arl looked over at Nathan from where he was stretching, the strands of his armor sliding over one another noiselessly. Hear me, that would make sense. But if that's true, then some part of it hides the skill from others. I didn't see anything like that. He must use it sparingly, and carefully pick his targets. That is something to communicate to Sudrael, Kachi said thoughtfully. It lights a lantern on some politics of the last years. He shook his head in disbelief. An intimidation skill that hides itself from onlookers.
And to think that such a man was guildmaster of the adventurers not so long ago.
Sarah watched their surroundings, occasionally looking down her rifle for the magnified vision her skills provided. I would give a grand insight to see Kaya slay him in the ring over such a thing. I know death in the ring isn't how things are done, but the man acts like the spawn of a soul-eater. Will Kaya really fight for Nathan? Stella asked curiously. I thought she didn't fight in duels. She doesn't, but she told me that if I was challenged in such a way, she would stand for me. Kachi shrugged. And I think she will stand for Nathan, if it comes to that. She taught Nathan the airwalking insight, stood for him on the solstice, and has told me to follow his fire. The wolfman's lips twisted in a savage grin. And she finally found another who will drink umna with her. I would pity Kozar, if he deserved it. Stella waved a hand in the general direction of Jamor.
I've gotten some messages from the guild inquiring as to the results of the day, but I haven't responded yet. Can you help me figure out what to say?
Kachi nodded. Yes, this must be approached carefully. But we should reassure our parents that all is well. But for now, we should continue moving. Stella heaved a heavy sigh, looking over the broken terrain ahead with scant enthusiasm. Well, Harpy's tits. They traveled for a while longer. Nathan's movement skills and extensive stamina pool made it easy for him. He didn't want to push it too far, since he didn't currently have access to easy mana from Stella for recharging. But he'd barely gone below 2,000 stamina since his class development, and it was hard to worry too much about it. It's not quite infinite, but it sure is a hell of a lot more stamina than I've ever had to work with before. After a little while, Nathan gave voice to something else that had been bothering him.
I don't understand how people can survive on Devrar long-term, even before considering the endings.
Nathan shook his head in faint disbelief.
A lot of the threats we've dealt with are ones that grow over time. We caught them early and they were still challenging fights.
He started ticking off encounters on his fingers.
The Ashborn Cobras. They just keep breeding until there's an army of them, and the only thing they seem to need is water. The Fortress Foundry, it kept making those terrible constructs. If it had waited another year, it could have overwhelmed all the adventurers of Gamor, even the Guardians. The tomb of the Sclelian Mage Lord of Necromancy. He had an army in there, and probably planned to supplement it with anything it killed.
Nathan thought about the other fights they'd been in.
The Adrani Empire defensive outpost doesn't count, I suppose, since that wasn't growing in power. But one danger could doom a city if left to grow in power over time.
The other heir's breathing was labored, but Arl answered him smoothly. Levels and specialization. A growing threat like that will kill a lot of people. It will wipe out villages and teams of adventurers. But a single adventurer with the right build and levels can kill as many old Gamor constructs as they need to. That's where you get elites. Their insights and builds specialize towards the enemies that were the most threatening when they gained their levels. 10 teams will die, but the one that survives will be capable of ending the threat. Indeed, such is one reason among many for the villages to exist. Kachi picked up the conversation, though he took breaths in between each word.
They're attacked earlier with smaller forces, and allow the Adventurers Guild to send an appropriate response before the threat grows to insane proportions.
That seemed to resolve the issue, but Nathan wasn't quite done thinking about it. That makes some amount of sense. If a threat doesn't kill absolutely everybody who fights it, then the people who survive will level and specialize to be better at countering the danger. That only works with big numbers, only when it doesn't happen every year. Otherwise, you'd get ground down by attrition. I suppose that's probably why Sudrael tries to keep the delving teams from waking up too many dungeons. But what about the Fortress Foundry? What woke that up? Nathan pulled himself back from his musing, thinking about his own circumstances. Does that imply anything for me? It kind of suggests that I'll specialize in whatever I keep fighting. I want that to be mages and magic, not random constructs or snakes in the wilderness.
I wasn't really well suited to fighting a ton of heavily armored constructs.
But if I kept fighting them, my next class development would probably contain solutions to those problems. And I don't really want that. Frowning, Nathan followed the line of thought for the next few hours of traveling. It really implied that he should be thinking about heading towards Giant's Rest. Find Feline and follow the green and pink-eyed assassin into the Slaver's empire to topple the entire damned edifice. It would also get him away from adventurer politics. They set up camp for the night in a flat spot among a forest of rock spires, protected from sight in all directions. Regardless, Nathan and Kachi laid out an abundance of tripwires in the unfamiliar wilderness
while Stella sent a quick back to Jamor. As they sat down to eat the stew Arl had made, Nathan broached the topic. I think we should head back to Jamor soon, and not spend much longer in the wilderness.
We need to deal with the fallout with Kozar, and then I might head towards Giant's Rest with Feline. I'm over level 81 now and have new skills. So do you. Going home will let you practice with your parents. The rest of the heirs received Nathan's statement with a series of complex, shared looks. Sarah cast her spoon back into her bowl of stew. That's got some reason to it. Hear me, but I don't want to adventure with a team of 4 after all this. She waved her hands to encompass the heirs sitting around the low fire, then sighed. But this problem is petrified in place. Let's not say goodbye yet. Things may change, and it will take us some time to travel back. The rest of the heirs glumly agreed and settled on a watch schedule. Nathan was on second watch, but found it difficult to sleep as he considered yet another impetus that was telling him not to abandon the heirs. They've saved my bacon plenty of times in the past few months, just as I've saved theirs.
Operating on my own is going to be tricky. No safety net. He resorted to meditation to escape the destructive spiral. Don't worry about it yet. There's still time to enjoy their company. Status of Nathan Lark. Permanent. Talent 1. Magic Absorption 10. Permanent Talent 2. Perfected Body. 4. Talent 3. High Tier Slow Fall. 8. Class. Implacable. Anti-Mage Level 100. 17. Stamina. 3,500. 15. Over 3,800. 10. Anti-Mage's Impassivity. Anti-Magic Momentum. Raging Thrill. Implacable Inertia. Unarmored Resilience. Improved Anti-Magic. Strenuous Agility. Hand-to-hand Expertise. Utility Skills. Battle Meditation 5. High-Tier Earnestness 9. Mid-Tier Sprinting 10. High-Tier Spell Sense 8. High-Tier Notice 4. High-Tier Identify 4. High-Tier Dodging Footwork 5. High-Tier Enhanced Memory 7. Mid-Tier Lecturing 8. High-Tier Tumbling 2. Chapter 43. The Worst Kind of Surprise. It seemed to Nathan that he'd barely fallen asleep before Sarah woke him for his watch. He shook his head blearily as she gave him a silent salute and went to her own bedroll.
It was a pretty busy day. Multiple armies of constructs destroyed. I went from level 88 to 117 over 4 fights, any one of which could have been deadly. 5 if you count the face-off with Kozar. It did give me a level, so it probably should count. Nathan hefted his blanket, climbing up one of the rocks that surrounded their camp. He sat down atop the smooth pillar of stone, arranging the warm fabric around him and appreciating the view. The extra height let him look out across the desolate landscape. There were no clouds to hide the world above, and a blue-green glow illuminated the cracked and sere wasteland where the heirs were camping. The rough landscape smoothed out into a series of low dunes to the south, while the mountains to the west stuck into the sky like jagged splinters. I feel like I'm on one of those backpacking trips I did in college, taking a few days off from the academic grind to head out into the wilderness for some peace. Nathan snorted. It sure wasn't peace he was finding out here, but in moments like these, it almost felt like it. He looked down at the campsite, noting Stella's prone form. We found the next limit to her spellcasting. Mana burn. Turns out it's mentally exhausting to channel enough magic to destroy an army. I hope her new talent development helps with that. I bet this will lead to some future developments that help her specialize in grand battle magic like that. Maybe for Stella's next class?
not too far off at this rate. He ran his eyes over the rest of the heirs, his teammates, and thought of the incredible potential in each of them. They'd avoided death over many close fights and been rewarded with levels and power. They were well on their way to becoming elite adventurers, able to stand on their own. At which point, Nathan would leave them to pursue his crusade against Giant's Rest. If he didn't do it even sooner, we just need to avoid notice for a bit longer.
At this rate, it won't be long before I stop worrying about being hunted and start doing the hunting. Nathan furrowed his brow. He could have sworn he'd just heard something. From above? He looked up, scanning the world overhead. After a moment, he caught sight of a small haze that partially obscured one of the continents. Tilting his head back and forth, Nathan observed the blurry spot. It wasn't moving, but it was getting bigger. As if it's getting closer. Nathan concentrated on the haze, trying to pierce through any illusion magic to see what it was hiding. Earlier today, he'd found that his anti-magic, when combined with notice, would let him see through illusions. If this was an illusion, or an invisibility spell, he could pierce it. The first trace that it was working, with the sounds reaching his ears. Just lazy. You call upon me to do your work. This is not how one advances as an archmage. Then Nathan saw double, the image of two robed men superimposed on a blank night sky. He couldn't see details, but one of the silhouettes was plump enough to be Tail. Shit. What do I do? Be smart. Nathan spent a moment calculating angles. He might be able to jump up and catch the flying mages, who clearly thought they were hidden by their spells. But while the rest of the heirs weren't specialized to fight mages like he was, they were still powerful, especially recently. Trust your team, Nathan. Wake up! Mages coming in! That was as far as Nathan got before the second mage, a gaunt man whose robes hung without adornment, started casting. Zone of Silence. Soporific Bubble. Mass Levitate. He cast quickly, efficiently. The first spell covered the airs before Nathan finished speaking. He saw Kachi roll over, but that was all as the soporific gas took effect. The airs rose smoothly from their camp, until they were suspended just behind the two mages and floating 30 feet in the air. He just grabbed them. So fast. Shit. I can jump 15 feet vertically, then glide nearly horizontally with slow fall, but I can't reach them unless they come lower. The gaunt mage turned his attention towards Nathan, staring directly at him with huge eyes that glowed with a galaxy of multicolored light. The second mage also looked over, his own eyes casting an orange glow. Those are Tail's eyes. Well, this is fucked. Nathan's supposition was confirmed a moment later, as Tail's voice sounded loudly across the darkness. Won't you capture him too? The other figure snorted derisively. And deliver a giant's meal to you? Bad enough that you requested my aid with this, and I accepted. You will only master magic through seeking its limits. And this man, he pointed a bony finger at Nathan, is a limit of magic. You will overcome him, or you will die. I have aided you since he ran and hid, but you have burnt my generosity to a stub. Now clench your fist around the prize, and make something worthy of an archmage of Giant's Rest. This is real bad. With the way that other mage is talking, they're probably the questor, or just a more powerful archmage. I don't know what to do. Tail clasped his hands together before his chest in a ritual gesture and bowed over them. I am but a finger in your hand. This humble student thanks Master Badud for his aid. Yep, the questor. Not good. Badud waved his hand at Tail dismissively. Waking the fortress foundry to flush them out was clever. If the old mage killer hadn't been around, you could have collected the whole bunch. But even after he departed, you insisted upon my aid. Pathetic. An archmage must be superior to all others. The questor turned and addressed Nathan. Well, do you have a voice, boy? I find myself disappointed in my students on my return to Giant's Rest. Will I also be disappointed in my enemies? The majority of Nathan's thoughts spun through ways to attack the two mages floating overhead, but he reached for something to say. Who are you? The faint light illuminated a slight smirk. I am Badud, a founder of Giant's Rest and a questor. Other titles I clasp by the handful, but those are the titles of today. And you are Nathan Lark from another world. Earth, or so Tail tells me. He wants your secrets, but I find myself uncaring. Badud shrugged languidly. If such secrets will help him master his magic, he should take them. It seems they might. He has told me of your mage's actions against the constructs. An impressive spell for one so young. He tilted his head, gauging Nathan's reaction. She will serve Giant's Rest well. Nathan's rage activated of its own accord, and he racked his brain for a way to reach Badud and tear him limb from limb. He looked around for a loose rock before dismissing the thought. Throwing a normal, non-magical rock at an archmage is not going to work. It would make me feel better, but that's about it. Nathan pulled up his status, confirming the state of his talents. Slow Fall was only rank 8. If it was 2 ranks higher, he could develop the talent into airwalking and go up there to punch the sly grin off Badud's face. While Nathan's thoughts raced frantically, Badud tilted his head to watch. Not a questor, it seems, or one so deeply in cover. It matters not. Maybe I will capture you for my own curiosity. He raised a hand, casually casting a spell of breathtaking complexity. Mind control. The spell attacked Nathan's skull with an ice pick of mana, the specialized magic reaching for his frontal cortex and bouncing off his skull. It was clearly an elaboration on Dominate that was an order of magnitude more subtle and powerful. I can develop magic absorption to let me reach them. I just need to give it some range. About 15 feet would do it. Then I can jump up and knock him out of the sky. Once he's on the ground, he's mine. Badud frowned. Fascinating. Not the slightest penetration. He truly is immune. How does conjuration fare? This spell summoned a sweet-smelling gas around Nathan. He held his breath before realizing the gas was diffusing through his skin and instantly transmuting back into harmless air before it even penetrated the top layer. High-tier spell sense 9 achieved. Badud seemed intrigued by his failure. Indeed, a worthy subject, and a worthy foe. I believe you will be more amusing to leave free, as a trial to my student. Nathan snarled, expressing his impotent fury. I'm going to kill you. Badud's pleased expression transmuted into a wide grin. By all the gods of Davrar, I believe you will try. And I will welcome it. Giant's Rest offers me creature comforts, but I wish for a challenge. More than these stale dungeons can provide. There is no agency to them. No locking of wits with a worthy foe. He gestured as if dispensing favor. Go. Provide Jamor with all the secrets you wish. It will avail them not against my power. When I lead Giant's Rest to reconquer Jamor, we will absorb any lessons you give them. But you might stand a chance. Become a dragon, Nathan Lark. It has been too long since I had a rival worthy of attention. Badud's voice became derisive as he gestured towards Tail. But first, You will be the adversary to my disappointing protégé. Your friends will go with Tail to Halsmet and be in his care. You will be seeing them again, if not in the manner you would wish. Let the experience strengthen you. If you defeat Tail, then I will consider you a rival. Nathan had been concentrating on his anti-magic, focusing on stretching it beyond his skin. Closing his eyes, he imagined casting it forth like a spear. It stretched, and Nathan hissed with effort, throwing all of his focus into the feeling of his talent flexing. It has to be close. Opening his eyes, Nathan judged the distance. His anti-magic extended towards Badud, about 6 inches. His hope died as Badud gave a jaunty wave, Tail hovering behind him like an ill-tempered child who'd convinced a teacher to intervene in a schoolyard dispute. Badud's smile was serene as he examined Nathan's strained expression. I must depart. I have other things to accomplish in Giant's Rest. He buffed his nails on his robe. I'm here to revamp the curriculum, extinguish a few dungeons, and send an army or 3 to recapture Jamor. I will reside at the top of the Ascendant Academy for as long as it takes to ensure my little kingdom is growing and guide the flow of this continent back to its desired path. He winked, the jovial expression out of place on the stern and ascetic face. I await your actions, Nathan Lark.
If you should challenge Giant's Rest, know you challenge me. If you should survive the fall of Jamor, I encourage you to chase me. Will you track me on my travels when I do not have a city of mages behind me? I am curious to learn the answer. Once more, Nathan was alone in the serene darkness of the broken wasteland. Nathan screamed at the sky. He was fully aware that it was a pointless exercise, that he needed to be doing something productive instead of standing atop this rock in a desolate wilderness, yelling his frustration at the uncaring world above. But his fury seemed bottomless, and it needed some kind of outlet. While a part of Nathan enjoyed the strength flowing through his limbs and exulted in the demonstration of his wrath, the rest of him was carefully cataloging his resources. The most important one is stamina. With Stella gone, I don't have easy sources of magic anymore, and my food is limited with the loss of the heir's dimensional bags.
As soon as he felt able, Nathan deactivated his rage and sat cross-legged atop the rock, setting his jaw as he gazed down at the camp. The empty camp. He took several calming breaths, resisting the urge to act. It's more important I avoid panic or bad decisions. Taking 5 minutes now to arrive at a carefully considered plan is more important than executing a bad plan 5 minutes earlier. Nathan had a hard time convincing himself of that, his imagination throwing up images of what could be happening to the heirs right now, in Tail's power, exposed to whatever mind magic the selfish mage wanted to utilize. Yes, time is an important variable. The heirs all have inherent protection from mind magic, so they can probably hold out for a little while. Except for Stella, who uses items to resist mind magic. And those can be removed. Shit. Nathan shook his head, halting his frantic inhalations and resuming a slow breathing pattern.
His emotions were valid, and they were a vital part of his decision-making. The most rational choice was probably to abandon the heirs and start a careful campaign against Giant's Rest, the same way he would have if he'd left them safely in Jamor. I could unleash all of the insights of Earth on Jamor, build them up to where they can really fight Giant's Rest. I wonder what Dalo could do with full knowledge of fission and fusion. But that wasn't what he was going to do. That would take time, and Nathan wouldn't abandon his friends to evil. Besides, that seemed like what Badud expected Nathan to do. And I don't want to do what he expects.
But am I just falling into a different trap? They can't teleport me, so they're dangling bait to get me to come to them. They might not have even taken the heirs to Halsmet. This might be a shell game to lure me in. With a sigh, Nathan recalled everything that Harthy had told him.
Tale was based out of Halsmet, specifically the manor atop the second tallest hill, and Badud is a quester. Why would he run that kind of trickery if he's just that powerful? No, I think he was being honest about his intentions. He wants Tale to get stronger, and is setting me up as an adversary to force the issue. And if I do overcome Tale, then Badud himself will actually welcome the challenge. And Badud implied he's busy at the academy. That squares with what Harthy told me. The real question was, did Nathan go to Gamor or to Halsmet? There were other options, but first he had to decide if he would communicate with Gamor. I would be asking for help launching a rescue mission. And I might get that help. The Guardians would probably be in. But that would elevate this to a full-scale war between Gamor and Giant's Rest, and the heirs would be prizes in that fight. No way that ends well for them.
In fact, given what Badud said, I wonder if a trap at Halsmet isn't laid for me, but for the Guardians.
Nathan tilted his head back and forth, considering the options. Going back to Jamore would take time. A day's travel to return to Taurine, in the wrong direction. Probably a few more days for Jamore, then time to coordinate things. I'm not that far from Halsmet now. I could just go. That plan appealed to Nathan. A lot of it was emotional, that was for damn sure. Nathan wanted the best ending, and that was one where Teol didn't have weeks to carefully worm his way into the heirs' minds. If Nathan could catch the man in a day or two, then he might prevent anything truly horrific from happening to his friends. I wonder if they're expecting me to work against them slowly. At most, they might expect me to go to Jamore, bring all of the Guardians and every other adventurer I can for a rescue mission several days from now.
And if I can mobilize the adventurers against Halsmet, Giant's Rest will know, because of the spy Harthy mentioned, who still hasn't been dealt with.
Nathan could feel himself coming to a decision. His breathing quickened with excitement and fear. I don't think they'll be expecting me to go straight to Halsmet. Or if they do, they'll expect me to be out of my mind. And how could one non-mage, non-elite adventurer pose a threat to an entire town with multiple archmages? But I'm not fighting the town. I'm fighting Teol. Freeing the heirs is my goal here. If I go in smart, then this might work. I'll take that. Nathan stood. He mulled his plan over in his head as he descended the rock. It was barely a plan at this point, and certainly very risky. But it was what Nathan wanted to do. It was motivated by his rage, by his desire to help his friends. But he wasn't convinced it was a terrible idea. Doing the unexpected had its own appeal.
Badud mentioned that his ambitions weren't just about me. He wants to reconquer Jamor. Drawing out the elite adventurers would be a big part of that. It might be Teol's plan to draw me to Halsmet and capture me, but I don't think it's Badud's. Nathan inventoried the camp while he thought. The problem was that his options were simple, and all of those options were bad. The only way to act outside of the expectations of his foes was to demonstrate some unknown capability, some method outside of their plan. It's too late to develop something new. I need to think of some capability I have that they don't know about yet. Magic absorption doesn't count. Airwalking would, but I don't know how I'll quickly gain 2 more ranks in a high-tier talent. I can't just find cliffs to jump off of. That won't be enough. I'd need to find cliffs to jump off during a fight, which is risky and would take too long to set up. Let's prune this back. How can I surprise Teol? That's the biggest goal.
When Nathan thought it in terms of surprise, an answer suggested itself. It was a mundane kind of answer, but one that might work nonetheless.
If I sprint all the way to Halsmet,
How quickly can I get there? Chapter 44. Several marathons. Instead of charging off into the distance, the first thing Nathan did was take an inventory. The heir's bedrolls and almost all of the gear had been levitated and teleported wholesale by Badood's spells, including every single dimensional bag. However, they'd finished setting up camp before collapsing for the night. That meant various gear and items were scattered around the area, including the makings for breakfast tomorrow morning and the magical cooking equipment to prepare it. There were a few other magical odds and ends that Nathan quickly tallied up. Stella had an enchanted tarp that could be erected in case of rain, and Arl had left out a lightstone that mimicked a flashlight.
Regardless of what other value those items have, right now they're worth stamina, which is speed, and thus time. The resource I most want to deny my enemies. The less time I give Tail, the less bad things happen to the heirs. I hope. Nathan surveyed it all, building a mental list of how much magic each item carried with respect to its weight. He'd need to bring most of the food to stay fed, but he wanted to bring only items which were enchanted enough to be worth the load. After all, once I hit my stamina cap, both absorption and stamina usage are less efficient until I drop past my cap again. Nathan absently stuck a bare foot into the fire, absorbing the long-lasting spell Stella had left there to provide them with heat. Then he went through the kitchenware, absorbing the mana from the cooking pot, heating and cleaning enchantments. He likewise broke down the enchantments in the plates and the canvas shelter before checking his stamina. Deepened stamina, 3,787 over 3,810. He snapped a serving spoon in half, which ticked his stamina up to max. Satisfied, he surveyed the stuff he was planning to carry. He dumped all of the usual odds and ends out of his knapsack, rescued the jerky, and packed in the remaining food. The lightweight enchanted items went on the outside layer, so they'd be as far from his skin as possible. With one last glance around camp, Nathan stopped suppressing the urge to go. He sprinted out of the rock formation, heading north through the darkness. The lack of clouds meant that the blue and white glow of the world above illuminated the landscape well enough for him to see, and took care of any ambiguity in his footing. Nathan ran for hours across the barren landscape, the scenery blurring together as he refused to stop. He tried to focus on what he was going to do once he arrived. He didn't want to start imagining what might be happening in Hallsmet. I hope Teo likes his beauty sleep. He was up kind of late last night, after all. Night turned to day with the suddenness of a cosmic light switch, and Nathan sped up slightly. He had done some running back on Earth, but never a long distance or cross-country. With the heirs, he'd run a few miles at a time, but now he was looking to run over 100 miles in a day, through mountains full of dangerous ruins. But Nathan wasn't worried about motivation. The knot of hatred and worry in his gut pushed him onwards, even as it made it hard to breathe. I'm not sure of the exact distance because the map wasn't drawn to scale, but I know the general direction to Hallsmet. Luckily, there were some big landmarks to guide him. Besides the mountains, Hallsmet was due north of a giant half-crater that had formed when a dungeon exploded 50 years ago, with enough force to spray half of a peak over the rest of the range. Hallsmet was a militarized city, residing in a large valley directly between Jamor and Giant's Rest. It had been the launching point for every Giant's Rest attack on Jamor, and was the focal point of patrols in these mountains from both sides. That meant the city was heavily defended, and it might be difficult to even get into the gate. I'll figure out a way to sneak in. My worry now is getting there before they're expecting me. So far, the running hadn't been too bad. Nathan was spending stamina at a steady clip to keep himself sprinting along over the rugged terrain. He stuck to the valleys, trying to avoid the dungeons that dotted the landscape. Most of them let him pass peacefully, but a grove of trees had launched barbed thorns as he passed by, each of them coated in a paralytic poison. Dungeons don't always look like dungeons. Sometimes they look like spooky forests.
Where's the dungeon that's a spring filled with hot people? I wouldn't stop now, but I'd mark it down as a place to come back to later.
The run was going well, but Nathan was well aware that his stamina was dropping rapidly. His rage kept trying to activate, and it took constant attention to keep the furious blaze of anger under control. He needed to pace himself, keep his rage suppressed, and figure out better paths around the dungeons. He couldn't skirt miles out of his way to avoid every fortress or spooky tower, but he also didn't want to die because he walked too close to the wrong ancient ruin and it dropped a giant rock on his head. One problem at a time. Running first. Stop thinking about other things and focus on running. Nathan varied his pace, feeling his stamina tick down while he tried out different breathing methods and running patterns. It was hard. He found himself naturally settling into a meditative trance as he ran, relaxing his attention as his legs carried him forward. The relaxation lasted until Nathan saw a giant face carved into a cliff with giant green flames burning in its eyes. Winged figures launched themselves from the eyes sporadically, and he could swear that a few of them were watching him. He diverted himself from the valley, spending stamina to climb the slope across from the fortress of the face. The steep slope jolted Nathan out of his rhythm, and he spent nearly 100 stamina on the rapid ascent. That's not sustainable. Soon he was going down the far side, and the variable slope once more confounded his attempts to find an efficient pace. It was maddening. Nathan's anxiety had been building, and this minor frustration saw its spike. At this rate, I will run out of stamina and be dead on my feet by the time I arrive. If I arrive, it's likely I just get eaten by a dungeon. Wouldn't that be funny? At least it would really confuse Tael and Badut if I just vanished from Davrar. Nathan slowed down. He closed his eyes for a moment, relaxing his shoulders and settling back into a regular breathing pattern. Stress and tension weren't going to help him here. He needed to be loose and relaxed as he ran. Don't force it. Just settle into a rhythm and let it adjust to the terrain. Nathan ran another hour like that, learning the new rhythm. He ran over fields of broken stone and across sandy slopes, allowing his subconscious to pick out the obstacles in front of him and keeping a conscious eye out for any dungeons revealed by each new valley. He almost missed the next dungeon, which lay camouflaged into a low hill. Without anti-magic to see through the illusions, Nathan would have run right into the hidden pits and fallen prey to the dog-sized insects lurking within. As it was, he ran at an angle, outpacing the springing leaps of the six-legged hunters that chased him. I don't even have to change my pace to leave them behind. Congratulations, you have developed the mid-tier sprinting utility skill into high-tier sprinting utility skill. This skill will help you run very quickly in the future and increase the stamina efficiency for running. Will not allow you to run in circumstances where you couldn't otherwise. Excellent. Now I can just keep going. Nathan kept his pace up through the difficult terrain, keeping a tight leash on his rage. His stamina ticked down, but more slowly than before. He took a few short breathers throughout the morning to munch on food, not eating too much at once. The scenery around him was unique. This wasn't just a gorgeous mountain range. It had also been carved with dungeons left by multiple civilizations. Each dungeon was unique and fascinating, but Nathan struggled to appreciate it, to pull himself back from the worry and fear gnawing at his gut. The fear of what might be happening to his friends at that very moment. The terrain got rougher as the day marched on. Several times, Nathan was forced to detour to find a pass that didn't end in a sheer cliff face. Some of the taller peaks became capped with snow as he got farther north, but none of it extended down into the valleys. A few times he descended steep slopes with the use of slow fall,
leaping off cliffs and down heights that would have been bone-breaking to descend any other way. He hoped for talent ranks, but was not rewarded. Sometime later, Nathan exhausted his food. He took a long look at his bag before draining all of the magic from the odds and ends he'd been carrying. Then he discarded it on a rocky hillside, lightening his load and increasing the pace. Nathan kept running. It wasn't even halfway through the day, and he must have been running for nearly 9 hours. High-tier sprinting 2 achieved! He eyed his stamina total and winced. Deepened stamina, 653 over 3,810. I can't be too far away. I just passed the Crater Mountain landmark. Halsmet's due north of me and can't be more than 15 or 20 miles. If I'm going to fight a battle at the end of this, I'd like to be a bit higher on stamina. Unfortunately, Nathan's standard methods of attaining stamina weren't really on the table right now. He couldn't ask Stella for a zap. He'd eaten the last of the food and absorbed the magic from all of his items. Settling in for a nap was the last thing on his mind. Then his eyes found a tower atop the mountain in his path. He had been looking for ways around the peak, but rugged cliffs surrounded it on all sides. But there was a path up the slope right in front of him, leading directly to the structure at the peak. It was a harsh spike of metal, jutting up from the jagged summit like a dagger piercing the sky. The top of the tower was shrouded by a permanent storm cloud, which didn't seem to care that it was one of the only clouds in the sky. Arcs of multicolored lightning jumped from the angry cloud to the tower, dancing over windows filled with stained glass. Kalis Conclave Outpost?
Probably. And those are supposed to be some of the worst dungeons out there. Regardless, it's magical as hell. And a shortcut. I can siphon some juice from the magical defenses. Nathan shrugged and started up the path, headed towards the foreboding tower. The Adventurers Guild teaches that it's a terrible idea to interact with dungeons unless you know a lot about them. It's not a delve day, and if I wake this dungeon up in a bad way, it could mean disaster. But I'm closer to Giant's Rest than to Jamor, and I also don't care. I need this stamina, and going around will take too long. Decision made, Nathan flew up the steep ascent, grinding through the last of his stamina as he climbed thousands of feet at a loping jog. The wind grew strong and cold as he climbed. Half a mile from the peak, the bare path transitioned to a finely worked stone staircase. When Nathan was 100 feet from the tower's base, words formed in the air before him. He stopped, reading them aloud.
Depart or die. He looked up at the tower. Can I take a third option? I'm in a hurry and need to go that way. He pointed past the tower in the direction of Halsmet. The words remained floating in the air, and Nathan went to push past them. The words pulsed threateningly, and he snorted. This thing's in my way. If it wants to zap me as a toll for passing, it's more than welcome. Nathan stepped through the words, and they were revealed to be more than just decoration. There was a magical effect woven into the display. The pattern of mana clung to Nathan, attempting to burrow into his skin and change him. The spell was significantly more complex than anything he had felt before. Like a combination of a dominate and a paralysis, but also containing a dozen other layers. He didn't understand what it was doing beyond trying to slip into his mind and body. As it progressed, Nathan figured it out. The mana wanted to transmute his flesh and consciousness into something else. He felt overcome, bowing his head and letting loose a soft "bah." With his consciousness disrupted, his ever-present rage slipped free of its noose, and the improved anti-magic banished the spell. Did that spell just try to turn me into a goat? Holy shit, that magic was intense. About 500 stamina worth of half a dozen kinds of mana intertwined in the most complex spell I've ever encountered. High-tier spell sense 10 achieved! Congratulations! You have maxed out this utility skill.
It cannot be improved any further. You must achieve insight into this talent to develop it further. As it is high tier, the kind of insight will affect how it develops." It was a mistake not to activate my rage. I got so focused on holding my anger back to conserve stamina that I didn't even think to use it. I didn't sleep last night, and I need to realize that's a problem. I can't make that kind of mistake in Hallsmet. Unchanged, Nathan glared up at the tower. "You think that was funny?"
"Screw you!" He stalked forward, climbing the steps and coming to the flat top of the mountain peak, where a huge disk of dark stone served as the foundation of the tower. To Nathan's magical senses, it felt solid, magically enhanced for durability in so many ways that the mountain would break before it did. Once Nathan stepped onto that disk, the tower apparently decided to stop playing games. A bolt of multicolored lightning as thick as a tree struck from the cloud above. If the previous spell had been a masterpiece of complex magic, this was a carefully guided torrent of unadulterated destruction. It compared to a disintegration spell the same way a furnace compared to a candle. The spell didn't just seek to turn him to dust. It wanted that dust to explode, to render it down to component atoms and scatter him across Davrar. There were portions of the magic that were clearly dedicated to breaking magical shields, shattering armor, and cutting through innate magical defenses. Against any other target, it would have caused instantaneous annihilation. But Nathan absorbed it all, walking through the magical energy as if through a sudden downpour. The magic blinded him, but his stamina shot upwards. He continued towards the tower, and the spell intensified further, until Nathan's world was entirely replaced with a cascade of destructive mana. He couldn't see, could barely feel the rage flowing through him and warding off the terrible spell that assaulted him. The magic was so intense, it wiped out every other sense, but Nathan kept putting one foot in front of the other, even as the feeling of stamina overload made him want to sprint through the attack. Nathan reached out with his anti-magic, trying to sense if he was about to run into any obstacles. He hadn't seen anything that would block his path, but who knew what was happening outside of his personal cataclysm? Nathan paused when he felt his bubble of perception expand slightly. He closed his eyes against the visual noise of the spell, concentrating wholly on the magical senses provided by his... He wasn't extending the anti-magic out of his skin, just his ability to sense magic. The torrents of energy beat against him in waves, and Nathan felt those waves rebounding off the surfaces around him like sonar. He built a mental map of the mountaintop as he remembered it, with the obdurate stone beneath his feet and the tower a dozen paces to his left. Then he compared his magical senses to that model, and found he could feel the bulk of the tower to the side, a blazing pillar of spellwork that rebuffed the spell assaulting him. No waves of magic rebounded from in front of him, and Nathan was confident there were no obstacles in that direction. Congratulations! You have developed the utility skill into utility skill. This skill lets you sense the mana around you and understand its purpose. All of a sudden, Nathan's world expanded. He could feel the vortices of the magic buffeting him, the dozens of spells that watched, analyzed, and guided the disintegrating lightning. Nathan shrugged and jumped up to grab one of the relatively small tendrils of mana guiding the destructive spell. The guidance construct vanished in Nathan's hand, and the pillar of mana veered off course, heading for the tower. It cut out before it could get there, and Nathan took the opportunity to lurch forward into a sprint. I filled up my stamina and even got a unique skill development. Let's not overstay my welcome before it decides to bury me in the mountain, or drop a small black hole on me. Kalis conclave magic is something else. Nathan sprinted across the rest of the flat space before the tower could up its game. He reached the far side and almost tripped over his own feet at the view that greeted him. The back of the mountain was a sheer cliff stretching thousands of feet straight down to a chasm which extended deep into the ground. Beyond the crevasse was a green valley
marked with a patchwork of farms. And just visible past the next mountain was a city. Halsmet. Skill text comparison. Mid-tier, sprinting. This skill will help you run very quickly in the future. Will not allow you to run in circumstances where you couldn't otherwise. High tier, sprinting. This skill will help you run very quickly in the future and increase the stamina efficiency for running. Will not allow you to run in circumstances where you couldn't otherwise. High tier, spell sense. This skill will help you identify mana types and the detailed construction of spells more easily. Helps you understand the overall purpose of spells and how individual elements contribute to that purpose. Does not grant understanding of how to weave mana together for specific spells.
This skill lets you sense the mana around you and understand its purpose. Chapter 45. An Unexpected Face. Nathan barely hesitated before leaping off the edge of the cliff. The tower behind him was capable of magic on a level he'd never before experienced. He didn't want it to keep trying until it figured out something that worked. Like just accelerating chunks of mundane rock at me. The air whipped by as he fell, and Nathan used slow fall to guide himself away from the sheer cliff face so he didn't collide with a stone outcropping. The tickling wind helped Nathan realize he was naked and hairless once again. The tower's spell had vaporized everything besides his skin. Of course it did. I don't have any spare clothes, and even if I did, they would also have been vaporized. That magic vaporized every piece of gear I had. Nathan's sigh was ripped away by the wind of his descent, but his rage exulted in the thrill of the terminal plunge. Am I getting jaded? That I can skydive naked and have my biggest worry be where I'll find my next set of clothes? Nathan beheld the landscape spread below him, especially the deep crevasse directly underneath him. He saw faint lights down there, far beneath the earth. Some of them looked uncomfortably like eyes. Really big eyes. Nathan's lips curled back as he imagined plunging into the unknown depths without any gear whatsoever. That would be a real thrill. He shook himself. He wasn't just an adrenaline junkie. He had friends to save. Drank stamina steadily as Nathan angled his landing to the far side of the chasm. He didn't want to descend beneath the earth, but he also didn't want to slowly drift down in view of anybody in the valley below. I am so curious as to what's down there. But that's not my mission. I'm going to Halsmet today, half a day since the heirs were kidnapped, and after the end of one hell of an ultramarathon. Nathan decelerated himself as he approached the ground below, bending his knees to gently touch down in a field of scraggly grass. He'd aimed for a stand of trees that looked like they were regularly coppiced for wood. High tier Slowfall 9 achieved. You have leveled up to level 119. Congratulations, you have survived directly challenging a callous tower of high magery. More like a tower of fuck-offery. Nathan crouched low in the grass, taking a deep breath and calming his rage. He spent a moment looking around, but spotted nobody. He shivered. There wasn't any snow in this valley, but a bitter wind blew down from the white-capped peaks. I'm going to need to get clothes at some point, or just use to direct heat generation to stop me from freezing. But that'll burn through calories fast. Nathan moved through the grass, heading in the direction of a farm he'd spotted from above. He needed to scope out the lay of the land, and preferably find clothing and a disguise. He snuck along the loose stone wall built of rocks pulled out of the adjoining fields, which were half plowed with crooked furrows. He saw the reason for the crude plowing as he came over the rise. 2 human figures were struggling to pull a rudimentary wooden plow through the dirt, while a much smaller figure followed behind and seemed to be spreading seeds. They were dressed in plain and baggy clothing that covered most of their bodies. Looks warm, but I don't want to just jump the 3 of them.
Maybe I can filch some clothes from a clothesline. Nathan continued, aiming for the low house farther along. As he approached, he was surprised at how close to the ground and dreary the building was. The structure was small, built of round, unshaped stones and whole logs. Broad gaps between rock and stone were plugged with untreated dirt. He circled the structure, very aware of being a naked dude prowling around somebody's house.
There was no handy clothesline to snatch clothes from, but as Nathan rounded the corner, he saw a man loading a two-wheeled handcart from a half-collapsed shed set against the side of the building. Nathan flinched back, wary of being seen. However, the man appeared to be completely unaware of his surroundings. He single-mindedly focused on loading the handcart with a pile of raw grain. Looking around, Nathan shrugged and then quickly rushed up behind the man as he went back into the shed for another scoop of grain. Clapping a hand over the man's mouth, Nathan dragged him to the ground. The man thrashed wildly, though his strength was no greater than a normal human. Nathan had no trouble controlling him, ignoring the manic biting as he pinned the man to the dirt floor of the shed. There was a crudely enchanted item around the man's neck. Nathan brought up his other hand, feeling a chunky metal collar. A wave of revulsion swept through him. The most expensive thing on this farm, and it's a crude, mass-produced mind control collar. Let's get this off. A firm grip sufficed to suck the mana out of the collar, and the man struggling was replaced with rasping breaths. The collar didn't come off, but a bit of groping revealed it was formed of two metal pieces riveted together on either side of the neck. Nathan grasped one of those connection points, bending and twisting. His rage flared to life once more as he fought to tear the slave collar from the man's neck. With a guttural growl, he ripped the metal apart, leaving one of the rivet points bent and torn. The man under Nathan had gone still. The skin of his neck was calloused and chafed from years underneath the device, but Nathan hadn't broken skin in ripping the collar off. Grabbing the man's wrist, Nathan checked for a pulse and quickly found one. He took a deep breath and released his rage once more, satisfied. I hope he's okay. I hope he can be free now.
I might have sentenced him to death, or I might have given him an opportunity. But I'm not going to make it my problem. I'm here to save the heirs, not every slave I come across. Nathan quickly stripped the man of his clothes, pulling on the thick and smelly garments. The body underneath was gaunt and worn, with a pad of scars across the back and swollen joints. Nathan put the man in the shed, burying him under a layer of grain at the back of the shed, hoping it would keep him from freezing to death. He picked up the disenchanted slave collar with a grimace, closing it over his own neck and twisting it so the broken section was hidden by the hood of his outfit. Stepping outside the shed, Nathan grabbed the cart, which was filled with a pile of grain. There were no beasts of burden present, and no barn or other sign of livestock. The handles on the cart were designed for a person. After all, their livestock are people.
The cart's almost certainly used to deliver food, like this grain, to Holzmat. These are farming slaves whose job is to supply the city. So if I take the cart to Holzmat dressed in his clothes, it should at least get me past the gates. Shrugging, Nathan grabbed the cart and towed it in the direction he'd seen the city. He couldn't sprint without it bouncing too much, but with his enhancements and level, it was only a minor burden. The problem was that a slave wouldn't be running with a cart like this. Nathan could slow down and put his head down to camouflage himself, but that would make the journey take longer. I'll be fine, as long as I spot people before they spot me. I've got notice. Just need to keep my head on a swivel. Nathan passed by several other farms, slowing down to a fast walk whenever he spotted people. I don't think I should be particularly worried about the slave farmers reporting me, but I also don't want to be so obviously out of place in case there is somebody else around here. None of them paid the slightest attention to Nathan, not even bothering to spare him a wave.
There was no traffic on the path, whose ruts got deeper and bumpier as he proceeded. Soon, Nathan was climbing the low pass that separated this valley from Halsmet. It wasn't a steep climb, and halfway up, the dirt track joined with a stone road that led past some sort of mine based on the massive piles of tailings. If the farmers live like that, I bet the miners have it even worse. As he crested the pass, Nathan slowed to a trudge, taking in the view in front of him. Halsmet was built atop a broad hill with 4 peaks that rose out of the center of a wide valley. A tall wall wrapped around the base of the slope, and the road Nathan was on led directly to a gate on the nearest face of the wall. Beyond the walls were slums, full of crudely constructed buildings.
A little bit farther up were identical windowless stone buildings. Around the crown of the hill was an expansive neighborhood of well-constructed stone townhouses. And finally, atop each peak was a fancy mansion, complete with their own walls and gardens. Nathan's gaze panned over each of the fortified manors in turn, noting how the fanciness scaled with the height of the hill. The biggest one stood atop the tallest hill, protected by walls that shone with enchantments. But Nathan's eyes locked onto the second tallest hill, and the fancy, but not glowing, mansion atop it. That's where the heirs are. Harthy told me where Tail set up his base. It's the only information I have. But one step at a time. Let's deal with getting into the city first. It took a frustratingly long time for Nathan to approach the city, since he was limiting himself to the halting gait expected of a farmer in poor health. He used the time to prep himself for what was coming.
He would try to sneak through the city, enter Tail's mansion, then break out the heirs. After that, he'd have to play it by ear. They might flee the city, or find a place in the slums to lay low. What a respectable plan. I don't have to worry about my plan surviving contact with the enemy if I don't have one, right? Nathan checked his mental state. Was he prepared for this? His stamina was full, and he was so ready to commit violence. But he was tired. He'd only slept a few hours last night before his watch, and had run 100 miles since then. Wait a second. I can fix that problem. Allowed Nathan to alter his own biochemistry. He'd been conservative with it so far, wanting to remain basically human and not mess with his brain too much. But infiltrating an enemy city on 2 hours of sleep would get him killed. So Nathan focused his talent on his brain, attempting to sweep away the fatigue toxins. He used a light touch, preferring to remain a little sleepy instead of accidentally removing all dopamine in his brain and falling unconscious. The end result was more like taking a few shots of espresso than a true night's sleep, but it was better than nothing. His careful brain experimentation killed time while he approached the gate. There were slave soldiers on either side of the stone tunnel, and he spotted more keeping watch atop the towers along the wall. They completely ignored Nathan, and he entered the gate unchallenged. As he passed through the wall, Nathan detected a dozen enchantments on the gatehouse with his new magical senses. He couldn't pick out what each did, but some of them were clearly for strengthening the structure, while others scanned anything coming through the gate. Well, I'm supposed to be here, so just act like a beaten-down, mind-controlled slave, and it should get me into the city. As he passed through the thick wall, Nathan saw that there were 2 squads of 16 slave soldiers on either side of the exit, standing in formation. Just beyond them was a fat slave master, watching Nathan approach with a bored expression on his face. I hope this works, otherwise I'm going to need to make a lot of noise almost immediately. Tendrils of magic probed at Nathan, but failed to find purchase. Nathan kept his head down, watching the slave master out of the corner of his eye. When the man frowned and stepped into Nathan's path, his heart rate jumped. The slave master's gaze slipped between Nathan and something just over the gate that Nathan had emerged from.
Ending's damned enchantment. You, farming slave. What's your identifier? I don't know the proper format for that. I think anything I say will give me away. Probably best to play dumb, then sucker punch him when he gets close. The slave master was waiting for a response, and his frown deepened.
He spoke again, slower and louder this time. Speak your number. When Nathan again failed to answer, the slave master sighed. He didn't seem alarmed, just annoyed. He addressed the guards. Seal the gate. Then he turned to Nathan. Follow. The words carried a weight of command, and Nathan found his feet moving without his own input. His rage swelled in response to the order, and Nathan let it subsume him. I want the resistance to commands that my rage gives me, but I also can't betray how furious I am. I might need every iota of that stamina later. Keeping the tension from his movements, Nathan trudged after the slave master, following him up the well-kept road. There were many other people in the street, though the vast majority of them were clearly slaves based on their dress. Not all wore collars, but the ones that did were dirtier and rougher than the ones without. A few slave masters walked the road, often leading gangs of slaves headed to some task. Nathan spotted one green-robed mage farther down the road, walking in a clear bubble of space. The road cut through the slums that formed the outermost layer of Hallsmet, headed towards the next layer of the town. They were about halfway to the next layer when a cultured voice sounded ahead. Slave master. Nathan looked up, seeing the figure in green robes standing before them. Shit, what now? The man who had been leading Nathan bowed deeply from the waist, hand going to the whip at his side in a ritualistic manner. I am at your service, enslavement mage. Nathan stood poised to attack both men, keeping an eye out for any signs that he'd been discovered. As soon as the slave master wasn't looking, the green-robed mage fixed Nathan with a steady look. His eyes flickered, and dull blue eyes were replaced with blazing colors, one green, the other pink. I've seen those exact eye colors before. The beacons of light only shone for an instant. Then the slave master raised his head again to look at the mage's fleshy face, and the bright eyes were replaced with a very faintly glowing, watery blue. That has to be Feline, the leader of the assassins of Gamor. Her eyes were that exact shade of green. Each time I met her, she winked at me, and an eye flickered pink. It must have been to teach me the recognition signal. She's probably over level 700, so I'm honestly not surprised she can shapeshift. Remembering our conversation, she'd get me into Giant's Rest and teach me to fight them. But how is she here? High-tier Enhanced Memory 8 achieved. The mage, Feline, raised an eyebrow, and the slave master took it as a question. A farming slave from the south, he said respectfully. Collars broke, but he's as dumb as a Soul Eater's puppet. I'm taking him to the second barracks so they can figure it out. The mage spoke again, their tone superior and condescending. And leaving the gate unwatched? Back to your post, slave master. I will handle this wayward slave. The slave master dipped his head again. At your word. He turned away, and Nathan stared at the mage. They gestured sharply. Follow, my tool. Nathan went along with it, pausing as the figure took a turn down a side street. They walked confidently in the center of the street, and everybody else made way. Nathan hurried to keep up, following in the path cleared by their presence. This way. Abandon the cart. He obeyed, continuing to trail the mage as they led him down a narrow alley. The two of them stopped before an unremarkable door. Keys slid smoothly into a lock, and they stepped inside a surprisingly broad room. It was fully furnished, with a cooking setup and a table surrounded by chairs. An open door at the back led into a bedroom with a broad and cozy bed. The door swung shut, and the body under the robe changed. With a flourish, Feline cast off the outfit that marked her as an enslavement mage of Giant's Rest, precisely hanging it on a wall-mounted hook. She wore her tight leathers underneath and cocked one hand on her hip to give him a dazzling smile. Her voice was teasing. "Well, prophecy did not foretell Nathan Larkin Giant's Rest so soon. It brightens my eyes that you have accepted my invitation." She twisted her hips suggestively as she sat at one of the chairs, indicating the other for him. "Let us sit and speak. There is much to cover. Luckily, I am not expected anywhere for some time." The assassin shook out her dark hair, eyeing him languidly. Then she seemed to notice his tense posture and stony expression. Her demeanor changed from flirtatious to serious in an instant. "What occurs?" Nathan took a deep breath. "Badood, the questor, kidnapped the other heirs last night. He turned them over to Archmage Tail, who is based here, the mansion on the second highest hill." Feline's brow furrowed in thought, and her eyes grew calculating. "I know he has been there a few months, working on recapturing you. A hermit, in most ways. Do they know you're here? Is Badood here?" The last question was spoken like a whip crack, and Feline half rose from the table as if to depart immediately. Nathan shook his head. "Badood said he was going back to the academy. The abduction was more than 100 miles south." He shrugged. "I think they were expecting me to go back to Jamor and get help." She nodded, then finished standing and slapped the table. Her eyes blazed. "But help has found you. Thank the divine I listened to my skill. This is your nemesis to slay, but time is our foe." Nathan hesitated before moving towards the door with her. "My first class was Bard." Feline smirked at him. "Enough of this. I cannot penetrate the mage armor of an archmage directly.
But I can get you to the mana and prevent any from following." Chapter 46. Friend or Foe? Nathan eyed Feline for a moment. He shrugged. "No time to lose. Let's go." She gestured for him to pull his hood up, then swung the green robe off of the hook. Her body swelled as it settled on her shoulders, and the fleshy face of the enslavement mage persona glanced back at him. "That's pretty creepy." "Follow me. Keep your head down. I will draw first blood. Be ready for it." Her voice was back to the cultured drawl of her disguise, and Nathan obeyed the instructions. Feline led him out of the safe house, and Nathan kept a careful 3 paces behind. They walked out of the slums by a different route than they'd entered it, and started climbing the hill. As soon as they got back to the busy streets, the bubble of clear space around the green robes resumed, and Feline leisurely strolled up the slope. Soon enough, they passed out of the slums and into the part of the city dominated by regimented, square stone buildings. Nathan darted curious glances around as they passed, discovering that there were a few different types. Some were workshops, where hundreds of artisans built anything from carts to weapons, while others were warehouses or barracks that housed hundreds of slaves. There didn't seem to be a great deal of organization behind their placement, with a warehouse full of metal ingots placed between a barracks with hundreds of cots and a workshop where dozens of weavers were spinning thread. It reminds me of city-building games. "Oh, I need another warehouse. I'll build it over here." It feels like somebody standing on top of one of those hills planned this out, not somebody who lives and works in the city. The streets seemed to be constantly flooded with traffic, as dozens of collared laborers carted materials in all directions. They moved silently, navigating their heavy payloads through rigid paths. All of the organized flow made way for Feline, and she moved through the steady stream like a fish swimming downriver. Nobody seemed to give Nathan a second glance, or even Feline for that matter.
Even the few slave masters directing complex tasks saw the green robes and made way, keeping their eyes downcast. There were a few slave soldiers guarding a small gate into the upper city, but Feline walked through without a care. Houses and shops replaced barracks and warehouses, and other mages walked the streets. They weren't many, and the most common were the green-robed enslavement mages, usually accompanied by a small entourage of slaves. Several traveled in litters carried by bare-chested bearers, and a few were accompanied by black-armored warriors festooned with blades. I bet those are the slave elites I learned about a while ago.
It's what happens if you train somebody from a young age to be a powerful warrior, instead of just handing your failed craftspeople a spear and a shield. The houses grew fancier, and the foot traffic thinner as they went on. The estates on either side weren't huge, but they had glass windows, were multiple stories tall, and had exquisitely cultivated gardens. Each of them reminded Nathan of Dalo and Kulal's house back in Jamor. Thinking of them made a fist close around Nathan's heart. I do not want to tell Kulal that Stella was captured by Giant's Rest. She's always been gentler and calmer than Dalo, but I think she'd be the more terrifying of the two upon hearing that news. Nathan took a calming breath, refocusing on his plan. He was here to prevent that outcome, and now that he'd found Feline, the news would make it back to Jamor even if he failed. She's not going to face Tael, after all. She's helping out, not backing me to the hilt. This is it. I'll gut the mage. Take the soldiers on the left. Feline's voice was quiet, but clearly audible to Nathan with notice. He looked up, seeing the road terminate at another gatehouse. A mage in blue robes stood in front, looking bored out of his mind. Flanking him were 2 slave elites, as well as a dozen normal slave soldiers. They looked ready for trouble. Nathan nodded jerkily, swallowing to wet his throat before muttering back, "Got it." Tael is in there, and so are my friends. They walked up to the gate, Feline striding along as if she had every right to be there. She waved to the middle-aged man in mage's robes. I open my palm to you, friend. I have news the Archmage will welcome. Nathan caught the sound of crackling electricity from beyond the gatehouse. His breath caught in his throat. What's going on there? I don't think Tael has electricity mana, but Stella does. Unaware of Nathan's inner turmoil, the middle-aged mage scratched at his chin, looking sleepy. It must wait. Archmage Tael has ordered the gates sealed, with none to interrupt. Return at a later date, unless you will leave the news with me. Feline kept walking, and her voice was friendly. Ah, but the fingers must obey the hand. When will his gates be opened? The blue-robed mage shrugged and yawned. Only prophecy knows. He eyed Feline inquisitively as she passed the first set of guards and approached him. She pulled out a flask and offered it. Tears of a dragon? I have mind to wait a moment. The mage reached out to grab the flask, nodding his thanks before tilting his head back to swallow the contents. In that moment, Feline moved. Glimmering knives appeared in both her hands, and she stabbed them forward like lightning. The blades impacted the mage armor in front of the man's chest, but the metal sunk a few inches into the barrier. She yanked the enchanted knives apart, ripping a tear in the spell. The man spluttered on his drink, staggering backwards. She followed, leaving the knives lodged in place, and keeping the mage armor cracked open. New blades appeared in her hands. Nathan made his own move, revving his rage and rushing at the black-armored elite on the left. Even taken completely by surprise, the man still had his blade fully drawn when Nathan crashed into him. Uncaring, Nathan let the sword stab into his chest as he crunched his elbow into the smaller man's neck, bringing him to the ground. The slave elite didn't stop struggling despite the broken neck, slicing him with a wicked dagger. Nathan accepted a glancing blow to the side to roll on top of his foe.
The man released the sword stuck in Nathan's lung and brought his hand to Nathan's neck. The blow, which should have crushed his windpipe, instead sent cracks through the elite's black gauntlet. Nathan spent stamina to keep himself functioning, despite the sword in his lung, but the wound in his side burned as a necrotic poison ate at his veins.
Gonna have to try harder than that, idiot.
A fraction of his attention banished the poison, and Nathan gave up on clever solutions and began to pound his fists into whatever part of the elite's face was unprotected. The metal of the elite's open helmet gouged Nathan's fists, and his dagger broke skin 4 more times. But a dozen rapid blows with the full weight of Nathan's body behind them rendered the elite's face into a bloody crater, and he stopped struggling. That's the first life I've ever taken, from a man who never had a choice. Nathan stared at the body under him for a frozen moment, bringing peace to his surging emotions. Then a spear impacted on his back, failing to even penetrate Nathan's skin. He rolled to his feet, ripping out the sword that was so rudely intersecting his chest. The lung reinflated, and Nathan dove into the phalanx of slave soldiers.
He snapped the spears that tried to hold him back and completely bowled over a man who stood firm with a shield.
Once he was within their ranks, Nathan struck out with fists and feet. Even when attacking from behind, they couldn't penetrate his skin, and his punches cracked shields and shattered bones. Just meat shields. Agmon legionaries are far more capable. These soldiers don't have enchanted collars to break, and I don't have time to figure out how to remove their mind control. It's some kind of spell that's sunk deep into their brains, where my anti-magic can't reach. Nathan kicked the last soldier into the wall with a snapping crunch of a rib cage, then turned and surveyed the gatehouse. Feline was recovering some knives from the body of the second slave elite. Her mage persona was abandoned, and she was once more wearing the face he was most familiar with. I wonder if that's her real face, or if she has a real face at all. She turned towards Nathan, gesturing to the gate. I will remain here, to slow any who may follow. You have minutes. Feline paused, bending down to wipe off her blades. If you're quick, I'll guide you back to my safe house. If I am not here when you emerge, then follow your own path. I will aid if I am able, but this is Exia's stronghold. She has hunted me long, and I won't give her the satisfaction of catching me. Nathan nodded. Thank you. He strode to the gate. The crackling electricity continued from inside. He paused and took a deep breath to steel himself for whatever lay beyond. Time to find out what's happened to the heirs. He threw the gate open. Just inside was a wide stone courtyard surrounded by a colonnaded walkway on all sides. An enchanted stone fountain stood in the center of the space, throwing bursts of water into the air that would form into cavorting figures before splashing back into the basin. Nathan's eyes flicked around. This is a secondary killing field. Only 2 sturdy doors out.
He looked up to see the crackling ball of one of the mana capacitors Stella had used to destroy the old Jamor construct army. There were a series of balconies 40 feet in the air that looked over the courtyard, and Stella and Tail were on one of them. Tail had been reclining in a cushioned chair, watching Stella casting the dramatic spell. But at the sound of the gate opening, he quickly came to the side of the balcony and looked down at Nathan. His face curved up into a cruel smile, and with a gesture, the gate behind Nathan swung closed. Ah, Nathan Lark, you have come so quickly. I expected you here in a week or 2 with an army of adventurers at your back. I was busy learning some of the secrets of magic you so kindly shared with the Caxol girl here. He spoke to Stella. Dismiss the spell. Her spell diminished in intensity, but Nathan's rage rose in its place. He hadn't calmed himself after the fight at the gate, and seeing Stella standing meekly next to Tail stoked his anger to new heights.
If he hadn't controlled himself with battle meditation, he'd have mindlessly charged in Tail's general direction. Instead, his eyes searched the courtyard for a way up to the balcony. The doors were closed and likely barred. Even if he got inside, he wouldn't know the layout of the interior. There was no way that Tail would casually wait for Nathan to figure out a way up to the balcony. He'll probably just fly up into the air or something. At least there's not much Tail can do to me from up there. While Nathan thought through his options, Tail kept speaking. Fascinating knowledge you have given her, and for no weighty cost. I should have illusioned myself as an attractive redhead for our first meeting. He chuckled and shook his head. Truly, what you have taught her are insights worthy of a giant's gift. If only you had shared them with me when we'd first met, then all of this would not have been necessary. He reached out a hand to pat Stella on the head. I'm sure she would have preferred it that way. Isn't that right, Stella? Yes, honored Archmage Tail. Stella's voice was flat, devoid of emotion. The orange-robed man seemed pleased, ruffling her hair and looking down at Nathan with an amused smile. I must admit, it is impressive you arrived here unheralded. You have become capable since you came to Davrar. I am proud you have fit into our world so well. It seems I truly did pick a person who would thrive on Davrar, with insights of true power, even beyond magic. Nathan gave Tail half of his attention as he considered climbing the columns. He could probably reach the top of the tiled roof that covered the colonnades, but then he'd need to scale 25 feet of sheer building to reach the balcony with Tail and Stella. There were windows and decorations on the wall, but nothing sufficiently elaborate for easy climbing. Maybe if I'd picked up a climbing skill, or just had I feel vindicated in my desire to get that talent. But I fucking wish I'd gotten it a fight or two earlier. Tail spread his arms wide. And now it seems all of those insights will be mine once more. You have come to me, to the base of Giant's Rest's power. I will call in every favor I must from Exia to bury you in soldiers. And then I will have time. Time to break your friends to my hand and, eventually, break you. No matter how resistant to mental magic you are, there are slave masters proficient in many means, and having your friends loyal to me offers many options. I wouldn't call that loyalty, but I definitely don't want him to summon all the soldiers in Halsmet. I wouldn't be able to beat a half dozen of those slave elites. Nathan tried to think of other ways to approach this problem. If he could find and free the rest of the heirs, then maybe they would help him free Stella. He bet Sarah would be more than thrilled to put an enchanted bullet between Tail's eyes. So long as they weren't also mind-controlled, that is. If they are, I should be careful. If Sarah's lurking behind one of those windows, then Tail can probably kill me with a single command. But he hasn't made reference to them. Maybe Tail will just tell me. Where are the rest of the heirs? Here, protected. Tail frowned. They deny my magic, for now, but cannot escape my grasp much longer. But this one... He put a finger under Stella's chin, tipping her head up to look into her eyes. She was only protected by a few pendants. Easily removed, you see. He pulled one of Stella's mental protection amulets from a pocket, eyed it for a second, and put it back. And she's the most valuable of them. What use is a fighter to me when there is a mage with insights from another world? Phew, no bullet to the brain for me. The Archmage turned his attention back to Nathan. Will you fall into my grasp willingly? Or must I expend favor to swarm you in soldiers? Think of the wonders we could achieve working together. A word from me will set hundreds of slaves working at any task we desire. Guns, steel, alchemy, all of it could be ours. Clasp my hand, and we can work together. Though you have thrown away the easy trust we could have had. Nathan tuned Tail out, mulling over his options. He didn't have any good ones.
40 feet of verticality completely disarms me. Maybe I could knock the building over if I'd taken Magic's Under Siege Breaker. But I didn't. I might just need to talk Tail down. He looked up to Tail. Tell you what, you come down here and fight me, mano a mano. You beat me, and I promise to give you whatever you want, including all my insights from Earth.
But if I beat you, you let the heirs go and let us leave Hallsmet.
Yeah, let's pretend he'll survive that fight. Tail's response was a choked laugh. Me? Fight you? When you have built yourself to fight mages and win. Giant's bones, would that be idiotic? Though you have given me an idea. He turned to Stella. Jump. She promptly jumped over the balcony, and Nathan's heart leapt into his throat. Tail's spell caught Stella, and she slowly descended to the ground. He looked satisfied, like he'd just figured out an elegant solution to a problem. Stella Caxel, capture Nathan Lark. You know his capabilities. Any state short of death is acceptable. Fight to the fullest extent of your capabilities. Damn it. The one mage whose magic can hurt me. Chapter 47. A Matter of Magic. Stella's eyes were flat as she stared across the courtyard at Nathan. His rage turned cold, his desire to save his friends driving to the fore.
Strength flowed through Nathan's muscles, but his mind was balanced on a precipice between insane rage and intense calm. Battle Meditation 6 achieved! Is she going to fight or fight? If there's anybody who can fight me successfully with magic, it's Stella. She knows how my anti-magic works, and she's got that skill that can turn her magic partially real, which she knows will bypass my anti-magic. But if a spark of my friend's spunk can burn through the mind control, she could throw the fight in a dozen ways. There was a bare moment of warning as Stella jerked one hand up in a claw, and a surge of earth mana beneath his feet signaled Nathan to what was coming. He dove to the side as the stone where he'd stood snapped closed like a bear trap. The fake slave collar around his neck flew off and clattered to the ground. Trapping me in non-magical rock would be a great way to capture me. I have to assume she's going all out. Damn. I think my plan is to get close to her and see if I can break the spell, or knock her out if I can't. Breaking any enchanted collars and killing Tail should do the trick. He ran towards his friend, quickly closing the distance. His new magical perception showed that Stella still carried most of her enchanted items, though there was definitely a new source of magic around her neck. Most concerning was the complex spell buried in her brain. I don't know if I can break that spell if it's inside her body. Tail watched the opening stages of the fight with glee from his balcony. Here you are, helpless as a handless cripple. Will you kill your friend? It would cost me little, but the favor needed to call on Exia's soldiers. I will reap my insights from you instead. Stella wasn't distracted by Tail's words, ripping paving stones from the ground and flinging them at Nathan. He juped smoothly around the projectiles, jumping into the air to flip out of the path of several rocks that skimmed along the ground. The moment he was airborne, Stella hit him with a blast of wind. That normally wouldn't have affected Nathan in the slightest, but this spell wasn't just conjured magic. Thanks to her natural magic skill, her understanding of air flows translated into a blast of actual material wind that tossed Nathan backwards. He controlled his tumble, readying himself to spring into action once more. Nathan's new magical senses, aided by notice, detected a spell kindling in the stones he was about to land on. Reacting swiftly, he used Slow Fall to extend his flight. Jaws of stone reached up from below, snapping closed on air beneath his new trajectory. High Tier Notice 5 achieved! Tail's pleased voice rang out once more across the rubble-strewn courtyard.
You face 2 mages of the highest caliber.
Give in, and we will apply your insights to spread the civilization of Giant's Rest over this continent and beyond. Think of dungeons destroyed and cities rising in their place. Isn't that something to be desired? At Tael's spell, pieces of the railing he was leaning on were added to the barrage of rock that continued to seek out Nathan. Of course he's going to participate. This isn't exactly an honorable duel. Nathan ducked sideways, slipping through the volley of high-velocity rock. He took some glancing blows from chunks of stone larger than he was, but the gouges and cracked bones healed in moments. Unfortunately, the wind blast had sent him farther away from Stella than when he'd started, and a sphere of lightning was beginning to grow behind her. If she uses natural shift that to real electricity, it could burn or paralyze me pretty badly. With perfected body, I don't have to worry about my heart stopping at least. He feinted towards the colonnades on the side of the courtyard, even though it would be a terrible idea to get hemmed in against a wall. Then he rolled forwards, using the fountain as cover from Stella's line of sight. High-tier dodging footwork 6 achieved. Mobility is life. If I get cornered, those stone jaws will pin me long enough for Stella to construct a sphere of rock around me. It would be tricky magic, but Stella's been practicing at shaping earth around my anti-magic for a while. Nathan sprung over the lip of the fountain, splashing through the knee-high water and dispersing the enchantments that sustained a series of lithe figures intertwined with one another. Tael's spell gathered the water and formed it into a sphere around Nathan, just as he leapt upwards to avoid the stone of the fountain closing on his legs. For a moment, Nathan was suspended in a crushing sphere of water with no leverage. A paving stone plowed through the water and nailed him in the chest, snapping ribs and causing him to exhale a burst of bubbles. The currents of water moved to trap Nathan in the center, preventing him from swimming and even neutralizing the momentum of the wide block of stone. But Nathan could feel the tendrils of mana animating the water. He struck out at the ones nearby that controlled the flows, keeping him in place. The entrapping currents stilled, and Nathan swam towards one of the central ribs of water mana that maintained the sphere. It disintegrated at his touch, and the entire orb of water collapsed back into the basin. Magical Perception 2 achieved! Now that he was free of the orb, Nathan could see stone walls rising on all sides, threatening to trap him. He took 3 steps and leapt off the edge of the fountain, putting every erg of effort into accelerating upwards. He caught the lip of the rising stone wall and pulled himself over it in a flash. Nathan leapt off his elevated perch, soaring toward Stella. He jerked himself downwards to dodge the jet of wind directed by her upthrown hand, and slammed into the ground, leaving fresh cracks in the stone underfoot. His momentum carried him into a roll, which took him under a pillar torn from the wall and thrown by Tael. Is helping me dodge these spells even without seeing them. Stella let loose a burst of searing flame as Nathan crossed the last few feet. The heat was intense and burned away most of his clothing and hair. Skin cracked and blistered, but the damage healed over as quickly as it occurred. Nathan grabbed Stella's hands, and they battled over the jet of flame in a parody of their first practice together, so long ago. But Nathan's attention was split as he scrutinized the spell entrenched in Stella's skull, gazing into her lightning-lined eyes. "You can't break the spell," Tael gloated from above. "If the control is broken, she dies." If I die, she dies. Surrender, and you'll work together again. Nathan glanced up at Tael, his hatred surging. He opened his mouth to spit vitriol, but the Archmage cast first. The summoned chains broke on Nathan's skin, but he dropped Stella's hands to ward them off. Nathan reached for Stella once more, but paused as his eyes flicked around Tael's mind magic, gauging its functions. If I break the wrong spell, she dies. This is curse-breaking a person,
and I can't afford to mess it up.
The slim collar around her neck definitely wasn't currently controlling her. It might be a backup or just a decoy. More important were the two spells in her brain, with the more complex clearly being some kind of mental control spell. The second one was buried deep in her brainstem and looked simple. If the first spell or the collar were interfered with, it would activate and shred the vital tissue. High tier Identify 6 achieved. How do I deal with that? I can't exactly stick my hand in there and break the magic, or project my anti-magic into her body. Not with my current talent. Nathan's ruminations were interrupted as Stella's eyes blazed with power. A column of lightning dropped on him like the hammer of Thor, descending from the orb above her head. The spell blasted Nathan across the courtyard, and all his senses went wild. He was suddenly caught in a nightmare world of darkness and synesthesia, nausea and pain cutting through the protection of Antimaj's impassivity. Through the confusion of his half-boiled brain, Nathan dimly felt himself impact the far wall and fall a dozen feet to slump on the ground. His mind was scrambled, and his innards felt cooked. But rage sustained Nathan against the tide of unconsciousness that threatened to drag him down. I swore oaths. I will not stop. Nathan's eyes were gone, only bubbling pits remaining in their place. His thoughts were fragmented, and his muscles wouldn't respond. But stamina flooded into his ruined body, guided by Nathan's talents and the intensity of his rage. Fresh tissue replaced lightning-burned flesh, and motion slowly returned. Perfected Body 5 achieved. Nathan's eardrums popped and heard Tail's uncertain voice ring across the courtyard. Is he dead? Pray to the giants he is not dead, slave. Stella's voice was mechanical. He survives, master. The flesh heals. Then capture him already! Nathan urged his rebuilding muscles into action as the stone beneath him moved to envelop his torso. His body twitched, unresponsive. He wasn't going to escape the spell. So he reached out with his anti-magic, sending it probing forth a few inches into the stone that moved sluggishly over him. Again, his talent flexed, and it was obvious he was on the edge of developing magic absorption to extend the talent outside his body. But the insight wasn't complete, and no blue boxes appeared in Nathan's vision as his eyes regrew. The disruption was still enough to delay the spell, and Nathan rolled out and got unsteadily to his feet. That spell was slower than any of the others, even before my tempering. Am I too far away from Stella for her to easily control the earth? Did she stall intentionally? As he gazed with rebuilt eyes across the ruined courtyard, Nathan saw the truth. Stella's face was daubed with blood from the strain of casting the lightning spell, and tears were running down her cheeks. She's never been good at pacing herself, and she hasn't had the chance to recover from the mana burn from yesterday. Tail was relieved at Nathan's recovery, but pointed at him once more. Good thing you're harder to kill than a flesh tyrant. Capture him already. Nathan took off toward Stella, trying to close the distance once more. I've got an idea. Risky, but I'm determined not to sacrifice anything here. His stamina was lower than it should have been in a fight against two mages, but he had just rebuilt most of his body from a brick of charcoal and bubbling liquid. Deepened stamina, 1,073 over 3,870. The rain of stone was less concentrated this time, and the jaws of rock more sluggish, but Tail added more spells of his own. Stone darts and gravel sprays forced Nathan to juke and cover his face, lest he eat a faceful of zipping pebbles or take a support column to the ribs. What are you doing? Move, slave! Tail's command rang out across the square as Nathan closed on Stella. She looked ragged, but cast a wind spell to send herself flying uncontrollably across the square.
Nathan's heart jumped into his throat again as her body tumbled over his head. He leapt, trying to catch her, but she was out of his reach. He turned his head to follow her path, terrified of seeing her smash into the stone debris that covered the courtyard.
Luckily, Tail didn't want to see his investment ruined so easily. He caught Stella and lowered her to the ground, where she staggered on unsteady feet. Incompetent teaching. Has air mana, but can't fly, Tail swore steadily, his frustration building as his attention turned back to Nathan. Well, go and get her. Nathan hesitated, turning to face Stella once more. This move put Tail behind him, and that was dangerous. Just go. Don't give him time to be tricky. Nathan took off across the square, his speed forcing a curse out of Tail. Harpy's tits! High-tier sprinting 3 achieved. Nathan leapt off the ruined fountain, dodging a mortared boulder that Stella threw at him, and spun backwards to see the archmage holding a bundle of chain he'd pulled from a dimensional bag. The net of chains flew at him, expanding to fill a third of the courtyard. Nathan quickly gauged the distance. The chains would hit him if he hovered in midair or if he landed.
So Nathan identified a clear spot and dragged himself downwards to plummet as if gravity had increased. He tucked into a roll, shoulders slamming into the ground and feet coming around to throw himself sideways, out of the path of the tangled chains. High-tier tumbling 3 achieved. Drown in giant's blood. Tail's vocabulary seemed to mostly consist of curses at this point, and Nathan tuned him out. Tail doesn't have the spells to properly fight me. He's got to rely on props. It's Stella I really need to worry about. Nathan landed from his leap, once more closing in on Stella. He dodged a half-hearted jet of air and jumped as she once more tried to get away from him by throwing herself with a gust of wind. This time, he'd been expecting the move and caught her by the ankle, pulling her down so that his other hand could grab her wrist. She was light, a feather in comparison to the force he was capable of exerting while raging.
But he was gentle, guiding them to a slow landing as he studied her bloody face and teary eyes. He brought his hands up to grab her head, sinking fingers into the hair that escaped her braid. Then Nathan pushed his anti-magic into her, but not by extending the aura that overlaid his body. Instead, he shifted it, weakening his own protection and spearing the power into her brain. He ignored the complexity of the mind control spell, aiming directly for the lethal failsafe he'd sensed earlier with magical perception. I hope this doesn't do anything permanent, but even if it does, I prefer a live friend. How? No! Tail's shout was furious, and he cast a spell Nathan was exceedingly familiar with. Disintegrate! Nathan shifted his body to shield Stella in case Tail was aiming at her. The beam of twisted mana hit him in the back. Normally, the spell would have had no effect, but Nathan was focusing his anti-magic away from his body and into Stella. He let loose a tiny breath of relief as the spell at the core of her brain unraveled before his spike of anti-magic. I can survive this. The lower half of his body went numb as the disintegrate severed his spinal cord, and his breath went slack as it ate into his lungs. The tide of disintegration swept onwards, but Nathan kept his anti-magic sweeping through Stella even as he crumpled to his knees. He kept going until all traces of the mind control spell were gone. The spell cut Nathan in half and advanced up his torso. His muscles grew weak, and a blue box flickered into view as his vision darkened. Congratulations. You have developed the magic absorption talent into Aura of Anti-Magic. Permanent talent, Aura of Anti-Magic. You are an embodiment of anti-magic, forever unable to cast spells or access magic. Magic items will degrade from being near you.
You can extend your anti-magic from your body to directly absorb mana of spells and enchantments into stamina.
The wave of disintegration faded, but the damage was done.
That's nice. I wonder if 1,000 mana is enough to regenerate everything below my shoulders. Probably not. Then, something sparked before Nathan's eyes, and an ultraviolet glare shone directly into his pupils. Mana flowed into him, and his brain re-oxygenated with the sudden influx of stamina. Blurry vision refocused to see Stella's gaze locked on his, her eyes fierce and glowing with power once more. Blood surged from her nose as she channeled torrents of mana into his chest, providing him the stamina to rebuild his lower body from scratch. It's just magic, not shifted into real electricity. I think she's free, and still has her magic. Stella took his hands in hers, continuing to pour mana into him. His teeth opened in a silent scream as his torso regrew. Perfected Body 6 achieved! With a newly born heart pumping, Nathan followed Stella's furious glare to where Tail fumed on the balcony. You damned fools!
I'll get to Badood. By the giants, he'll make this right. You'll wish I was the one to own you then. Stella croaked out a single word.
No.
She crooked a finger, wincing in pain at the simple spell. The balcony Tail was standing on cracked and fell, and the Giant's Rest Archmage screamed as he fell 30 feet to the rubble-strewn courtyard, his spell interrupted.
Go.
Stella's voice was a whisper. She released his hands, collapsing backwards bonelessly. She's fine. I need to finish this. Nathan's feet hadn't finished regrowing, so he crawled at first. Then he ran, until he stood over a whimpering Teal. The archmages had taken the brunt of the fall, but Teal lay on his back like a tortoise. He held up a hand to ward Nathan away, speaking through puffy lips.
Please.
Nathan looked down on the man who'd brought him to Devrar. The first man Nathan had ever felt true hatred for. This time, I don't hesitate.
His fist punched through force magic and buried itself in Teal's neck, crushing cartilage and snapping bone.
Nathan grabbed Teal's spine and pulled up his head as the other fist came down. The fury-enhanced blow obliterated the man's nose and continued, penetrating through facial bones and into the soft tissue beyond. Nathan let the mage drop to the ground, where his cord head flopped limply. He's finally dead. My first real enemy. Talent text comparison. Permanent talent. Magic absorption. You are heavily resistant to all forms of magic and can directly absorb the mana of spells cast on you into stamina. You are forever unable to cast spells or access magic. Magical items cannot affect you and will degrade at your touch. Permanent talent. Aura of anti-magic. You are an embodiment of anti-magic, forever unable to cast spells or access magic. Magic items will degrade from being near you.
You can extend your anti-magic from your body to directly absorb mana of spells and enchantments into stamina.
Chapter 48. A Foreboding Future. Nathan stood over Teal's corpse, looking down at the slumped figure. In death, the Archmage seemed unthreatening, pathetic. Just a lump of meat replacing a man of ambition and power. Also, a greedy coward willing to dominate people to get what he wanted. As Nathan's rage died, his eyes roamed over Teal's rich robes and the many rings on his fingers. He shook himself and hastened back to Stella. The heirs are more important than anything Teal was carrying. I'd break anything valuable anyways. With my new aura, I don't even need to touch magic items to destroy them. Stella groaned as Nathan approached, eyes slitted in pain as she held her robes to a badly bleeding nose. She squinted up at him,
seemingly at a loss for words. He stared back, also unable to encapsulate everything he wanted to say.
It was only a second before he broke through the impasse, focusing on what was important here and now.
"Where are the others?"
"Down," Stella's voice rasped, but she pointed towards the side of the courtyard. The door there had been broken open by one of the paving stones launched during the fight, revealing a grand entry hall. Nathan almost ran off to find the other heirs, but then saw Stella's hesitant attempts to stand. "I'm not leaving her here. That's tempting fate. Enchanted robes be damned, she's coming with me." Nathan scooped the small mage up, again amazed at how light she was. The enchantments in her robes immediately started fragmenting, and Nathan did his best to draw back his anti-magic as he sprinted towards the building. It didn't really work. His newfound control and ability to project the talent let him retract it some, but not entirely.
After all, the new talent said, magic items will degrade from being near you. Despite Nathan's best efforts, a few of the enchantments worked into the robe began to fray as he ran, but he was able to avoid breaking the dimensional pockets sewn throughout the garment. Stella whimpered in his arms, squirming from what appeared to be the mother of all migraines. She forced herself to concentrate, giving him directions down a series of stairs before calling out, "Trap! Trap!" She loosely gestured at an upcoming door. Nathan set Stella down gently against the wall before carefully approaching the plain and unornamented wooden door. It took a moment, but he was able to pick up a faint magical field woven into the frame. Upon opening, the spell would send some kind of signal farther into the room. While he couldn't tell what would receive the alarm, he could clearly sense the connection it traveled along. Nathan furrowed his brow and carefully manipulated his anti-magic into a spike, stabbing the immaterial blade into the door.
"Not sure if this'll work. Can my aura penetrate solid objects?" The answer appeared to be yes. The aura went straight through the wood, and the magical wire snapped. When Nathan tried to push through, he felt the alarm spell activate, but the signal went nowhere. The door also went nowhere. It was locked, without a visible keyhole. Nathan backed up a few steps to throw his entire weight against the obstacle. The door didn't fly open, but the metal bar on the other side bent with a screech. Another bash forced the mangled piece of metal out of the bracket, and he was through. Inside the next room were a set of 5 enchanted stockades. 2 were empty. The other 3 held Arl, Kachi, and Sarah, all stripped of their gear. Attending them was a golem of tan stone, who was holding a bowl of water up to Arl's face. All 3 of the captured heirs seemed dazed, though their heads turned towards Nathan from the noise of the door breaking. Kachi's face twisted into a snarl as golden light swept over him. Then, the stockade's magic activated, and a shock ran through the wolfman's body, zapping him back to placidity. Nathan's rage flared to life, and he started towards his friends, but the golem dropped the bowl and darted at him, arms outstretched. With his new skills, Nathan could sense the core embedded in its chest. It acted as the power source of the magical construct, animating and directing the enchanted stone with tendrils of magic. He struck the charging humanoid, stabbing his anti-magic directly into its core. The tight ball of magic fragmented and tore, and stamina flowed into Nathan as he smoothly sidestepped the golem's sudden stagger. The animated statue fell, slamming into the ground with a grinding crunch. One of its arms snapped off, and all motion stopped as the magic inside it sputtered and faded. I think that golem core was once a person. Goddamn Giant's Rest. Nathan took a moment to study the room, searching for more magical traps. There was an enchantment on the back wall that could launch a fireball at anybody opening the door unauthorized. Nathan broke it first, then hastened to the stockades holding his friends. He took another moment to investigate the enchanted wooden structures to be sure there wasn't a trap that would kill the occupants. There didn't seem to be any kind of fail-safe, though they were magically locked.
Nathan ruined the enchantments in seconds, ripping apart the stockades one by one. The heirs looked woozy and dazed, but otherwise fine. He didn't stick around to check in on them, instead going to retrieve Stella. He brought her into the room, setting her down against a wall.
She seemed even more limp now, barely capable of opening her eyes to acknowledge that they'd found their friends. As Nathan stood, he noticed a series of wooden bins along the back wall, emanating familiar magic. Throwing open the bins revealed all of the gear that had been stripped off the heirs. He started grabbing clothes and tossing them to their owners. He spoke up as he did. "We need to move. Sorry to push you, but all of Hallsmet will come down on us unless we get out of here now." Kachi was the first to get up. He threw his arms wide and growled a deep and furious note that reverberated with divine power. "We are free. Stand, and by my power be granted hope." Golden magic billowed away from the divine Justicar, and Sarah and Arl both quickly got to their feet, pulling on clothes and coming over to collect their gear. It looked like none of their bags had even been unpacked. The heirs moved quickly, grabbing everything in mere seconds. "Nathan, how—"
Sarah spoke thickly, having trouble finding words.
"We'll talk later," he replied, already checking the hallway to be sure it was still empty. "For now, get everything and go. Arl, grab Stella." Arl grunted in affirmation as his new armor flowed over his body. He slung a few packs over his shoulder and moved over to pick up Stella, who didn't seem to have benefited much from Kachi's spell. The wolfman hurriedly packed his armor into his dimensional bag, and they left the room at a jog. Nathan led the heirs up the stairs and into the courtyard. They paused on seeing the devastated space, but Nathan waved them forward. He led Kachi over to Tael's body. "Can you grab this?" he asked. "We don't have the time to search him, and taking the body might confuse Giant's Rest." The big wolfman didn't respond, merely leaning down to grab the Archmage's body and slinging it over his shoulder. They went to the gate, which had been sealed with magic after Nathan had entered. That didn't pose a problem with his new talent development, and the heirs spilled out into the street. The corpses of the slave soldiers were still strewn around where Nathan and Feline had left them. There were some new corpses off to the side, where a patrol of slave soldiers lay scattered, and a single slave master had been stabbed in the back of the neck. Nathan looked around for his accomplice, but didn't see her. "Feline?" he called out. She materialized from the shadow of the wall, already reaching into her bag. "Freedom and brightness, Nathan. I wouldn't have believed this in prophecy. All of you, put these on and follow me." She threw a set of baggy robes to each of the heirs in turn, then transformed herself into the green-robed enslavement mage disguise. The robes were huge and loose, big enough that they completely covered Kachi and the burden he carried. The heirs gaped at her for a second, and Kachi looked to Nathan. "Feline's here. How did this happen, Nathan?" "Silence. Follow." Feline's voice was imperious and commanding, and the heirs hesitated for a split second before obeying. Nathan walked at the back of the group, meekly following the leader of the Assassins of Gomorrah through the streets. An alarm bell rang across the city as they turned a corner, though there was nobody in sight. The sound was piercing and impossible to ignore, but Feline kept her head high and led them onwards without changing her pace or posture. The group was 2 more streets along when a blue-robed mage turned the corner ahead. The middle-aged man was followed by a dozen elites and almost 100 slave soldiers, many armed with bows. Nathan saw Arl tense under his robe. He laid a restraining hand on his friend's arm as Feline angled them to the side of the road. The blue-robed mage stopped the column and looked at Feline with a frown. "Krern, did your eyes pick out the trouble?" "I guess that's her disguise." "Did she kill Krern and take his place? Or is this a long-standing alter ego?" Feline's disguised form shook his head and gave a Giant's Rest-style salute. clasping hands together over the breast.
Nothing to report, Histol. I heard sounds of fighting from the second mansion. Also heard Archmage Tails got new slaves, not yet broken. Think they got loose?
The other mage snorted and rolled his eyes. Giants save us from distracted archmages. Exia will want a full accounting of every mage's activities this day, even if she's currently buried in oiled pleasure slaves. He shrugged, looking resigned. And I am her fist regardless. I'll check with you for details later, Krön. Feline nodded casually and clasped forearms with the other mage before he hurriedly directed his party towards the mansion Nathan had so recently left. Then their guide strode imperiously down the streets. The bell still tolled across the city, and Nathan saw slaves evacuating into buildings as guards patrolled the city in force. Feline took them on a slightly roundabout path, slipping through an alley and a small storehouse to bypass the checkpoints that separated the inner and outer cities. Once they reached the regimented ranks of square buildings, Nathan could tell the airs were flagging. Whatever burst of energy Kachi had given them was fading. Stella was unconscious in Arl's arms, though she was well hidden beneath the cloak. There were still patrols of slave soldiers wandering around, most led by a slave master. They took one look at Feline's green robe and bowed, letting her pass unchallenged. She led the heirs back towards the slums, where they turned into a district consisting of crude buildings and stinking of human waste. Nobody followed them, and after several twists and turns, Feline led them back to the safe house she'd brought Nathan to when he'd first arrived in Halsmet. She ushered them all inside before taking a careful look around and shutting the door behind them. The heirs tiredly stripped off the concealing robes. They looked nearly dead on their feet. Nathan let out a massive sigh of relief, releasing some of the tension that had consumed him ever since the previous night when Badud had kidnapped his friends. "You have leveled up to level 144. Congratulations! You have killed Archmage Tail Dodroxel of Giant's Rest and rescued your teammates from his control." Wow. Killing somebody powerful is worth a lot of levels. 25 of them. Damn. Next development coming up at 243. Feline became a slim woman once more, glancing at her own notification. Her eyebrows vaulted upwards in surprise. "You killed the Archmage." Actually got him. Then she noticed Kachi laying down the orange-robed body, and her eyebrows finished the climb to her hairline. "And that's his body and jewelry. No one knows he's dead yet?" Nathan shrugged. "Nobody else was around. He made Stella fight me, but I broke the spell and then we killed him. We freed the others and got out." The dark-haired assassin walked over to Tail's corpse, bending down to finger the rich orange robe and swipe a palm over the rings on his hands. She glanced up at the rest of the heirs and their shattered expressions. She sighed and stood. "Go sleep. Rest now in safety. None will disturb you, for this place is protected." She ushered the heirs into the bedroom. Stella was already out cold, and Arl simply laid her on the broad bed. Kachi cast a few basic healing spells on her before he thumped down next to her. Arl and Sarah didn't last much longer, falling onto the bed in various states of disrobement. Nathan moved to join them, but Feline held out her arm and quietly closed the door. The assassin turned to Nathan, eyes intent. "Come, we must talk." She sauntered over to the table, gesturing for Nathan to join her. "I am free of regret for the heir's rescue. But Giant's Rest will learn the truth of Tail's demise, and the Ascendant Academy will want revenge. We risk the destruction of Gamor." She studied him for a moment longer, pulling out a flask and rolling it between her fingers before taking a pull. "What will you do now?" She set the flask down on the table in front of the empty seat in clear invitation for him to sit. "Tail is dead, but Giant's Rest will threaten Gamor and the heirs forever.
I swore to myself to tear them down, and I meant it. Nathan hesitated before walking over to the empty seat and picking up the bottle. I want to get them back to Gamor. He nodded to the door where the heirs were resting. Then I'll come back and we'll fight them together,
If you'll have me. He took a sip of the flask, appreciating the fiery liquor as he sat down. Your loyalty burns bright. Feline cocked her head, studying him. It will be difficult to leave this city for a time. The gates are already closed, and Exia will deploy their magic to find those who killed her peer. They will search for every person inside the walls not wearing a collar, and every living thing outside the city for 50 miles. My safe house can block their spell work, but the quester will get involved eventually. Tael was his student? Yes. Nathan sighed, taking another pull of the flask. Badud pitted me against Tael to train him. He kidnapped the heirs to force the issue. The quester said that he'd consider me a rival if I defeated Tael, and, well... Nathan glanced at the corpse in the corner of the room. I didn't really think about the fact that winning against Tael would mean Badud would consider me a personal rival. Shit. Feline traced her finger across the tabletop. You've taught him that you will respond to a threat against your team. They will never be safe from him now. He drank from the flask again, delaying the moment when he'd have to face up to reality. The reality where one of the most powerful men on the continent would be coming for Nathan and his friends. When he lowered the flask, he looked beseechingly at Feline. What do I do? Can you help me and the heirs escape Badud? She raised an eyebrow and gave him a sad smile. You are in the dragon's lair now, Nathan. You cannot retreat. You must take the initiative. Hurt and distract your foe, so he does not come for what you hold dear. The dragon must focus on you, not those you want to protect. How do I do that? Badud was on another level with his spellcasting. I can't win against him. Not yet. Feline wasn't done. You decry the philosophy of Giant's Rest, their enslavement of others, and you hated Tael for what he did to you. The beautiful woman pursed her lips and looked Nathan up and down. But do you truly hate them? Or has your revenge on Tael quelled your passion? Are your principles true as blood, or do they diffuse like smoke? She leaned over the table. I wish a fire in your bones fit to overcome prophecy. I wish to see those gleaming spires cast to the ground. Will you live up to your vows, Nathan of Earth? Nathan's anger swelled as Feline spoke, though it wasn't directed at the killer across the table from him. I do hate them, for everything they are, for what they do to people. His fists clenched, thinking over all of the enslaved he'd seen in this city alone, all the people dehumanized into mindless servants. Feline smiled at his hard tone, a gleam in her eye. All you have done thus far is react, defensively. You protect the heirs and Gamor, but you cannot be a perfect defender. You must attack. If you wait for provocation, Giant's Rest will take what you seek to protect and force you to destroy it yourself. Even your killing has not been born of hatred. Her expression was fierce, teeth sharp in her mouth as she continued. They have earned depthless hatred 12 times over. I can show you. We can cleanse the evils of Giant's Rest and work our way through that dragon's lair until you have levels enough to match Badud blow for blow. The assassin leaned in to whisper in Nathan's ear. Join me, Nathan. I will teach you the insight to a second class. It will be easy for you as you are now. Then, we will carve our way through Giant's Rest, putting an end to their atrocities.